Hello, everybody, and welcome to DREAGUS Productions Wednesday night streams. It is 2 July 2025, setting up for the first of 3 shows in this stream. First, we'll have the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show pre-show, then show, and then afterwards we'll have Jack Gary with the Paranormal Intelligence Agency radio show. And to finish out, we will have the VIXEN'S Vault. And an after show, most likely. I'd like to welcome each and every one of you into our chat rooms. Appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for all your support here and always. We are a hybrid stream, which means that not only do we do the streams here, but we do internet radio and terrestrial radio also. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And if you check out the galacticfire.com contact, you can also get in on the merch over there for not the streaming, but to sell t-shirts and things like that. Galactic Fire does web pages, but also takes and does t-shirts, blankets, curtain, shower curtains, and curtains as well, I think, and all sorts of other great stuff. So go check Sonia, aka Galactic Fire, out. Trying to make sure that everything is set up and rolling right now. And once we do, I will get connected with the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show folks. Still going around trying to make sure everything is good to go, and we'll be rolling right along very shortly. Hope everybody had a great week, great weekend. Looking forward to having a great stream tonight with everybody. All my great hosts, and you'll hear me in between and all the other cool stuff. Looking good, looking good. So far, so good. Gonna have some fun tonight. Woo. Getting John and the crew in here anytime. I think we have Brent Hamachek in tonight. I'm gonna find out here real soon. Let me give them a call while I'm at it. Very. Very. Hey, how's it going?
Good, how you doing?
Doing pretty good so far. Getting everything.
All right.
Trying to get everything up and running and rolling around, and if you want, I don't know if you can, but on the second hour of VIXEN'S Vault tonight, would you like to pop in? Nancy cannot come in tonight. She has an infection, and she was at the hospital. So, yeah.
What time is that your time?
My time, it would be 9 p.m. So that's what, 6 p.m.
8
your
o'clock
time?
my time. You're Mountain. No, you're Central. So I'm 2 hours.
Central, but no, my time it would be like 8 o'clock.
So it'd be like 6 o'clock my time.
Yeah.
3, 4, 5, and then 3 to 5, yeah, and then an hour off, and then 6, 5 to 6, and then 6 to 7. Yeah, I can probably do that.
All right, just on the second hour.
Okay.
I'll bring you in.
And Barry, I do have Brent on tonight.
Okay. Yep. That'd be great.
So if you can do the pre-show, you can have, whatever you want to do.
Okay. You just got to...
Hell, join us in the first hour, too, if you want.
Yeah.
I'll probably just listen in, but I might. Anyway, I got to get this set up because it is not working like it's supposed to be. Hold on.
Yeah. I'm having a problem with one of the... Well, BitChute tonight, getting it to stream. So let me try to get... You gonna make it?
Yeah, I'll make it.
All right.
I just took a allergy pill.
Did that. Had to do that yesterday. Nope. It cut me off. Okay. Well. Well, we got plenty of time, so I'm going to get try to restart this one again. Huh?
Are we streaming right now?
Yep, we are.
Okay, well, hello, everyone.
Yeah.
Welcome to the pre-show
Of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show.
Oops. Yeah, we basically show up about a half hour before the show starts, and we, at least on my end, I get all my stuff together,
And
get all my notes in order, all that kind of stuff, which is why I may not talk too much. God damn it. 29th. Okay. Yeah, gosh. Already breaking into last week's stuff right there. There we go. So yeah, we are all kind of getting our stuff together in order. It's not the most entertaining of times. We sometimes, the closer to the show we get, the more everyone's dialed in, and we're kind of getting our voices ready to go and whatnot. But yeah, we're just trying to get our stuff together here so we can dial in a good show. Which will start in about 20 minutes from now. And tonight I have on Brent Hamachek, our good friend. He's been doing the show with us once a month for 3 years now. He's the vice president over at Human Events. And the senior something editor.
Senior
over there
executive
as well.
editor or something like that. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
And
if you're familiar with Post Millennial, they own Post Millennial as well. With Libby Emmons, who's always over on Timcast. Libby. She's also an editor over at Human Events. As our contributing editors, you have Jack Posobiec and Charlie Kirk over there as well. So, very well-connected guy. I've been talking to him for forever, and it's always a good time. I've got a bunch of kind of topics I want to hit up with him, so we'll run through that in the first hour. In the second hour, I've got about a dozen or so articles here that'll go through. Let's see. No. Oh. And I've got a huge lightning storm coming through here, too, so
Woo.
Anything could happen. Let's just hope it doesn't.
Okay, everything is pretty much up and going now. I don't know why, sometimes I get, I guess, a delay when I do the restream out, and what it'll do is it'll block me from starting up a show because it says it's going to start at this time. You know what I'm saying? So, milliseconds count in this restreaming, and even on the radio side, milliseconds. Everything's milliseconds. Let's see. Make sure I got everything up for us on Teams, and we're going to be good to go there. Where's my Teams pre-show at? There we go. And take down our standby. Oh, are we? Hold on here. Yep. Okay. I was wondering what was going on with that. I thought we had I thought it was just me trying to connect up again, and I was on the wrong deal, but no, here we go. We're just waiting on Barry to show up for pre-show if he's coming in. If not,
To
I
come
guess,
back.
yeah.
He was already here.
Yeah,
dude.
he was here and gone. Yeah, you don't have to tell
Yeah.
Barry twice. Oh, yeah.
He's setting up something, he said.
We got people coming into the chat already, like Worst Gamer Alive in the Kick
Nice.
chat. Yeah. Couldn't be any worse than me because I don't play games.
No, I think he's just a
No.
backstabbing, conniving SOB in the game. That's
Whatever.
why he's the worst. He's probably very talented at it, but just tries to be the worst human possible while
Yeah.
gaming.
He
That's
probably
my interpretation.
that person is probably like me when I play spades or hearts, because they all even teammates go to me. What are you gonna do? What do you think I'm gonna do? You're gonna go blind Neil and you're gonna play every damn card, aren't you? I'm like, oh yeah. Worst gamer ever when it comes to spades,
Wow.
Appreciate you coming in. Let's see who we got over now that I'm up and rolling pretty good now. Over on all our other chats. Take a look, take a peek. Do. Probably have Linda coming in, and over on all the others, Sonia will probably tune in. D Marshall in the D Live chat. He says, did he or did he not? Okay, everything's looking really nice and clean so far, so good. Yeah, like it. Oh, and if you guys were listening to the stream last night, and you're over on Beam, I did catch that one of our rotations played with Angel on it. So,
oh, cool.
Yeah. I think it was like the very
From
first
Beam.
interview. Angel, yeah, from Beam. Beam.
Oh,
best
man, it's
place to
raining really
multi-stream.
good here.
Oh, I'm no longer with Logitech now. I'm with, I changed sponsors to Alexander PC. The crew that gives out all those PCs over there on Beam. I think they do it like quarterly now or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
They just gave away a $4,000 computer to the winner.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a whole package. I mean, it's a
God.
top end gaming system. Miss Trash is in the Kick chat.
Hey, I gotta go grab something to drink. I'll be back in a minute.
Sounds good, because I got folks coming in. I'll just announce them coming in to fill some of this airtime. Jesse Cast 2 in Kick chat. Miss Trash is a big supporter of the channel. Thank you always for being there. I got to take in a host to her earlier today. And look forward to always seeing her in chat. Appreciate you. And Smoke in Peace is always in here too. Smoke in Peace. Let's see who. Nikki Tude is in the Kick chat a lot of times. And Shadow Grind. Big supporters of the channel. Appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for always being here. Tonight, Sunday night and Wednesday night are like my big live nights when I put my radio shows through the video streams. If you're out there and you appreciate them, please let my hosts know. All right, because during breaks, we're going to start getting more interactive with our folks, and we hope you can take and be more interactive with us as well.
That's right.
Uh-oh. Looks like someone's trying to get in.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
Hold on here.
You lobby?
Yeah, in the lobby.
Thornberry.
Yeah.
Admit. Bam!
Let him in, I guess.
Let him in. I'm letting him in.
Yeah. Let him in.
Man, what's going on?
You are what's going on. That's right. You.
I am sick of
How's
this
it going, Barry?
insolence, man. I'm sick of it, dude.
Oh, come on. Where's
Sick of
the
what?
energy at? Come on. Folks are in here. We're building up in the chat rooms. Don't bring that low energy in here. You
Remember that
got
song? We're building up.
I didn't even hear what he said. What are you sick of, Barry? What's going on?
It's just insolence, man. I'm tired of the insolence, you know? No, I get no respect. I get no respect. Not even from the computer.
You're like Rodney Dangerfield.
Yeah, no respect.
Horns.
No respect. No, it's Barry. Insolence. All I get is insolence.
Insolence! Sick of it, man!
Where's the bullhorn at, Barry?
It's sitting over. It's waiting for some real action. You know, it's been kind of complaining to me, saying, you know, I don't appreciate you just using me on the radio. It says I need you out in the streets. And I said, hey man, time has not come yet.
To get out in the streets?
You just can't go out there with Antifa when they're having an intifada and bring out
right.
You just may not come out, you know.
Worldwide intifada.
Global intifada, man. I'm sick of it already.
That's right. You tell him.
I still can't believe I told that guy to hit the road, man. He's a big old boy, dude, a prison boy. You know what I'm saying? He just got out of prison.
Didn't you say get the fuck out of the country or something?
Hey, no gateway stuff
I did,
now.
man. I can't believe I said
we're
it.
just
Shocked.
before a showtime, all right?
It's okay. This ain't my first rodeo, Mark.
Yeah, I know, but, you know, hey.
Well, he kept saying how much he hated America and Israel no longer needed to needed to be blown off the map, and I just lost it, man. I was like, if you hate America so much, just, you know. Anyway, and he'd been in prison. He's a big boy, dude, and he's a militia guy too. One of those Islamic militias. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what is some weird group that
you know what
I
they
don't
call an Islamic militia? A terrorist cell.
I don't know. I know that he was in prison for guns and maybe terrorist threats or something, but he got let out. I had another person I knew that got put in jail for a while in Oklahoma for terrorist threats, and he was just kind of just not in his right mind. That's what
you know. Come to think of it, dude, I had a guy contact me the other day, said he wanted to send you some fan mail, so I gave him your home address.
and he had that accent from, I don't know, somewhere in the Middle East, and he was saying something about intifada, jihad, and you know.
Yep. Boy, yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah,
that's the guy.
That's the guy.
Only blood will satisfy. Yeah. Only blood will satisfy Allah.
Mm-hmm.
All the love of the religion. That's the thing, you know. I'll be right back. I think I'm going to need some coffee, man.
Yeah.
I really do. I'm going to hit the coffee
If you
bar.
start singing "Love, Love Me Do," that's it, man. I'm pulling the plug. That's it.
Love, love me do.
Yeah.
Little Beatles action. It seems to be getting crazier and crazier, dude. Did you see where, I've talked a lot about airplane rage and airport concourse rage, and apparently there's plane deportation rage, derangement. Some guy was a cannibal, and he was trying to eat himself on the plane while he was being deported. That's like a new... Yeah, oh yeah.
I know. I saw something about that with Pam Bondi, and I'm like, I didn't even read it, but I'm like, what? And how is that even possible? How do you try to eat yourself?
Well, apparently he was cutting himself up and eating himself. I know he's a cannibal. What else? I mean, maybe he was just going for a snack until he could get to where he could eat some, a full course.
So you're scared to death to go to jail, and you really want to go to the insane asylum, so you pull something like that, You just know you're dead in jail for sure.
I don't even know how you. I appreciate you trying to make some reason out of it.
I don't know.
I don't know how you wrap your head around that.
I don't either. I just you tell me what it is then.
No, I don't know. I just was thinking to myself, okay, this was a deportation flight, but would have had it been just a regular flight? I mean, he could have lost it during a regular flight had he not been deported.
Yeah.
And then, people would have probably freaked out. I mean, but I think by this time, people are so used to things strange happening on planes. I don't know. Maybe they're cutting the oxygen short. You know what I'm saying? You get on the plane and they lower the oxygen levels and they're spraying gases. I mean, toxic gases to drive us all mad. I don't know.
I'll tell you, I've always hated being on planes. The deporting is the worst. Getting off the airplane is the worst.
Last time you got deported?
Debarking. They're just it is the worst. I mean, if I'm sitting in the back, I just pretend like I still got 20 minutes and we're still in the air, and I just sit down and let everybody leave and take my sweet time, because it is just so frustrating to try to fight your way through there. Yeah.
You guys got an extra beer nuts, maybe? Just something I can pass time with here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it's I haven't flown, and not to mention, they might also, before you get on the plane, decide they want to grope you a little bit as well. I mean, what was the guy that came out and said he was very ticked off about it? Some celebritard said he groped the last 3 or 4 times that he's been to the airport, and it's ridiculous. And I actually said, well, I actually agree with that. Actually, a Holly weirdo said something that made sense. I can't remember who it was, but it was
one guy shoved something in his shoe, and now you got to take your shoes off every time. It's so it's so frustrating. I haven't flown in years because of it. It's so it's not worth it.
Young Zen in the kick chat. Oh yeah.
I just live where I want to be on vacation. You know what I mean? I've always done that. I think I mean, I don't need to go. If I'm going anywhere, it's like taking an opposite vacation. I leave my vacation world to go back to reality, then come back 4 days. It's not for me. I don't need to fly. I'm where I want to be.
Well, I find myself, I talk about isolation and how it's unhealthy. I do agree with that, but I also think too much interaction with the crowd. If it's not people that you really want to be around, it's almost like I have very little tolerance for people, being around people these days, random people. It's just, and even people maybe that I'm close to that are just, we're on a different page. It's like they drain you, after a little bit.
Oh yeah. Nature of my job is that I just get a lot of bored people that come up to me and want to talk for the next half hour.
Okay. But it's nothing.
And it's just
about it's boring stuff that you're not interested in, and you're like, okay, man, that's
whatever. Dude, if you have specific questions, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm doing this or that or whatever. It's like
yeah,
because they'll come up and you can just tell. You can tell somebody's just like, hey, how you doing? They got that look like they've been on the road for the last 4 hours.
For me just to talk. I mean, I just want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you're working.
What?
You got things you got to do, but.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you guys ready to switch on over? We got.
Yeah. And make sure to add Brent in.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, I'll send him the link once we get over there. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I got him
Hopefully
already.
I'll just pick up.
He should already be added in, but.
Yeah, it should be super like no effort at all. He just pops in.
Very little. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll see you over there in about a few seconds. All right. So, I'll see you over there then. I'm going now.
Great one.
All right, Barry in the house already. I love it. John and Brett.
Okay. Now, Barry, that rang for you, and you just picked it up, and boom.
Wherever Barry went.
That details are let's see.
We're trying to call. I'm trying to call. Brent right now, but don't see him up.
I'm trying to get the link for the room. Oops, goddamn! I can't
go up to
sing
people.
And
let's
see. I'm gonna. There's one with his avatar and one without it. Which one are you inviting?
The one without his avatar is probably the one he's going to use, because the one with the avatar, it automatically just rejects me, and it's not giving it a call at all.
Okay, I just tried to call that one. Otherwise, I need to go up here to share, quick share copy, go to my email.
Smoke in peace in the kick chat.
Smoking in the boys' room.
Enough, Barry. Calm down.
Everything's a song, remember? Remember that. Don't you ever forget that. It's all been written down in a song, so you don't even need to speak.
Sure it has.
Sing to each other.
Yes.
Anyway, I want to say, before you guys start the show, that I highly, 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 highly recommend, if you have not seen it,
well,
the 2.5-hour debate.
I hope it's really short.
Between Dinesh D'Souza and
30
Nick Fuentes.
seconds.
It's riveting, man. Dinesh D'Souza is at a whole new level, man. That guy is so smart.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I agree with everything he said, but he's smart.
All right.
Coming. It's a coming along.
All right, I sent him the link via email as well. So
And here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for July 2nd, 2025. With me tonight, we've got the man himself, Brent Hamachek from humanevents.com. Humanevents.com. Brent, how are you this evening?
Never better. Hopefully
Excellent.
Hopefully you can hear me well. I'm from my phone instead of my laptop. Little holiday technology challenges, but anyway, I'm here. So,
well, the holiday, it is about to be the 4th of July, which is just such a great weekend. It's always so much fun. 249th anniversary of the United States. Well, of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Let's put it that way. Next year, we go into the 250th anniversary. You and I are old enough to remember the 200th, the bicentennial celebrations, and how huge that was.
It's correct. I absolutely do. I was 14 years old, and it also happened to be my honorary uncle, my Uncle Frank's 76th birthday in 1976. So, yes, I remember it well.
Excellent. It was a lot of fun. It was cool. I remember I got I was a little younger than you, and I got a Schwinn bike, the little bicentennial edition with the red, white, and blue tassels and all that stuff. It was my pride and joy for sure.
Yeah, and I think I had some red, white, and blue tassels on my banana seat bicycle with butterfly handlebars.
Yeah, exactly. The banana seat. That's the Schwinn I had. Yeah, you could do the big wheelies with them, but
yes, you
I don't know. We
could.
need to bring back the banana seat.
It's the second time in the last week that conversation's come up with someone, so I think America's waxing nostalgic as we get closer to 250 years.
Okay, so 250 years since the Declaration of Independence, where America said no kings, right? Hashtag no kings. And here we are with the left screaming no kings again over the last few weeks. And I kind of want to get to the meaning of, like, how significant is it that we've got our 250th anniversary over the course of the entire next year to 2 years that we can celebrate this event? How can we use it to bring people together?
Well, that's really a great question. And and it's a complex one. I think that one of the things is to start to educate people. It seems like everybody these days is an expert on the imperfections of our founding, right? They by the way, they think about the Constitution, but at the time of the Declaration of Independence, we were 13 years out from having a ratified Constitution. And of course, we were also a year into the fight that had already started. And so they like to skip ahead and talk about the Constitution, talk about the imperfections in it. For example, slavery being the most obvious one, and women not having the right to vote, constitutionally guaranteed, is another. But what's extraordinary about it is just how different the various human beings who led the movement for freedom really were in terms of their ideas and their vision of what America might be. And not necessarily any of them had a clear one of those in 1776. They only had clarity to the fact that they needed to break away from England and be their own country. Now, inside of each one of their heads, they may have had a notion of what that was going to be. I'm not sure James Madison did, for example. He was awfully young in 1776. People forget how young our founders were, so many of them. But all they knew in the moment is that they had had enough of the oppression of England. And so they were saying as a nation, let's deal with this, and then we'll figure the rest out. And they dealt with it with an extraordinary loss of life and great courage. Remember, they were fighting the most established empire in the globe at the time, and horribly outmatched in every way, except with regard to willpower. And so they launched and they fought, and then they won. And then, of course, after they won, the now what part became quite a big deal. And even our Constitution, 13 years later, was the second attempt at having a document to govern us, the first one having failed. So the way to bring people together in this year that's ahead of us might be to try to show them how, when our founding fathers launched the fight to give us independence, they had no agreed upon vision yet of where this was going. All they knew is they wanted to unshackle themselves from England. And then they thought, then if we win, we can figure it out. And figure it out they did, amidst many, many great differences.
And I think there's a lot of that going around in the radical groups that are protesting today, where they just kind of want to break it all down and then sort of figure out what it'll be afterwards. But no matter what, they kind of assume it'll be better than what it is today. And I think we need to also make the case that really there's been no other success case like the United States at this sort of scale of not only size of the country, but the wealth of the individuals, the wealth of the country, the wealth of everything. I mean, the homes, the real estate, the shopping centers, the malls, everything that makes America great is just so unique kind of to our experience over here and the success that we've seen.
Right. Well, it is, when our founding fathers got around a few years later to actually trying to codify a nation with a constitution, what they drew upon was the best of all of the great minds of the Enlightenment and those that had come before, and all of the failed ideas that had been tried and not worked, and observing all the things that led to what I'll just generally call totalitarianism in all its forms for 2,000 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so they gave it a shot, as I'm fond of saying. They gave us the greatest system you could create, and they tried to do everything they could to set loose the best aspects of our nature and give us the greatest amount of freedom they could, while at the same time being mindful of our nature. And that system is held up extraordinarily well, all things considered. But if you put a madman in a cement room and lock the door and give him a really good spoon and enough time, sooner or later he'll dig through the walls. And what you're seeing in America today is the madmen have been at it for a very long time, digging through the walls of the system that was built to contain those very worst elements of our nature. And so we're trying to answer a question: can men live free? Can they govern themselves? And we're getting some results. Results are coming in. Right, and not all those results look terribly good.
Yeah.
And one more thought. You mentioned the No Kings movement today, and you know this from me. You've been kind enough to have me on your show for a very long time, and we've talked about a lot of things. And I don't always necessarily say things that are terribly popular. And while we all understand the nature of what was going on with the No Kings protests, and we understand that they were organized and funded in large part by foreign influence, including China. I did an interview with Casey Fleming, who's a subject matter expert, a couple weeks ago. I'll share it with you, and you can share with your audience. And he talks about the CCP's influence in those protests. But there's kind of nothing new about that. Protests have been funded and organized by groups or countries hostile to another group or country since the dawn of man. So it's not new that happened. But here's the thing for people to keep in mind. If we were to bring the founding fathers forward today, and they were to take a look at the current Trump presidency, and this actually is not about Trump, because our form of government, this executive order form of government, has been evolving rapidly before Trump's most recent term. But if they were watching this today, I wonder what they would think. And I don't know that they would think too well of it. So while these protests, we understand, how they're driven and what's going on, and you and I and your audience can rightfully object to them, we can take a look at that, just the simple notion of the king part, and we can wonder how the founding fathers would view not just the Trump part, but this imperial presidency that we've begun to build over these last, especially 2 decades.
Yeah, yeah, and it's interesting when you pictured. I was kind of laughing to myself when you said, "Look, if we could bring the founders forward today." I kind of chuckled because they'd all be really young. There'd be a bunch of 19-year-olds. I was the thing that made me laugh is I was reminded of that Big Balls guy from Doge. It'd be about a half a dozen guys that look just like him.
Right. Yeah, you would. But, you go back, and I talk about the founding fathers in the Constitution a little bit, but shame on me for doing that because that's not what we're talking about in 2 days. We're talking about our Declaration of Independence, which, was really written in the form of a legal complaint. It was the way you would almost petition a court. It was greatly inspired by, of all things, the English jurist William Blackstone, the great father of common law, whose work actually fed our legal system here as a young nation well into the middle of the 19th century. But, so it was drafted as this complaint to show all of the grievances that we had and all the excesses. And you have to, it's interesting, your audience might not realize just what an incredible effect on the revolution Thomas Paine's short booklet, Common Sense, had. That book, this is so fascinating, that book sold 500,000 copies in colonial America.
Wow.
Now, that is just extraordinary. And it was so well received, famously, when the second edition went to print, Paine wrote a commentary saying that he had waited to release the second edition to see what sort of complaints and arguments he had to the first edition, but having really received none, he just was reprinting it. That book, that piece of literature, that persuasive argument really rallied the nation behind the effort. So never, what's the old saying? The pen mightier than the sword, perhaps not mightier, but perhaps necessary to go along with.
Yeah, that's a staggering number considering the population of the colonies at that time was in the million, in the few millions, and the literacy rate was probably to the point where 500,000 darn near, represented almost everyone who could read.
Right. And remember that back then, very common to share books, literally physically share them, because it's not like, there were you could go on Amazon, anybody wanted to, and download a copy instantly for $9. Getting a book was a bigger deal, and sharing them was common. So the readership would have been well in excess of that number. It's impossible to know what it is.
And since we are about to celebrate the Declaration of Independence, and you work at humanevents.com, that's right, Human Events. Think about it, folks. It took me a day or two to let this ring, but human events. What are human events? When in the course of human events, right? Of the first line of the Declaration of Independence. When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for two peoples to separate each other from common law or yada yada. Human events really was the term used for news back in the day, when you look at it that way, right? So your storied publication that's been around since the 60s, 50s?
No, 1944.
Oh, wow, okay.
It is the oldest surviving conservative publication. And 1944. What's interesting about 1944 is that it wasn't 1945. And what I mean by that is that the men who came together to start it, World War II was still going on. And so one thing to start a bold, new, courageous publication literally once the smoke had cleared, but they started it while the fighting was still in full force. So they get a tremendous amount of credit for that. The name is derived from the Declaration of Independence, so it's not a coincidence. That is where the founders of it got the name. So there's great lineage there, and and a real tie to the fourth.
It's pretty impressive, and we thank you as the vice president of Human Events Media Group to join us. And that includes Post Millennial and just so many talented people in those two organizations. It's kind of impressive to know you so well, Brent, because you're associated with really some of the top news people in the business.
Yeah, well, it's nice when you're a nobody. It's nice to know somebody's. Because then you get to be on your show, right? So if I didn't know somebody's, I would just be a nobody listening to your show. So it's nice. But
I'm a somebody you're saying, and I get it.
So we're caretakers of a great tradition, and we've got some really exciting new things that will be coming up with Human Events that I might be able to share with you and your audience, say by this time next month, certainly by the start of football season. But some big new things happening, and we're excited about those.
Fantastic. I look very much forward to hearing some of that news as it evolves and comes out. But let's get into, we're talking about how to bring people together. And I think one of the things that we need to really start pushing is the rise of the Democratic Socialist Party, right? And really calling them out for what it is, and just having that honest debate and saying, look, we've got this Zoran Mamdani in New York City, right? Which I call him the "Don't Mess with Zohan Mad Manny."
Right.
So, we like to give him good names. So Zohan Madmani is who I call him because he's a madman. And he's going to go in here and privatize the grocery stores, privatize and turn free system, which, hey, whatever. It's mostly privatized anyways with Transit Authority. But he's got all these different things to, slap rent controls down across the board, to go into white neighborhoods and, raise the taxes on them, on and on and on. But at the end of the day, I just was watching Peter Jennings earlier today, sitting down next to somebody on CNN who was saying, well, he's not a communist. He's not a socialist. It just, he's walked away from a few of those things he said in the past. But, the AOC, the Squad, these people are democratic socialists. And I think at the end of the day, that's the radical wing of the left, of Team Left, that is, causing the most stink and really just yelling and complaining about and they're the ones we need to call out and just have that honest debate with, to say, we really want socialism in America? I don't know. How can we force that debate and make them admit this is what it is? It's the privatization, the government control of the means of production.
Right. Well, the real functional definition of socialism, as we've shared on your show before, is centralized planning, management, and oversight of economic, social, and political activity. And so this is what we're talking about. And so, interesting, the term democratic socialist is pretty interesting, right? It reminds me, I was going to go somewhere I won't go because it's a family show. All I can say is to people, there's an old movie with Henry Winkler and Michael Keaton called Night Shift, where Michael Keaton goes to a chalkboard and takes apart the word prostitution. I'll leave it there. You can probably watch the short clip on YouTube. But let's just play with democratic socialists for a minute. Let's get rid of the democratic. Because it's so interesting to realize all that is a silly, unnecessary term to make socialist sound better. What's a democratic socialist? A democratic socialist who believes in being elected by the people to be a socialist. That's all it means. There's nothing, the word democratic isn't really necessary because we live in a country where you have to be elected to win the axiomatic phrase award. So we can get rid of democratic. Let's just say he's a socialist. And what's interesting about him is that, by the way, it's not a foregone conclusion he's going to be elected mayor of New York. This is going to be a chicken soup sort of general election. We're going to have multiple characters on the ballot. And
Yeah, well, you got
you know,
Adams, who's the current mayor. Adams is running, and he's not been horrible. You got Silwa, who's the guy who ran the what is it, the underground
the Guardian Angels.
Guardian Angels, exactly.
Yep.
And then you got Cuomo, who likes to kill grandma in a nursing home, and
Well,
they're
it's
all going to fight
interesting
like
to think-
crazy. Yeah.
Right. Well, what's interesting is, if you think about it, having him win the Democratic primary is the best news in the world Curtis Silla could have had. Because if he's on the ballot against Adams and Cuomo, let's put it this way. Nobody who is going to vote for Silla in the first place would vote for the other three. But anybody that was going to vote for any one of the other three might vote for the other. So those three could be, cats in a laundry bag tossed over the line, and you could wind up, with a law and order Republican mayor of New York. But, back to the notion of being a socialist and the simple definition of centralized planning, management, and oversight of economic, political, and social activity. It's that simple. That's exactly what he wants to do. And he wants to do it by all accounts in everything he said since he was elected and before, or nominated, I should say, excuse me. He is a very hardcore socialist. He believes in doing a lot to plan, manage, and oversee those area of New York City life. So much so that some of the things he's talking about may not be constitutional in the state of New York. They may not be constitutional, period. He's attacking the notion of private property so severely that he may run into problems not with the New York Supreme Court, but with the United States Supreme Court. What does it say, though, that the people of New York, by the way, Election Day in New York was hotter than hell, near record-breaking temperatures, and people should not think that only 10 people showed up to vote. They had a very heavy turnout in New York for the primary, and people voted for him. So what does it say? It says that 250 years later, this country is far from unified over the ideas of individual liberty and personal responsibility. Far from unified. Wow. I mean, the largest city in the United States just literally walked into a voting booth and spit on the notion of what our founding fathers had in mind. Because, last thought on that, while it is true that our founding fathers didn't know what kind of government they were going to create in 1776, and while they had lots of arguments in the mid to later part of the 1780s coming up with the Constitution, socialism wasn't on the table. Exactly. And in fact, it hadn't really been dreamed up yet. It was still a decade or so away in France and other parts of Europe.
And on that note, Brent, we got to go to break. Folks, we'll be right back with more from Brent Hamachek from humanevents.com right after this.
All right, we're on radio break. Yeah, New York's always been a problem. Yeah, even
like Hollywood.
Even before California was even a state, Washington himself even said that if problems brew, they'll come from New York. You know where I'm? Well, you know where you Brett probably would know about that. The quote that I'm talking about.
Yeah, and in the time, you're talking about the fact that it was then, even though not like today, but still a major center of population. It was also the where you could find the core of the anti-federalist movement.
Yep.
And so to that extent, there's your hint that it's going to be a problem.
Yep.
Never meaning though. It's so funny to think about how we think in terms of today, and even learned people like ourselves can get careless and start to think about today as though it was the same yesterday. And I don't think most people stop to realize that notions of socialism really just hadn't even, they were seedlings in Europe when our Constitution came around. They were nothing in 1776. This is a movement that really came up in the early part of the 19th century and accelerated greatly. When Marx wound up writing the Communist Manifesto, everybody thinks, oh, Karl Marx, the father of communism.
No.
The movement was already well alive, and Marx was not the first choice to write that book. He kind of got lucky and got the job. There were other people they really wanted to write that piece within the socialist movement.
Yeah, wasn't there someone who co-authored that with him, but later that person was taken off of the authorship? I think it was some Mason or some Freemason.
That I'm not sure about. Engels was his benefactor and partner. Engels paid all his bills. They wrote Das Kapital together, although Marx was the writer and Engels was really the bank. Ironically, Engels was a very successful capitalist who helped Marx write against the system, which is interesting because what we see today, when you take a look at the Mark Zuckerbergs of the world and other successful entrepreneurs, Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, people who have made a fortune off of the free enterprise system and now turning to attack it, we almost should have known that could happen just from where it started from a literary perspective. When you've got Engels, the big successful corporate, entrepreneur, rich guy, supporting Marx in his writing while he tears the system to pieces. So we probably should have learned something from that, I suspect.
Yeah, and then it goes all the way into the Rockefellers with old man Rockefeller's memoirs as well. How, communism would be good so long as we control it. 30 seconds, fellas.
Okay. And for the people counting, Brent just had another sip of Fresca, so everyone do a shot.
Hilarious. I got another full can here with me, too, for the second half.
You don't drink anymore, but boy, you can make other people drink.
It better be a 64-ouncer, Brett, because we want you all pumped and going. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Tonight, we've got with us Brent Hamachek from HumanEvents.com, a regular co-host on the show. Comes on every month with us on the first Wednesday. If you're a longtime listener, you know Brent very, very well. And again, we were talking about democratic socialists, but I'd like to also ask you about this one because it always throws me for a loop. We see the anti-fascist out there, anti-fascist. Right. They wear the black outfits and they go cause trouble everywhere they go. Okay, you hate fascism. We get it. What do you want? What do they want? If you ask them, they'll tell you a lot of times that they are anarcho-communists. So you want to try to string that together and make sense of it? A narco-communist.
Right. Yeah. Well, you've read my book and what I say when I talk about the labels we've created. Look, it's a nonsensical term. By the way, just like alt-right, new right, different kinds of terms like that, they don't mean anything. They really don't. There is
Mhm.
no camp you can go into that has the platform of these terms we use to pejoratively describe others. And then when people get caught in the trap of trying to label themselves, the reason you get a label like say narco-communist is, why do you get the label? Well, because nobody wants to say, I'm a communist. I shouldn't say nobody wants to say it. I'm sure there's many people that do. Certainly people that read Marx and didn't pay attention to Stalin, they might say they want to be communists. They think it could be pretty good, right?
Mhm.
But if you're going to describe yourself with any term that has any sort of already established connotation, typically negative, then what you
Mhm.
do is you put a qualifier in front of it, right? So then you can describe yourself. Well, I'm a communist, but you see, I'm a narco-communist. So that makes me different. So don't associate me with just those communist folks. This is all, we're lost in driveling language.
Mhm.
All of the great ideas of the world have already been uncovered. All of the different behavioral characteristics have already been on display. All of the different forms of government have already been tried, and they're on display for us, whether they work or not. It's pretty simple. You either want a system that at a maximum embraces the notions of individual liberty, private property, and personal responsibility, or you want something that's less than that.
Mhm.
That's it. There's nothing else. So you either have a system that maximizes those three different attributes, or you start to move away from them.
Mhm.
So I don't care what anybody calls himself. They can call themselves whatever they want. The question is, all right, I got all that neat label. I'll tell you what, I'll make you a T-shirt. Where do you stand on individual liberty, private property, and personal responsibility? Let's
Mhm.
talk about those three things, because everything else is just garbage. All the labels are garbage.
Exactly. Anyways, I thought you'd have fun with that one. So I only get to talk
I
to you
did.
about once a month. And in the last month, we have had Israel and Iran start and finish a war. We've had Pakistan and India start and finish a war. And we've seen the DRC and Rwanda finish a 30-year war. Okay, all in the course of the last 30 days. And I
Right.
probably missed a few. Have I missed any wars that have come up and down and whatnot over the last 30 days? But holy cow. Are we on the edge of World War III or what's going on? I mean, Israel's still kicking out with Hamas over there, and we can get into that and the whole Glastonbury thing that went on over the weekend in the UK. But let's start with Iran and Israel. Okay, they're calling it the 12-day war. How do you think it was handled?
Well, why don't we continue to ask the question month to month?
Okay.
Here's what I think. I think that when Israel decided to launch their preemptive attack, and then when the United States decided to join in and launch another, what I think is that we just spilled a glass of water all over the table. And I have no idea. It is beyond me. And frankly, I don't care how great the expert. I think it's beyond anybody to know exactly what's going to happen as a result of all this.
Mm-hmm.
I do think it'll be interesting to watch, say within the next 60 to 90 days, what kind of reports we get about Russian and Chinese arms sales to Iran. Much was made of the fact that, there were members from inside the Chinese government saying that, Iran, well, I can't remember the exact quotes. It doesn't matter. Basically saying, Iran would do well to not, to rethink its ideas about having nuclear weapons. And folks sort of thought that was, a sign. Look, China's backing away from them. Here's something for your audience to realize. Let's say something out loud that everyone knows. There is not a single country on Earth that has a nuclear weapon that wants any other country to have one. It doesn't matter if they're their allies. Nobody wants anybody else to have one. Do we want to give Canada a nuclear weapon tomorrow? Or Mexico? No. Would we be perfectly happy if France and England didn't have one? Of course we would be. Because we have one. And we don't want anybody else to have one. So the idea that there was some former Russian government official who got a lot of attention on social media, making it sound like he was speaking for Russia, also talking about Iran and, good that their nuclear threats eliminated and so on. This stuff means nothing. Neither China nor Russia want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. To some extent, they might be happy the United States jumped in. That doesn't mean they're our friend, and it doesn't mean they're not Iran's friend. Let's watch what they do with regard to regular conventional weapon sales over, say, the remainder of this year. I have no idea what they're going to do. All I know is a glass of water is spilled all over the table. And anybody who has kids knows you don't know where to put the napkin. The region is now fully engaged. Israel succeeded in drawing us into this. Is what it is. I've said it on your show before. The great problem with Israel isn't necessarily its behavior. It's our attitude towards Israel in general. We regard them as a religious state instead of a nation state. And so our evaluation of their actions and how we decide to support them in various endeavors, financially and militarily, is driven not off of their being a nation state. It's because we view them as a religious state. And that clouds our judgment. And it is what it is. I don't know how you change that. But in any sense, I heard the news the night about the night we attacked Iran, and not much worries me. That worried me. I was worried that night, not knowing what would come next. And as time passes, it's easier to stop worrying, but we shouldn't stop worrying, because the idea that something didn't happen 10 minutes later means nothing.
I just figured out the best way to describe Brent Hamachek to somebody, right?
Right.
I'll say, how there's glass half full and glass half empty kind of people?
Right.
Brent will just spill the glass all over the table and tell you, some esoteric.
Yeah.
Anyway, last month when you were on, it was this. Go ahead.
I kind of like that, I guess. I think that might work.
Yeah. Anyway, last month was the start of Pride Month, and I mentioned, I think you came on like the 4th of the month. I'm like, hey, there doesn't seem to be much going on, and as we have now just finished Pride Month, it almost like it didn't happen this year. And some interesting news. Charles Payne came out with a tweet the other day saying Jaguar's April 2025 European sales plunged 97.5% from 1,960 to just 49 vehicles. In April of 2025, Jaguar sold 49 vehicles, and so they fired their ad agency. Are you familiar with that ad they put out last year during Pride?
I actually am not, but if you tell me briefly what it was, I'll ramp my brain up quickly.
It didn't have a car. It didn't have anything to. All it had was a bunch of trans people, whatnot, in weird dresses and weird clothing, dancing around, talking about, find you and be the new you, and it was very.
Right.
it was just very weird, and it had no idea. Whoever made that had no idea what the demographic or the key market, who buys Jaguars, right? It's a stodgy
Right.
old accountant or attorney or whatever who takes it to the country club and back.
Right.
It's not this new age 20-year-old hipsters. So,
Right.
anyways, 49 cars. So they've completely abandoned it. They took it in the chin worse than Bud Light did.
Well, and here's what I think is appropriate, and here's what I fear. And we talked a little bit about this last month when we talked in more detail about the upcoming Pride Month. And I certainly would understand if the rejection of, say, Jaguar, if it relates to their ads, that's because people are strongly reconsidering the embrace of the transgender movement. That, I believe, would be a very good thing culturally. What I would fear is that they, along with it, I hope that they do not also begin to more aggressively reject the gay community.
Thank you. That's perfectly said. That was beautifully said.
We talked last month and about why there might be less enthusiasm, and I shared the notion that so much of this, all the different letters, right, and how the homosexual community over these last 2.5 decades, really, in this century, right? Maybe you can go back to the late 90s. Some of this driven actually by television and the general acceptance into mainstream culture of the homosexual lifestyle. That part of our community has become more accepted. It's less troubling to, it's less troubling to more people. And then comes along this transgender movement and latches itself on. And there's a world of difference between asking people to accept that as a male, I'm attracted to a male, versus having them accept as a male, I'm going to tell you I'm a female, and you have to pay for my surgery to do that. And by the way, I'm 12. So I think that if people are recoiling a bit against the transgender piece, that could be a very healthy thing for our culture and Western civilization. I hope that they do not attach to it in any way, the gay community, and start to take us backwards from ground that's already been taken.
Yeah, and I think it's very unhealthy for the gay community. I mean, just because your kid likes musicals doesn't mean it's a girl, right? You can't just say, look, this is probably going to just be a healthy gay man when he grows up. We don't need to transition puberty blockers and all that stuff right away, like you said, at 12. I think it actually could be healthy and very good for the gay community to have that buffer and just sort of step back and say, hey, LGB is one thing, T plus Q and the P, start throwing pedophiles in there, and it just gets to be too much. Heck, Spain is looking to impose up to 2 years in prison for parents who refuse to medically transition minors deemed trans by third parties with support from PP, which I assume is the party over there. But, I mean, 2 years in jail for, saying, hey, wait a minute, let's take a step back, and maybe, my son is a boy who maybe is going to grow up to be a healthy gay man, not puberty blockers immediately. But I don't know. I hate to dwell on this stuff, but too long, or delve into it too much. But
well, look,
I don't know. If you have any parting thoughts, please add them.
Well, I think as for Spain, they kind of peaked in 1492. It's been all downhill ever since. I think Henry VIII kind of took away the mantle of them as a power, and they never got much back. Columbus in 1492 and Henry VIII with the English Reformation. Anyway, I digress into history. The point is, it's a simple one. We can't be too concerned about what they do in Spain, right? We need to be extraordinarily concerned about what happens right here. And, when we watch these anomalies across the ocean, bizarre behavior, crazy laws, England's got plenty of them these days. All the Western European nations do. We just have to look at that and pretend that we've just gone to a European zoo and looked at the exotic creatures. And then we need to go back home here and make sure we don't let those animals in the door. And so I think it's great that Spain has passed that law, because we can look at how ridiculous that is and not pass one here like it.
Correct. Anyway, and you talk about the UK. I mean, I just saw a couple breaking, news today about different protests that were happening over there, and they're really starting to get to the end of the rope in the UK. It's going to get ugly before it gets better. And I'm noticing a trend. If it's, like in France, we had these riots in the streets after the football games and during the music festival over the weekend. They always say they were mostly peaceful. Okay, then it's immigrants that are doing it. If they say it's a racist riot that occurred, it's the Scottish people or the English people that are uprising and pissed off about some, event that happened in their community. It's like clockwork. You always look at things here and you say, I wonder what the victim is, who, or the perpetrator is. And I don't know, there it's starting to get very, very easy to recognize it, because they always call them out as racist the second anything happens. But let's get into some economics here a little bit. Tariffs. We're looking at about $200 billion a year coming in from tariffs, on track for where we are right now, which is nothing to sneeze at. I mean, it's not going to fix our deficit or anything. Nope. But it's a good line, and we're not seeing much inflation from it. Is this so far to you looking like it's going to work out, or is CNN or CNBC correct?
Well, for starters, the simple answer is, of course it will work out, because markets always work. Let me give you a very quick example of what I mean. I used to be a guest instructor in a high school program here in Illinois. Actually got a team teaching award in the state of Illinois, which is kind of nice. They joke and call them the Academy Awards of Illinois Teaching, and a million years ago, I got one along with my team. But what I would do on the very first day is I was talking to the kids about economics. And I would come into the room with a pitcher of water and a bucket. And I would explain to them that we were going to talk about how markets work and learn about it over the course of the semester. And what I would start out by doing is say, I want you to watch what happens. And I would take that pitcher of water, hold it above the bucket, and I would pour some in. And all of the water would hit the bucket. And then I would ask for a student to volunteer, and they would come up, and I'd say, I want you to hold out your hand between the pitcher and the bucket. They would do so, and I'd pour the water onto their hand, and most of the water would go into the bucket, and some would spill onto the floor after having bounced off their hand. Sure. Then I would ask for a bunch of students come up, and you can see where this is going.
Yep.
So I'd have all of them put their hands out, and I would pour the water, and of course a great deal of it got on the floor, and only some of it got in the bucket. But what I would explain to them is the market still worked. It still got to its destination, but it was inefficient with a lot of waste. So, of course, the tariffs will work because markets work. And so the United States economy will adjust to whatever it needs to adjust to. Will tariffs cause water to hit the floor? Of course they will. But that's not the way to be considering the tariffs fully, because they need to be thought of not just as an economic tool, but as a geopolitical tool. And from that standpoint, if we can leverage our enemies better like China, that's a good thing. But getting Americans to pay more for Chinese products isn't an end in and of itself unless we can get them to stop buying Chinese products, right? Because they are our mortal enemy. But I don't think that people have much to fear in general from the tariffs at all. I do think that some Americans have a great deal to fear from the tariffs, specifically, meaning there will be businesses that won't be able to make it. There will. That's not a criticism of the tariffs. That's just a fact. There will be companies that close down because very specific to their company, with some very specific item they import, they won't be able to make it. So in general, we'll be fined. Specifically, we'll be harmed. But the markets will continue to work.
Yeah, and in some cases, like we saw with General Electric moving their washing machine production out of China and back over to the United States, hopefully in the long run we get more, of the investment back into the country than we lose. But in the last 2 minutes we have, I want to mention to you that I listened to your interview with Alan Dershowitz that you mentioned to me last month. You sent me a link. I think that was one of the most intelligent interviews he's ever had. There were several times during that where you could see he was taken aback, and he just was so impressed that you would ask such an intelligent question. Brent, that was phenomenal. And I highly recommend everyone go listen to it.
Well, look, that's very kind of you to say. I appreciate that. Fun talking to Professor Dershowitz. He was complimentary at the end on air, and off air even more so. And that's greatly appreciated by someone like myself who read his first book of the professors when he was in college, right? I mean, when I was, I read my first book of his. And look, he's a brilliant man. I think criminal defense attorneys are the backbone of America. You want to be grateful for something as we head into our 250th year. Be grateful for the fact that we created a country ultimately that provided for defense attorneys to be able to move as unencumbered as they're allowed to within the courtroom. That they are the last bastion of hope. But I enjoyed talking to Professor Dershowitz very much. What you said is very kind, and it's available on YouTube now at the Freedom Chamber channel. You can go and look for the Freedom Chamber channel on YouTube. And I also did an interview I mentioned with Casey Fleming a couple of weeks ago talking about the threat from China. Also well received, and plan to do more of them. Look, I'm never going to be able to compete with you, but I've been a guest on your show for so long. I better have learned something, right?
We're very different in our attitudes. You came at him with some of the most really in-depth. You and I just have a nice conversation. I just like to sit down with you, talk about some of the things that are going on in the world, but you really came at him prepared. But Brent, we are all out of time. Thank you so much for coming out. Brent Hamanchek, folks, from humanevents.com, humanevents.com. Thank you, Brent.
Thanks very much.
All right, we're going to go to break. We'll be right back after this.
All right, we are on radio break.
Well, I hope that was okay.
Thanks,
Great
Brent.
job, fellas.
That was fun. That was really kind what you said at the end. I appreciated that very much.
I meant it. And I could tell there were certain times where the look on his face was, wow, that's a really good question. And needless to say, a little bit of it, some of it went over my head for sure. But it was one of the most intelligent conversations I've ever heard, him have with anyone.
Well, that's appreciated. I think that ideas mean everything to me, and so to have an opportunity to talk to someone who's created so many great ideas, and not just ideas, but then put them into action over the course of a 60-plus year service to the public, I think you have an obligation to take that damn seriously if you get a chance to talk to him. So I tried to ask questions that were commensurate with the level of respect I think that he should have. So again, really, I didn't expect that at the end, man. Thanks so much. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure. My pleasure, my friend.
Well, guys, have a terrific holiday, and if you didn't celebrate Gay Pride Month at any of the parades, bunch of 4th of July parades on Fridays, so you can still wear your stuff and go out and march and whatever makes you happy.
I got my Speedo right here. I'm going to put it on. It's red, white, and blue, and we're going to have a good old time.
Yeah, we don't. I'm glad that you don't use the cam because we would be scarred for life. But anyways, appreciate you both. Thanks, Brad.
All right, guys. We'll stay in touch and we'll talk next month.
All right.
All right. See you then.
We got
Thanks so
Sonia
much.
listening to us. We got Ninja Ed YouTube in the chat. True Shadow in the chat. We got The Great Conspiracy and Roger Hansen both in chats and restreaming. Those two guys, they're the best. And we got Smoke and Peace somewhere out there too. Yeah, in the Kick chat. And
well, that went well.
And we'll be finishing up with this call and going to the next one pretty soon.
Next caller's from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Barry, what do you got to say?
Oh, no, not that. I will say that it's time to get us loaded up on the next one. So let me get them up and running on the next one. So here we go. That Bullhorn Barry guy. Yeah.
Well, Jimmy, how are you doing tonight?
I'm a-doing. How about you? Let's get
I'm doing fine. Thank you very much.
Let's get our host in here.
Get him in, man.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
There he is.
Hey, Barry.
What's up, Jimbo?
Jimbo.
I used to have a friend that I would call Jimbo. I just randomly.
Out of nowhere.
What's his name?
Sure.
And he got so pissed at me. He goes, finally, he said, "Plan, please don't call me Jimbo. I'm very serious." I was like, "What?" He goes, "That's my stepfather's name." And we don't get along very well. And it's really offensive for you to call me Jimbo. I was like, "Well, I didn't know."
Oh.
You know?
Oh.
So I said, "No problem, Jimbo."
Man, what a good night. What a good night. And a couple days away from the 4th. Oh, yeah.
That's it, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm psyched.
That Galactic Girls in that in a chat listening to us tonight. You know that Galactic Girl Sonya?
Mm-hmm.
Holding down the fort over there. Yeah,
I love these crows out here, man.
And we should probably have Roger Hansen and a lot of others. Oh, Barry too. If you want to join me, I'm going to be helping Nancy tonight. She ended up in the hospital, so Jack and I are going to be taking the first part of the show. And I think Roger is coming in to help out too. So if you want to come in, we can talk chemtrails if you want to come in.
I'd like to come in, but I've got stuff to get done.
It'll be I believe 8 o'clock. No. Your time. You're on the same time as me, so 9 o'clock.
He doesn't. He's not going to listen to you, Barry.
No.
I know. He's like, I'm not going to be there. But okay, so it'll be 8 o'clock. And
No, 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock your time, Barry. 9 o'clock your time.
Send me the link and all that, but I'm not going to be there. But yeah, send me the link.
Yeah.
I just have to do the intergalactic voice.
Intergalactic, planetary.
I want to bring in the cosmic
Planetary, intergalactic
tonight.
Yeah.
And
straight up Beastie Boys.
Some David Wilcock last night, and it was interesting, at least.
Sonia knows him.
I'll tell you. You guys should look up that interview with Brett and what's his name? Dershowitz, Alan Dershowitz. Like I said, it was really impressive.
I listened to his interview with Benny Johnson today, as well as a whole bunch of other people talking about the Diddy case, which was interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Just right along.
Imagine.
Pretty much what I was saying was going to happen is happening, but I also don't think he's going to be let out free because, we can talk about that in the show if you want to. I mean, whatever.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. What are we, like 3 minutes out?
But I think, I'll try to watch that. It sounds like it would be a good interview. I know that the Dinesh D'Souza and Nick Fuentes, I don't like that guy at all, man. He's just a shock jock, and Israel's it's all Israel's fault, man. And that's he's got blinders on. But Dinesh D'Souza, I mean, honestly, put him in his place like you would not believe. But you go to the polls, Alex Jones put up a poll on X, and everybody was saying that, Nick was winning the debate, which was definitely not the case. And even Nick was kind of conceding that. If you listen carefully to what he says, he was.
But an Alex Jones poll, wow! You think that you'll skew, 50 points to Dinesh? Just being Alex Jones, right?
Is just brilliant, man.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you, I was very impressed with his Nick's debating skills. The guy is talented. I'm not going to take that away from him. And he is smart, but he's also very narrow-minded in his perspective. And that's why I think he lost the debate. He's just, it's the Jews, everything. It's just, there's just no, finally he conceded and saying I more or less agree with Dinesh, but, I don't think we need to have war. And Dinesh never said that we needed to have war. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know, man. It was a great debate, though, by really two great minds. For 26 years old, Nick has a great mind. I mean, he's smart, he's quick, he's clever, he's misguided.
You have a man crush, dude. You have a man crush, dude.
No, I don't think so, man.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding with you.
No, definitely not. Like, I'm no fan of Nick, but I'm impressed with his
5, 4, 3.
Not quiet.
Okay.
But no, Dinesh, dude, I mean, what I like about him is his depth of knowledge. He's kind of like you, you know a lot more history than I do. This guy knows history. So that was why he beat Nick, and why other people don't beat Nick in a debate is because most people don't have the knowledge that Nick has, but Dinesh has more. And so he can go back 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 80 years, 100 years and pull those resources as part of his case.
30 seconds.
Oh, God. Do I have time to pee?
Barry, you better go pee now. Barry, you better go pee. You better.
Cosmic Galactic Cowboys are going to be coming into the show tonight, so be ready.
Oh, my God.
Oh, and Blue is doing fine,
Look
by
out,
the way.
cats,
She
dogs,
has
and kids.
not looked
Here's
back.
your countdown.
She's doing great.
5,
4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and back on the radio side for hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for July 2nd, 2025. A couple days till the 4th of July. Barry, are you psyched?
Yeah, I just I have a question for you, man. Does July 4th deserve? Does July 4th join get the bullhorn? I think it does. Yeah, let's celebrate.
There you go. Let's get a up in the chat for hot dogs. Hashtag hot dogs on the grill. You can't cook them on the 4th of July. They got to go on the grill.
Oh, absolutely.
Barbecue. Although we're in, major fire restrictions still out here.
Well,
so.
Hold on here. We don't want them buying Willie's stuff, even though he's a proud sponsor of the show.
No worm hot dogs. If it's a worm-based hot dog, I highly avoid, those. They're frozen. You can't see them wiggle, but when they thaw out, they start wiggling around inside their casings. Gross.
Nice. Sounds lovely.
Oh, yeah. You cut them in half and they start moving on their own. But you got to also be careful with some of those hot dogs, man. I remember a couple years ago, that was more than a couple, but I bought some hot dogs. I'm sitting at a campfire. I cook one up and I'm, eating on it. It's like, it's whatever. I give half of it to my dog. And my dog looks at it and is like, no, that's not food. Yeah.
He's smart.
I put it in his mouth. He took it and kind of dropped it, sniffed it, and just looked at me like, oh, I thought you were eating food.
Yeah, you got to get those all beef hot dogs.
Exactly. Nathan's.
All beef, no mechanically separated stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Nathan's hot dogs are. I actually went out a couple weeks later, got some Nathan, and he was eating those up, no problem. So it just goes to show you, folks, those really cheap hot dogs, man, that's not how you impress anybody. Last thing you want to do is be at a barbecue giving everybody out hot dogs and someone tries to throw one to the dog and the dog won't eat it.
Yeah.
But you're feeding it to your family.
And a dog will just about eat anything, including the scraps.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
So,
the dog will eat
that's kind of a big sign
poop,
right
yeah.
there.
I mean, I've seen dogs eat poop. They do it. It's a thing.
And grass,
so-
all kinds of things, yeah.
Oh, yeah. But anyway, it's a big holiday, and I'm looking forward to it. I think we had a really good time with Brent Hamachek there in the first hour. Folks, if you missed that, look for our replays on DREAGUS Productions across social media. Just search DREAGUS, DREAGUS Productions, and he will pop right up, and you'll see our latest streams. And just drop into the first hour. It was really good. It always is an honor and a pleasure to have Brent on. Again, Human Events is such a storied institution, and the guy's like one of the top guys there, the top 3 for sure, which is pretty impressive. But anyways, let's get into some news. I know you were talking about a debate you were watching with Dinesh D'Souza,
Correct.
and Nick Fuentes.
Mhm.
Tell us about that.
It
It
was
just
a-
happened, right?
Yeah, like yesterday, I believe, on the Alex Jones show for about 2.5 hours. And I thought it was riveting, man. I was glued to the set pretty much the whole time, 2.5 hours is a long time. So it was just that riveting. And the mind of Dinesh D'Souza he's just brilliant. And he never shows his hand. Nick made all kinds of kind of funny expressions and, he's doing his kind of flippant thing. But you never knew what Dinesh was thinking other than he was thinking, right? For his huddle and for his response. And I'm not trying to say that Nick was not anywhere, he was good. Don't get me wrong, but he's up against a master like Dinesh, and it's kind of hard to bait and win, in my opinion.
Exactly. Yeah, and Dinesh is a smart guy. And remember, the Obama administration put him in jail, for campaign violations, finance violations that were minor. I think it was a few $1,000s, and it's something that apparently is done all the time, but they went after him with a vengeance because he put out a couple books that directly went after Obama and questioned all kinds of things about his validity and you name it. And so they threw him in jail. He was a political prisoner for a couple of years.
Yeah.
Which is kind of shocking, It's crazy.
Well, Nick tried to call him a neocon based on, some of his positions when Bush was the president. And I've got to hand it to Dinesh. He gave his mea culpas and he said, man, I was wrong on that. I turned on that neoconservative position and now I'm, 100% MAGA. And, a lot of people were deceived during the Bush administration, thinking that there really were weapons of mass destruction. We didn't have any. A lot of people didn't know how corrupt things really were at that time. And Dinesh was just, trusting the intelligence that was being fed to us through the news. But since then, he's come awake and he gave his mea culpa and said he was wrong. And then he turned around and tried to do the same to Nick to make him, do a mea culpa or two, but I can't remember if he actually did that. But it was just a debate that was just really good. And in Nick's defense, man, he's a smart guy. He's misguided, but a smart guy and a great debater, and he's quick on his feet. But by the end of the debate, you could see he was wearing thin, and he was kind of conceding, in my opinion, although online it looked as if most people thought that Nick Fuentes won, but that's because there's a lot of anti-Semitic, I hate Israel, Israel's the problem behind everything on X. That's why so many people supported Nick. Not that he won, but that they support his ideology.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going around right now.
It really, it's getting kind of dangerous to real problematic levels. The Jew hatred, and it's getting really open. I mean, the leading candidate for the mayor of New York is a Hamas supporter. He put out a rap song about it a number of years ago, talking about how great it is, Hamas is, and all these different Hezbollah, and you name it. And now there was an article that came out from Wayne Allen Root today, right, where he just really goes scorched earth, and he says that President Trump should sick Pam Bondi on Don't Mess with Zohan Mad Manny and deport him. Rescind his citizenship and deport him, because he was asked specifically if he supported any terrorist organizations during his application for U.S. citizenship. It's a question everyone's asked. And of course, to get admission, you have to say no. So we assume he checked no. And then you have a 5-year period where if you openly come out and say support a terrorist organization by doing, say, a rap song about how great they are, then that can be held against you, and within that 5 year, you can lose your citizenship at that point. And so, Wayne Allen Root is going out and saying, basically, go after him now, nip this in the bud, don't let it take off. Like, you have to be serious about this guy. And really, look at him as someone who, if he just doesn't blow up the city that bad, could potentially become like the next Barack Obama. Nip it in the bud right now, just goodbye, dude. You're out of here. I don't know. That seems a little aggressive, but Wayne Allen Root, I got to say, his track record is phenomenal.
Well, they tried to play it like, well, he doesn't have those positions now. That was then. And now he's come around. He's not really a socialist communist. That's just the right-wing talking points. I mean, it's the same old. Yeah. And I think CNBC and a couple other people were talking that kind of smack. They have to dial it back, because the guy's a radical, right? So, and they go into damage control. They're not about reporting the news. We all know the fake news is nothing more than activism for the globalist, Democrat, socialist, communist, fascist, one world order.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And this guy is the front runner for it at this point. I mean, he's getting the meetings, he's getting the calls. If it wouldn't be surprising to me at this point if George Soros himself hasn't called him off to his island or wherever he is, his lair somewhere, to sit down with him one-on-one. Yes, and I guarantee his son Alex Soros and Uma Abedin have had them over to their condo in Manhattan to discuss his future and their support of it, because these are exactly the people. And it's interesting too. This guy's a devout Muslim, but he's adamantly in support of the trans community.
Yeah, that's kind of
that's part of the reason why he wants to get rid of cops.
Right. It's contrary to Muslim belief. So
exactly,
I don't get that.
And pro-Hamas, he's very much pro-Palestine, very pro-Palestine. And Palestine is incredibly anti-gay. Not just trans, but gay.
You think?
Oh, a lot. Yeah, I think a lot. The punishment there is, you jump off a roof.
Well, remember when Henry Kissinger said about Barack Obama, he said, Barack Obama will be the one to bring in the New World Order. And I can see like George Soros. Yes, my child, you will bring in the caliphate. You will bring in the intifada. Get their little private meeting. I'm, of course, just joking, but you never know.
And Uma Abedin, I mean, she was married to, what's his name again?
Wiener?
Wiener, yes. I was also trying to simultaneously remember his online pseudonym. Anthony Danger, was it?
Danger.
Carlos Danger. It was Carlos Danger. That was
it. Danger, Will Robinson.
Yeah. Anthony Weiner. I mean, apparently his insurance laptop, his backup insurance policy laptop, made people throw up when they looked at it. They saw what was on that thing. And apparently, 9 of the 12 people who saw it are committed suicide, coincidentally, within the next so many years. Just the heart of evil. It's like the two evil upon evil. The marriage will consummate, and you'll both wear the ring, and the rings will magnify. Wonder Twin powers activate, right?
Yeah.
Into much greater evil.
You will get the power of Sauron, my child.
See, Anthony Weiner couldn't handle that level of negative energy. He turned into the Dark Force too hard, and he, turned pedo, and he didn't cover his tracks.
Pedo man.
So, yeah. So, but I mean, she can pick them, can't she? Boy.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a happy little club, And
this is Hillary Clinton's best friend, right?
Who?
Uma Abedin is Hillary Clinton's BFF forever. They're best friends forever.
They were like lovers. That was the whole scuttlebutt there, that they were like, a pair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Either way, though, she has shown her sensei the proper path to the core of evil in America.
Yes, my child.
Yeah. And why we allow the Tides Foundation and Open Society Foundation, all these other, Soros-run groups to even operate in the United States. There are so many countries that have banned them completely. It's illegal.
Hungary has banned George Soros, I think, completely. Lena.
Yeah. And he's from Hungary.
Yeah, I know. It's weird.
I mean, that's his native country.
Yeah. What's the girl's name that's a representative in Congress? Lena. She's a Republican. She's very, proactive patriot.
Luna,
that's it. Yes. She was saying we need to bring George Soros into Congress to testify.
I saw that.
I've been saying for the longest time, I said, I think, and this is just my personal opinion, I've been saying this for years, I think that George Soros will be one of the first big names to be arrested. And I mean big names, not one of the first people to be arrested, but at that level, he'll be one of the first. Because he's just done, in my opinion, and the opinion of so many others, so many crimes, dude. It's just piled up high. I mean, the man has just a powerful force of destruction, and I think he needs to be held accountable, and if there's crimes there, we need to find out.
Yeah, I mean, my first question is, you're known as the man who broke the British pound. How much money did you make off of destroying the currency of the UK? Right? How much money personally did you make off of all the starvation and hurt and pain that you caused to those people? And Sav Alex sit right next to him because, hey, man, you're part of this. You're deep. You're the heir to the throne.
He basically shuns all accountability. He goes, well, if I didn't do it, somebody else would have done it. As if that's an excuse to do it, right?
Sure. Yeah. I did it because it was there, because it could be done.
Somebody would have done it. Might as well be me.
Yeah. It's, what's his name's character in Wall Street? Greed is good. Gordon Gekko.
Right.
That mentality, right? Greed is good. Greed is what makes this country work. Greed is what's going to put, the food on your table. Yada, yada, yada.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do I support capitalism? Absolutely. But, hey, man, there's also a level where you just see somebody on an international basis going around and forming these color revolutions around the country so that he can specifically manipulate and profit from the deconstruction of the currencies and the governments behind those countries. It's pure evil. It's pure evil. I know I've got the money, I can afford it. I'll send all these people into, I don't know, Serbia, start a color revolution there, and then short the heck out of the currency and make millions. Because I'm on the ground there and I know what's about to happen. I know they're about to storm Parliament. So boom, sell, go, fire. I got my position locked in, run in there and storm Parliament.
Yeah. Right? I've said it this before.
Dirty stuff.
I don't think that most people can handle the kind of money that some of these people have these days, like the Elon Musk has, or the George Soros has, or the Jeff Bezos have, because then it gives them this God complex, man. And then it just feeds the ego. And before you know it, they're out of control. Ask yourself this: how many people at that level do you know they're actually using that money for charity? And I mean real charity, not fake stuff like vaccinations and, depopulating the world.
I think like a Warren Buffett is probably the best billionaire, multi-billionaire we have out there. I think he mostly has good intentions for the country and is a capitalist at heart and really wants to see America be America.
Except for him and Bill Gates.
Yeah, I know.
Winfrey want to basically, do whatever they can to reduce the world population, and he wants wants power too. So he's kind of twisted as well, man.
He also, the Gates Buffett Foundation. Buffett tied his foundation to the Bill Gates, and so I'll give you that. But I don't think he went into that with the evil intentions, really thinking Bill Gates was who he is. I don't think he really understood the complexity of a guy like Bill Gates.
Well, maybe, but I know that
Yeah.
Elon Musk, probably out of all of those billionaires, at least he gave some money to people that were, needing money to defend themselves in free speech cases. I consider that real charity, because you can't fight this system and win without some money behind you. And when you got Elon money, that kind of levels the field a little bit.
Yeah, it was about a year ago that my brand new Starlink just died, and I was screaming bloody murder about what a thief that company was. And then they turned around, they did good by me, and they've done good by me ever since. So, yeah, Elon, Starlink is my only experience with any of his businesses, but it's been a good one so far. I saw somebody over here the other day that had a Tesla truck. And so I got right up in it, and I got to really look at it. And it not only is the thing ugly, it's got the worst corners on it. I mean, when you look at an old classic car, you look at the lines.
Yeah.
And are the panels all lined up perfectly? Are the same gap all the way through? This thing was right off the assembly line. And, if you tried to slide across the front hood and caught the corner, it would tear you'd have stitches.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think the Cybertruck is very attractive myself, so.
Oh, and I thought it'd grow on me. I really thought it'd grow on me by now.
The black one looks kind of cool, but I'm not a big fan of the silver one, and it just, I don't know, it doesn't even look futuristic so much to me. Maybe it would fit in like a Mad Max movie or something. It looks more along the lines of something like that.
Well, you say black one. Is that just a wrap, or do they actually make a black one?
I don't know if it was somebody painted it or if they manufacture them that way, but I've seen a few that are black and it looks pretty, and they've got murdered out American flag on there, murdered out black, and it looks pretty cool. Patriotic stuff in black just all over it. It looks cool.
Yeah, I think it's like the Model T when they said, it comes in every color as long as you only want black. I think it only comes in that metallic color, the raw steel, or aluminum or whatever it is. But yeah, I've seen a lot of them with different wraps, and I've seen like an orange one. Ugh, it was horrible. I don't know.
Maybe they're for the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Who knows? Yeah,
well, either way. I thought it'd grow on me, and that Tesla truck has not. And even getting a close-up look at it, the one thing I could see is if you could get a really good cab over on the thing, like a pop-up cab over.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like it's got a lot of room, and you could run electronics for weeks. I mean, you could have a gaming room back there. Run, the highest-end PC on the planet for a month off the battery charge, But anyway, folks, we are all out of time. Barry and I will be right back after this short message with more of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show right after this.
And we're on radio break.
Sweet.
Oh, yeah.
Sweet.
Cecilia.
I haven't seen her around in a while.
Really? Well, she's upset that I haven't said it. That's why.
You haven't called her out in a while, yeah.
Oh.
Last I heard, she lost her phone. Last time
Let's all three talk at the same time. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Okay.
And let's see who actually can be heard. I think it would be you, Mark, because you have the controls.
Yeah. Well, I can also push this and make me like 6 dB higher than everybody else.
That's right. That's exactly right. You're a cheat, man. You're a cheater.
I want to hear you say, Cecilia, I want to sire a son with you in Sacramento.
I want to what?
Sire a son from you in Sacramento.
Sire? What is that?
Well, raise
make kids with your.
I don't think that's what I'm going to say.
Well, okay. Well, come up with a sentence that every word starts with S.
I can't do it on spot, man. It's just got to be natural.
Man, you're no fun.
No.
Well, see, that's what I was trying to do. That's why it was so awkward, but I was trying to do that off the top of my head. I think sire is a name for you can sire children.
You shall call me sire from here on out, my child.
Sire is what vampires do to make more vampires.
Oh, yeah, well, that makes sense then.
I am Lord Soros.
All right,
I
so
think that's where
let's.
that word got big at. Before it was in like the, what was it? The medieval days where, you know, you called the king and queen sire and, you know, all of the royalty.
Exactly, that's what I was referring to there.
But
Mhm.
and they kind of changed some wording in that. Young Zen in the Kick Chat. Thanks for the emotes, buddy.
There you go.
That? It sounded
He's
like
beating his
Nancy
meat.
typing.
He was masturbating! He was masturbating!
I'm an old man.
That was that scene from So There's Something About Mary.
Something about Mary.
Yeah, remember the scene where...
Ben Stiller?
Yeah, he ties his balls into his pants when he's trying to pull up his
Oh my God.
zipper. And the retarded brother was screaming, he was masturbating! When he wasn't, he was just trying to take a leak. And, that's a great movie.
Speaking of Ben Stiller, I mean, he did the what was it? He wasn't he did the what was the model thing? Where he did,
yeah. What is it? It's oh God, what's his name? Yeah, the modeling movie. Yes, that guy. I can't remember the character's name though. As soon as I hear it.
yeah,
I know Hansel was the other guy.
woke too, man. I saw a video of him just being as woke as could possibly be about Kamala, and I was like, and he knows, and you could tell he knows nothing about politics whatsoever, but he was just
that interview, yeah.
He was just doing his thing because they told him to, you know, get behind Kamala.
30 seconds, folks.
Yeah, he's like, they just watch Fox News. They don't know what's going on. 70 million people. It's such a shame.
Free speech.
No
We
idea
gotta
what's happening.
call for free speech. I think he said something probably like that. Because she's so free speech, right?
Oh, yeah, and DK Spiracy is over in the D Live. Here's your countdown. 3, 2, 1, and you're live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. It is such an honor to have each and every one of you out there listening in. We love doing this show, and it's just a great opportunity to share the news about everything going on in the world. Barry, are you psyched to be here?
Always, man. Yeah. Feeling it.
That's your best Roger Hansen impression, isn't it?
Yeah. Hey, he's got a certain unique style, man. I like it. He's definitely in the zone with his vibe. He's got a certain vibe about himself, you know. Yeah.
Bisa Burger. Anyway, let's dive into some huge news that is developing over the last week and a half or so. From Gateway Pundit, headline, huge, dirty FBI blocked investigation into 2020 Chinese mail-in voting scam to protect Chris Wray, who likely lied to Congress about said information. This is big stuff. Kash Patel is coming out and saying the FBI has located documents which detail alarming allegations related to the 2020 U.S. election, including allegations of interference by the CCP. I've immediately declassified the material and turned the documents over to the Chairman Grassley for further review. This was actually dated June 16th, right? So that was, as I said, this is developing over the last few weeks. What has come out today now is that information was released by Chuck Grassley, and it firmly shows that this was known. This was in there. They buried it because, quote, the reporting will contradict Director Wray's testimony.
Mm-hmm.
This is insanely important. I mean, the FBI is covering up. What they know is Chinese interference with the U.S. elections by them creating tens and tens of thousands of fake IDs, fake ballots, all the stuff we talked about. We covered it back in the day. But no one listened because they said, whatever. Yeah, that's just fake news. That's QAnon. It's fake news. Don't listen to those guys. But here we are in 2025, and it's real. It's proven. It's fact. It just took 4 years for the FBI to spit out the evidence to show us it's a fact, when, in fact, this was an attack on our election, on our elections by China, who clearly wanted Joe Biden in office.
Oh, yeah.
For obvious reasons. They had Hunter, they're giving out diamonds, all this money, you name it. Bought and paid for by the Chinese government. Joe Biden should be ashamed of himself. Grassley, thank you. Christopher Wray, you're going to jail, buddy.
Kind of looks that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's some people going to jail here.
I can't wait, man. I'm ready for a first set of arrests, and I think the American public is as well. We really need it for the morale, and I think once that happens, we'll be able to take a little bit, deeper of a breath and go, oh, okay, so this thing is all headed in the right direction. We just got to give it some time, but we need to see at least a first set of arrests to sort of set the tone.
And I've always said they have to be super legitimate. They have to be legitimate beyond anything. And here is Christopher Wray hiding evidence about an intrusion into our elections. The cleanest and best elections of all times. Everyone always said anybody who questions the integrity of the 2020 elections is a traitor, right? January 6th, all that stuff, traitor. Because we said this is fishy. Why did 20 million extra votes come out of thin air? Or 10 million extra votes come out of thin air, right? I mean, look at the numbers between 2026 and 2020. 2024 and 2020 and 2016. Look at those three elections. And 2020 had a gigantic spike that is all in Joe Biden's column. This was proof that China had something to do with that. There were a million different factors that went into why that election was stolen. And I could get into them all. I mean, the press, the millions of stories they covered up and the fake ones that they advanced. On and on and on. That election was skewed and nasty and brutal and ugly, and they cheated and they won, and then they called anybody who questioned it a traitor. And this is them. Finally, like I said, it's got to be a rock solid evidence against somebody, because they covered this up to cover for the fact that he lied in Congress about it. And beyond, I think even if he didn't have to lie about it, they would have covered it up anyway. They were never going to let this see the light of day.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Had Kamala
This is the kind of thing that when you explain it to somebody, they go, yeah, that guy should be in jail. So throw him in jail. Let's go. Let's get this trial started.
And then
sorry, Barry, go ahead.
Once the evidence comes out, it's proven he's guilty beyond measure, and they throw the book at him and put him behind bars. What do you think the media is going to do? Do you think they're just going to avoid talking about it, or do you think they're going to try to mitigate it and make it sound less than it actually is? Or do you think for once they'll have some integrity and go, yeah, this is just like a stain on American history and it's something horrible and we were all wrong? Do you think they'll admit that? I just find that hard to believe, man. I'd like to think that they would, but I don't see it happen.
Yeah, they'd like to just outlive their shame. You know what I mean? They'd like to just live in sort of a quiet shame, like a Jake Tapper who writes this book and, admits that, we all trusted the White House, who would never lie to us about his, capacity as president, Joe Biden. I mean, literally, everybody says the guy is, dementia. And he, for 4 years, says, no, he's not. He's, as everyone on the show saying he's the smartest guy in the world. Hey, look, I interviewed 100 people. They all said he was the smartest person in the world. Best, sharpest mind in the room. So how do you blame me? You asked the wrong people. On and on. Anyway, I'm riled up, man. Barry, I'm riled up about all this stuff.
Yeah,
This is treason. And we've got him hard and cold. And this is the kind of thing, because it's easy to explain to somebody. What did he do? Well, China interfered in the 2020 election. He hid it, and then he lied to Congress about it. Oh,
China,
okay, yeah.
China. As Trump always said, man. That's why they always hated him talking bad about China, because China's probably behind a lot of the bad stuff that happened, including the COVID-19 and the release of that little bad boy and a cover-up of that.
Yeah. And then there was the dossier that linked Russia and Trump together, with some fake thing and everything. This dossier that they leaned on for 4 years to get all these, undercover warrants, these FISA warrants to spy on Trump. Shockingly illegal.
Yeah.
It was Christopher Wray's FBI that signed on to all that and advanced all of it and then pushed it out into the press, leaked everything they could. It was being treasonous, man. Treason is the only word I can describe for what happened during that period in history here. And you ask Barry how history will look back on this, or when it will be erased, or when it'll be, people will come up and fess up about it. When people like Christopher Wray go to jail and get locked up and convicted guilty for treason, that's life, if not worse. You know what I'm saying?
Let's
That's
get it going,
treason.
man. I'm ready for arrest, indictments, and convictions, man. There's nobody that's wants it as much as me. I mean, there's some that do, but you know what I mean? I so desperately think it's important for MAGA, for America, and then we can kind of start pushing even more forward. Once we get that behind us, that's going to be like a lot of extra wind behind the sail.
Yeah, we have to admit that there were a bunch of scumbags that were affiliated with communist adversarial countries that, did their best to try to influence the United States government in every way possible to benefit our adversaries. And they were paid hard cash to do it. And we come to the table, here's the money, here's the quid, here's the pro, and here's the quo. Let's go. Convict, convict, convict. Treason, treason, treason. A lot of people out there have undersold our country for $1, and a lot of people helped them who didn't even get a fraction of those monies. All these people in the mainstream media that are just out there parroting the talking points from the far left are just as guilty as any one of these people who did it. I don't know, Barry. I'm ranting a little bit. I gotta calm down. Should we change subjects, or why don't you take it there and wrap up this one, and then we'll go to the next subject.
Well, you said something about how we're just trusting what the White House was saying about, Biden and him being coherent and sharp as a tack. And but dude, I mean, it's obvious the guy was suffering from cognitive decline. We knew that before he even got the nominee as the Democrat presidential nominee. You know what I'm saying? We knew that during the debates when the Democrat debates, right? We knew it then.
Oh, yeah.
And it was obvious then. So for them to say they're that clueless, I mean, sure, okay, they could have said, okay, well, everybody's telling us this, but it doesn't look that way. So at least we need to give both sides of the story, because that's what journalists do. They give two sides of every story. But no, they just go, oh, we trust and obey, because that's what they are. They just trust and obey. But do they really trust, or is it just them obeying? I think it's just them obeying, because they know that's who pretty much is, keeping their paycheck going as well. It's because it's all interconnected. USAID, the government, the pharmaceutical industrial complex, all of it is just like an evil machine. And the wheels are just spinning and spinning, and they all work together. And so you don't want to mess up any one part of it. If you put a wrench in one part of it, it could mess up a whole bunch of it. So they all come together. They're loyal to each other.
Yeah. And they all live in a place called Washington, D.C., which is sort of the swamp, It's that cesspool. The city built on a swamp that now is just the power center of the world, And which party has the power is what's going on. So, I mean, you've got a bunch of people now. Well, we got a poll that came out showing Donald Trump is like 64% approval at this point from,
Right.
And they're saying, like, even Ronald Reagan didn't have those numbers. No president 5 months in has had these numbers. And they're just kind of blown away. Like, this is, among Republicans who have, like, extreme or very, very good, thinking of it, it's 63%. That's not including I think he's doing an okay job. That's just I really like what he's doing, people in the Republican Party. So shocking. And yet, this cesspool out there in Washington, D.C., these people that live there and have made their lives there, who have been tied into this failing Democratic Party, are in panic, as they are in the U.K. The Tories and the whatever reform is taking over. It's the UK is seeing the same thing happening with their entrenched two-party system falling apart at the seams. And here we are. It's happening here in America, so it's a good thing. And, you talk about going after the power people. The auto pen pardon. Ron Paul is preparing to subpoena Tony Fauci.
I saw
He
that.
accepted that pardon, be it auto pen or not, be it valid or not. He accepted it. And they're going to put him in there and say, hey, you have immunity. You got to testify. What did you do to allow the gain of function to occur? Did you pay for it? On and on, under oath.
Yeah.
He could be arrested for perjury.
Could get interesting.
It could get interesting because there's a dude who, again, okay, let's make it simple for the public. Okay, the public, hey, they want to hang Fauci. Whoa, wait a minute. Fauci, we love that guy, right? Isn't he the best? What did he do? Oh, he actually designed the gain of function virus. He created COVID in a lab in China and then set it loose and got paid huge money to do it. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's hang that guy. It's got to be simple. People got to understand what, you got to explain it in 2 sentences. He created COVID-19 in a lab in China. He paid for it.
Bet you anything, though, there's going to be some Democrats will say, well, that's a good thing, man. He was just trying to stop Trump. I mean, seriously, there are Democrats that are that deranged that they would literally say,
well, yeah,
well, that was a good thing that he did that. I mean, yeah, it came with consequences, but we had to stop Trump because that was Hitler.
Yeah, we talk about the New World Order, the Bilderbergs and the WEF. These are the type of people that cheer this on. They create it. They make this happen. You think this all happened in a vacuum, folks? No. This didn't happen in a vacuum. We paid for it. America paid for it all in tax dollars. And that's why they scream bloody murder when Doge goes in there and tries to take a look at something like USA. They find, it's all just, dirty money funding these color revolutions in all these different countries.
Mm-hmm.
God only knows what else, Like,
maybe P. Diddy parties. Who knows? Who knows where it goes to, right? It just
understandable.
Disappears, right?
Fauci's the guy, man. He's another guy that really deserves to be, and have Rand Paul subpoena him. Boom. I will cancel anything I have planned that day and watch every minute of that live.
I mean, I think his arrest would be celebrated pretty much around the world if it happened. I think there are states that are looking into possible indictments right now, maybe 5 or 6 states, I think.
Yeah.
We talked about that before. So even if the federal government can't touch him because he has immunity, maybe the states can. I think there's going to be, as more and more evidence comes out, not that there's a shortage of it, but at some point it's just steamrolled to the point where you can't ignore it anymore. And then, of course, he will go to jail if proven guilty, which I think most people think he is.
Yeah. And there's a million ways, too, they can catch him, right? So it's a perjury trap at that point. If you think about it, if you want to picture the scenario where he has to leave there in handcuffs, it's a perjury trap. Did you fund this? No, I didn't fund it. Okay, well, here's evidence that you did. Do you want to recant that? No, I still say I didn't fund that. You're looking at it the wrong way. Okay, you're lying to me. We got your signature on this. See this extra, exhibit? See? Here's your signature. Are you telling me again that you didn't fund? Oh, well, maybe we funded that, but not, COVID. Well, this, you link it back to him. By the end of it, you've got the guy dead to right. He just admitted on C-SPAN to the world that, yeah, he did it and he paid for it and it's a thing. I don't know. That's how you get him. You get it all out there live on C-SPAN, and then boom, at the end of it, you say, marshals, whatever, please, arrest him, or at least put that into, have Pam Bondi walk in there and be like, yeah, we've got enough to charge you, so you're under arrest, and she personally puts the cuffs on him. It'd be beautiful. I would cry a little.
I probably would too, in celebration, but I think he won't be arrested right off the bat here, like anytime soon. I think like you were saying, they need to dot all the I's, cross all the T's, and so they need to put the process of educating the public so that they know who this monster is and possibly what he's done. And so it may happen, I don't know, maybe 2.5 more years from now or something like that. But he's sweating bullets, man, too, which is also part of his punishment, right? This guy, dude, he doesn't look well. He's aged dramatically ever since the shamdemic, and that's probably from all the stress, fear, and worry of what awaits him, if he faces trial.
Yeah, and I bet he wants to look a little stressed and frail and all that stuff for the cameras, so they just look like they're picking on an old man. He's like one of the few people that would go into his barber and say, "Hey, can you make me look 10 years older? Can you add some gray up top and really just some wrinkles and whatnot? I want to really look, stressed. Like I'm just a frail old man who no prosecutor."
Yeah, why would they
Joe
pick on me? I'm just a good man trying to help. I just got all the for everybody.
What did they say about Joe Biden? He just came across like a nice old confused man.
Oh yeah, Uncle Joe.
That kind of look.
Uncle Joe. He's the kind of guy you just want to, hang out, throw the baseball around with, and have some ice cream with.
Throw the baseball around with Joe Biden in his heyday. That's like in Chuck Schumer's best day in his 20s. You couldn't throw a baseball around with that guy, Well,
at least hang out and have some ice cream with him, right?
Yeah. Let's see. There's a couple more to get into. JFK unloads disturbing vaccine secrets on the Tucker Carlson show.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
I thought it was RFK.
Did I said yeah, RFK. Sorry, RFK Jr., the head of HHS, who was saying he revealed the health agency buried a 1999 internal study led by researcher Thomas Verstraeten, which showed an alarming 1,135% increase in autism risk from hepatitis B vaccines. 1,100% increase in autism risk from hepatitis B, and they buried it. On and on and on. Again, whoever did this stuff, this is this kind of stuff you go to jail for. Wait, Trump's arresting another politician. What did this guy do? Oh, he hid the fact that, hepatitis B vaccines gave kids autism in staggering numbers. Oh, well, that's kind of a thing. Mike has autism. Is this related to that? Well, did he get a hepatitis B vaccine? Sure. He got 9 of them. He had 15 of them by the time he was 4.
Yeah.
Like, really? 15 hepatitis B vaccines?
They can get up to like 90 vaccines, like before they're the age of 6 or something like that. It's between like 64 and like 92 or something like that. RFK Jr. was talking about. And the reason it might be in the 90s is because some of the shots, depending on which ones you take, have multiple shots, right? Maybe three or four doses, whereas the other one may only have 1.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I see scenarios now where kids go in and they get 10 vaccines at once in 1 dose. Heck, the minute you're born, they just pump you full of vaccines. And you can't tell me all of that is necessary.
I'm an anti-vaxxer, and I'm proud of it. All these people, if somebody were called, well, look, he's an anti-vaxxer, I'd be like, yeah, and I'm proud of it. Thank you. I mean, that doesn't hurt my feelings. Like some people get all upset when somebody says, oh, you're an anti-vaxxer. I'm an anti-vaxxer. I have no problem with it. Mock me, whatever. It's my stance, and I'm proud of it.
Mm-hmm. Gosh, in the few minutes we have left, we can either talk about how 60 Minutes settled with Donald Trump and his lawsuit, or P. Diddy. Let's go with 60 Minutes. Yeah. Paramount CBS settles, immediately giving Donald Trump $15 million, and then apparently another $15 million to come. He sued them for $20 billion over their deceptive editing of Kamala Harris's interview right before the election. And recall that they would never release the transcript under no circumstances. So he sued them, and they settled out of court. Boom, settle, $30 million bucks, make it go away.
Mm-hmm. Fake news.
That's garbage, though, man. This happened right before the election. We covered it extensively when it went down, and they just get away with it. I mean, $30 million is a lot of money, but they're just getting away with it here. It's a slap on the wrist.
It kind of is. I mean, $30 million is not that much money to them.
No, and look at what they did. Yeah,
well, Trump calls them fake news, right? Because that's about as fake as you can possibly be. I mean, literally making them say something they didn't say. I mean, that's fake news, right? It'd be like if I went on there And I said, I think Donald Trump is the greatest president ever. And then they edited it to where it said, I think Donald Trump is the worst president ever. That's called fake news. That's exactly what they did.
Well, they didn't do exactly that. What they did is she came out and said, they asked her about, I don't know, the Israel war or something.
They were different questions.
Yeah. And she just came out and went, derp, derp, word salad, derp. And then they asked her like the same question or similar question again and later, and she actually gave a decent answer to it. And so they clipped the derp with the real, the good answer and played that as if it was organic when it wasn't.
The principle is the same. You know what I'm saying? You're literally putting something together that they did not say.
Mm-hmm. And it's garbage. It's why the news is garbage. But anyway, let's also cover P. Diddy. P. Diddy, mixed results came in his trial today. The jury came in and found him guilty of some lesser offenses, but innocent of some of the larger ones. So looks like he's going to walk in probably, I don't know. Do you think he'll look at any jail time? How familiar are you with this, Barry?
Well, I said on the show on Sunday that, it looks like he's probably not going to be held accountable for much, if anything at all. And it'll probably, according to Alan Dershowitz, be appealed, and then very likely that all the charges will be dropped against him. Now, on the other side of that, there are other lawsuits against Diddy, and those that are close to the case, and at least one person I know of that is, suing Diddy. The scuttlebutt is that there is going to be more charges brought against him in the future. So, and I also said that on the show on Sunday. I said, don't think for a moment just because he gets let off now that he's let off for good. Because this is a season of great disclosure where those people like him are going to be exposed and deposed. And that means they will be brought down from their little place of power and held accountable through our judicial system, and arrest, indictments, and convictions will take place, man. You just have to have your finger on the pulse. You have to be able to interpret the signs of the times and the trends, the paradigm shift that we're experiencing. He's not going to get off. You can mark my words. He is not going to get off scot-free, no matter what it looks like. It may take a few more years for it to happen, but he's going to jail, in my opinion.
Yeah. I don't know. This feels like a. I'm trying to remember who it was. Was it? I don't know, another celebrity who basically got innocent on the trial, but then, all the civil stuff came later. Was it O.J. Simpson that I'm thinking of? Where, you're found innocent, but then you go to civil and you're guilty, across the board because the preponderance of evidence versus the beyond a reasonable doubt.
Well, the assassination of John F. Kennedy was that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's a scenario where it's probably not over. Is going to continue. There'll probably be more monitoring and that in for a good while, but he'll be back doing his parties probably in no time.
Well, we know that there was a lot of evidence that was never presented, so that those could be used in new charges. The evidence that was used. So I mean,
we hear a lot about baby oil, but the mineral oil never even came up. There was a lot of mineral oil, thousands of gallons of it, drums of it that they never even introduced into evidence. But anyway, folks, we are out of time. That doesn't mean DREAGUS Productions doesn't have more content coming from you. In fact, it is the exact opposite. This is the end of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable radio show, but stay tuned for much more from our producer, Mark, right after this message.
Happy 4th.
Happy 4th of July. And Flat Earth.
All right. We're off the air. I'm going to wait until this takes and closes out, and then I'm going to call Jack. That way I know that he'll be able to go right up until the end of his show.
Cool.
So, I'll get this up and out. We got Great Conspiracy in Kick Chat, True Shadow in Kick Chat, Chris Blank 4 in the Kick Chat listening to us also. Thanks, everybody. And Sonia.
Yeah, thanks for listening. I hope you all enjoyed our show.
Lots of love, and lots of love.
Oh, yeah.
Peace and love.
And we'll be back Sunday with this show. And Willie.
Oh, yeah.
Willie was listening to us on Facebook earlier, just to let you know.
Did you see Yotivation was mad, man? She's like, don't replace me, man. I'm coming back. Did you see that?
No.
She made? Yeah, she tagged you, but you probably didn't catch it. But she made a post. You should check it out.
All right, well,
She's like, I'm coming back. I see you trying to replace me with Sonya.
No, we just, the show needs more females on it anyways, I think, on Sundays.
Yeah, sure.
Anyway, yeah, it's good to
Yeah,
hear from them.
got too much testosterone going on, and
Oh yeah, definitely.
anyways, I'm going to switch over and get Jack up and rolling. You guys take care. Have a good one, and I'll get this up and out like always.
Peace.
Peace.
All right. Let me get Jack going here. Do, 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 do. Hello, hello, hello. Getting Jack Carey up and rolling. Oh, we know you could never replace Yotivation, but, she just wants to come in. Hey, Jack, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing really good here. I hope David gets in here tonight. Looks like he's on hold. He's probably talking to someone else, but, and we got you for later on, too. First hour or so of Vixen's Vault since Nance had to go in the hospital due to an infection. But, speedy recovery.
Yeah, poor lady. Sorry, Nancy. We're all praying for you out there.
Yep, we sure are. Yeah. Well, no one wants to see my unshaved face, so I'll just do that. There we go. We got a few more minutes, and then we're going to get everything up and rolling. Yeah. What do you got for us tonight there, Jack?
Tonight we just kind of have a round table of subjects I'm going to go over. It's sort of our 4th of July special, a time to go back over a number of topics we've covered. And, I didn't have as much time to prep this week, so I thought it would be a good time to kind of go back over what the WebBot was talking about for the rest of the summer, and got kind of an extended cryptid corner tonight we'll be talking about, and on the main topic I've got 3 different topics that I'm going to try to touch on, but the main one is Gobekli Tepe. So
cool. Well, you have about 30 seconds, and then we'll get you up and rolling. And had a good show with John earlier, and we had Brent Hamachek in there. It was great.
Very nice.
Yeah. Get ready for your countdown, because it's coming up, like, now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and on the radio side right now, Jack.
Welcome back, everyone, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio. We are broadcasting live from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere undisclosed in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And as always, I am joined by the paranormal crime-fighting duo Daisy and the Sundance Kid, or working security in the silo again this evening. And high above us, roaming around, I kid you not, are gray alien vampires. We spotted them today. Apparently, they abducted the wrong person on the planet, some guy named Vlad. Now, apparently, the vampire virus is alive and well in the gray alien population, and they are sucking everything dry within a 20 square mile radius. It is pure post-apocalyptic mayhem. And as always, there's a $10 cover charge and a 2-drink minimum. Please be kind to your waitress this evening. And this has been one of those crazy, crazy weeks. They've all been crazy lately. What can I say? It's the summer of emergence. And we'll be talking about that tonight. Kind of have a round table of topics to discuss this evening, and we're just going to kind of jump from topic to topic. This is the time of year, a good time of year, really to kind of have an annual slacker show where we're going to kind of free form discuss a lot of different topics and kind of jump from topic to topic and kind of go back and reiterate some things that were covered in some past episodes, and we'll just see where the evening takes us as far as our discussion goes. We're going to talk about everything from the difference. What is the difference between a skinwalker, a shapeshifter, a werewolf, and a dogman? I had that very important question posed to me on YouTube this week, and I thought that would be something good to cover. A lot of people are unfamiliar with what the differences are, but there are distinct differences between those four things. And like I said, we kind of have an expanded cryptid corner this evening, which will be fun. An interesting report I came across the last few days. I've been studying this report, kind of linking 4 different cryptids and the idea that they're following an electromagnetic grid. Interesting. It's kind of a new angle on some cryptid animals that everyone is familiar with. And we've got some interesting paranormal in the news, as always. News Nation is running an article about Senator Rounds will renew push for UAP disclosure legislation. So there again is another volley in the ongoing war for disclosure. There are pro forces and there are dark forces for control and for ultimate disclosure, hopefully, of the alien presence on this planet. And, you know, I've discussed previously, and it's something to reiterate, to really brace yourselves for ontological shock. And that's kind of, you know, where the headlines are meeting cyber prophecy and the idea that they've had, quite 80 years now to really kind of warm the public up to the idea of non-human intelligences flying exotic craft around and doing who knows what for what ends. And they've chosen not to do that. And now the universe is forcing their hand. And it's doing so in a number of different ways. And really all that's left to them, because they've chosen to cover it up this long, because they're not going to just come right out. This is going to be a fight to the very end, it looks like. But really the only option left to them and to the public is catastrophic disclosure, which means disclosure comes all at once without any warning whatsoever to, you know, ma and pop out there in normie land, that, you know, and that's not to look down on people that aren't versed in the paranormal subjects, but we have to always keep in mind that there are millions upon millions upon millions of people that never entertain a single notion about the paranormal world, and all of a sudden they're going to be faced with a reality change, the likes of which no human has ever seen before. And how are they going to deal with that reality change is a big question, and that is ontological shock, the idea that everything that you thought was true and believed was true gets wiped out in a single moment. And what do you do at that stage in time? And we're quickly approaching here in the so-called summer of emergence, as the WebBot puts it, into a period of time when, over the past few months, we've had a lot of different stress points happen around the world. So, and you can look at a stress point like a major story of some kind that hits the headlines and the mainstream news media, etc. It's at that interesting stage that you're going to begin to see story after story coming out over the course of July, August, into the fall. Things begin to transition a little bit. The WebBot kind of predicts a little bit of a lull in August, but July is going to be a period of time where really you can take all of the stress points we've had since May, double that, and then turn that up 50%, and you'll come close to what the WebBot predicts is going to happen over a very hot July. So you have that to look forward to, if nothing else. Kick back in the air conditioning, turn on the fan, whatever you have, and turn the mainstream news on. There's a bunch of misinformation and false information. That's part of watching mainstream media, is to see what it is they're up to. But at the same time, what you're going to see is the story after story coming out that's going to send shockwaves through normie land, I like to call it, and each one of those shockwaves is going to be a major stressful event for people. So, you're going to have a period of time when, presumably normal people, people that even that act and are, really for all intents and purposes, not crazy, can and will start acting out in crazy ways when some of this information begins to become shown to them in a way that they can no longer deny or put aside or pretend like it isn't happening. And so because of that, the WebBot has predicted, there's going to be some chaos happen. And with that, you can presume logically that a lot of chaos is going to happen where there are people, and where there are people are high population areas. So, it's wise, if you can, over the next month or 2 or 3, to kind of steer clear of people. And this is part of tonight's cyber prophecy. I thought we would cover the necessary steps one really kind of needs to take in the face of all of these changes that are coming, to sort of weather the storm, if you will. So, and what do I mean by weather the storm? Well, this isn't a time when there's going to be like a pandemic or an asteroid, hit the Earth, or World War III exactly break out. There could be plenty of big wars taking place, as there are, but the WebBot does not see like a planetary human-on-human war taking place. It's not like that. What the changes that are coming, these huge waves of changes that are coming, are going to be waves that alter humanity's perception of reality, of things like time specifically, are going to become completely different and altered. It predicts a period of time when people become decoupled from geographic notions of time. And by that I mean, we live on a cycle of 24-hour days, 7-day weeks. 5 of those days are heavy labor days, etc. That system's been in place for a really long time. Well, when this wave of change comes, and it's coming very soon, people are going to begin to behave and operate in a different way. That old way of perceiving and sort of plotting out life according to how we perceive time is going to really drastically change, because our idea and perception of time is going to really go out the window, along with our really worldwide accepted version of physics also ends up going out the window, because when a new technology is introduced, which is non-human in origin and which comes from outside of what is now a closed system, and defies all of that math that you thought you knew, all of those physics that you thought you knew, then you have to rewrite physics from scratch, because it's operating by a higher physics. In other words, they're just not seeing enough of the puzzle pieces to be able to tell that the physics they've been pursuing actually lead to a dead-end alleyway. It doesn't go anywhere. There's a higher form of physics, apparently, that these craft and these non-human intelligences are able to take advantage of. And, that becomes eventually known to the populace. And a lot of this back-engineered technology is said to, or is being predicted by the WebBot to actually come into normal world populations within the next few years. It's interesting because it does have the so-called end of days prediction, but if you've noticed around the internet, there's a lot of talk about 2027 and this idea that there's something that's going to happen on 2027. What that happening is a matter of a lot of speculation online. I know Cliff High was able to trace that traffic back to its origin. It was discovered that there were a number of military agencies from various countries around the world who were originating that information online. For what purpose, we don't know. Very interesting. But that's where that originates, back to military. Various militaries around the world have people who are literally leaking online in various venues and chat boards, what have you, that 2027 is the end of the world, and that's why all of the powerful elites of the planet are, building underground bunkers. And it was reported not too long ago that people like, Mark Zuckerberg has a huge underground bunker in Hawaii now. And there's plenty of these people that do. Plenty of these elite billionaire type people that have these underground bunkers. In fact, in the Dakota territories here, I can tell you that there is a complex of old missile silos that some sort of investment firm has purchased and has renovated all of those silos and then sold them out to millionaires all over the country. So that's interesting as well. But the WebBot is saying that it's not like a planetary catastrophe. It's not like a pandemic. This isn't going to be a bug out type situation. This is a very much hunker down and weather the storm type situation. And there's a lot of good suggestions about that, about really what to do over the next few months, and that is to sort of begin to turn your home, wherever that may be, into its own little oasis. Whatever you can do to make your home a retreat from the rest of the world, where you'll be able to sort of have personal, alone, quiet space and time, and little as contact as possible with other human beings for the next few months, that would be extremely advisable. Creating a Zen garden, creating a Zen room, creating areas where you can sort of unplug, if you will, from the crazy chaos that will be ensuing. Everything will be fine. It doesn't seem like there's going to be a period of time when you're going to have to hoard food or things like that, but you're going to have a period of time when all of this sort of let's call it alien shock overwhelms the public. I like to make things simple like that. It freaks the normies out completely. They really have a tough time with it. And they start acting out because of that. That's when people become dangerous, and that's kind of the dangerous period we're approaching. That's why you want to kind of steer clear of people that are going to have their normal worlds kind of smashed into tiny little pieces, because they can act out in really unpredictable ways, and the Webbot says to be wary of that. It's a period of time when you're going to have that kind of ontological shock take place in our society, along with a complete upending of the economy. So not only do you have the stresses coming down of all of belief systems being obliterated, right, within our society, but you have the stress of a major economic upheaval, is the best word, as the sort of old debt system begins to get crushed under the wheels of what will become a new monetary system. And this new monetary system will be based on real money. Imagine that. It won't be treasury notes that are a promissory note to pay you $1 of some kind if you ever present the note. No, it's not like that. It's going to be something more like a constitutional dollar based on gold, silver, minerals, actual assets like that. And that is a radical change. And the only way that change takes place is by really a wiping out of global debt, if you can imagine that. So, there are things being predicted as big as when this alien tech begins to make its way out into the public, as it will, because the money for all the secrecy has now been eliminated from the equation. So these people don't have money to keep it a secret anymore. All of that money is really dried up, and now they're left scrambling. And so that stuff is going to float to the surface. And along with that is some 0 point energy like devices, apparently, and the indications that really the powers that be aren't going to want to upset the apple cart any more than it already is. And so they begin to sort of clandestinely deploy this 0 point energy into our power grids. That's really kind of how this looks like it plays out. Eventually, there are people that end up, working with and on those type of 0 point generators, who end up working on things like in their garages and things like that, and come up with all kinds of free or extremely cheap energy devices. And that begins what is predicted to be or described to be the emergence of sci-fi world. And sci-fi world should happen within our lifetimes. This is going to be an exciting time, but it'll be a time when many, many secrets are revealed. We have to remember that we are in the Kali Yuga. This is the age of Aquarius, and, true to form, in the age of Aquarius, all secrets from the previous age become revealed. Well, we have to remember that secrets over time build up lots of tension. And when a secret gets revealed, it's very much like setting off an earthquake within society. So imagine a time period coming up here very shortly when many big secrets get revealed. These cause big earthquakes within our society at a time that ontological shock is taking place, at a time when economic upheaval is taking place. All of this coincides really literally starting in July over the next 4 to 5, 6 months. It plays out like that. So, so you're in for big changes. Big changes are coming. And, you know, we have to remember that the true nature of the universe, let's call it that. I mean, it is the ontology of the universe, but the true nature of the universe is a self-revealing mechanism. In other words, if you're a life form somewhere in the universe, it will make its true nature known to you or to your species. And, you know, it works in both directions, for good and for negative. But, you know, we have to remember it's the supreme consciousness of the universe which put us into a position to acquire alien technology to begin with. We have to remember that there are all kinds and forms of slavery on this planet, and there are indications that humans could be a different kind of enslaved race from non-human intelligences. But the universe often works in ways that surprises the enslavers and not those who are enslaved. In other words, those who are enslaved often rise up to become the masters of those who enslaved them. And you know, it's one of those things where it could be shaping up. There are every indication from cyber prophecy coming out of Webbot, Vedic astrology, remote viewing, and the Schumann resonance indicator that that humanity still steams forward. We do get through this difficult period of time, and on the other side is sort of this big explosion of human potential. We have to remember that in the ascending part of the Kali Yuga that we find ourselves in right now, we are being bombarded from cosmic center, from the center of our galaxy. Our planet is receiving amazingly energetic rays of energy, and it's those rays of energy that interact with biology on this planet, including humans, and humans begin to sort of bloom again like they did in the last golden age, and you'll begin to see people take on heightened psychic abilities. You'll be able to see them take on heightened, increased intelligence levels, longer lifespans, higher creativity. It runs the spectrum. Those are all the good things that come with this part of the periodic cycle that we are in on this planet. And when we come back, we'll continue meandering through the Twilight Zone. Stay with us.
Awesome, Jack.
Thanks.
I've been doing a lot of like filler streams in between when we go live, and that like on Wednesday and Sunday nights and all the other nights. And I caught one with you, me, J.C. Johnson, and Shell Dion, and there was a bunch of others in there too. Man, it just brought some really cool memories back.
That is cool.
Yeah. Been a lot of if folks out there listen to the filler stream, you'll hear some of the original shows that I've done from not just the past week, but from even years. I've been doing this for like 18 years, almost 19 years now.
Wow.
So yeah. So yeah. And Jack, you're on a lot of them.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Crazy, crazy. Yep, good times and lots of memories. I was thinking about that today. I was going to actually recount the run-in with the black-eyed girl.
Oh man, yeah. That.
In Encrypted Corner, because I'm touching on the hitchhiker effect. You know, at the time, the hitchhiker effect wasn't known.
Mm-hmm.
And what was known were the BEKs, or the black-eyed kids, which was a phenomenon that has died out. Really, there's not a lot of BEK reports that come in that seem highly credible like there were at that time. And so we just assumed this had to be one of those BEK things, you know. And now I look back at it and I think, no, this was pure hitchhiker effect, like to a T if you read their descriptions of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
That and the what was the other one? Oh, the Bigfoot with wings. And
Yeah.
we talked about it last week a little bit. I can't remember what.
the Night Stalker is what we called it.
Night Stalker was one of them, but there was another one too. It looked like something from one of those horror movies.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he titled
Yep.
that. It was eating chickens and you know, harassing that girl and the whole deal. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, it was like a chimera.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Sometimes you get these cryptids that are like that are like chimeras, and you just don't know what to think of it. I mean, people have reported seeing Bigfoot in the past with wings.
Yeah,
You know?
which makes you wonder about Mothman, you know, things like that
Right.
too. But you know, I don't think Mothman is a Bigfoot type creature, but you know, sure, it's a cryptid of some sort. You know.
Right. And it could be, you know, I believe in interdimensional cryptids. I think that they exist. And I think that Mothman probably fits that better than any of the others as far as its weirdness goes. One of the very first real interactions that's recorded in ufology with the Men in Black
Mm-hmm.
was in Point Pleasant during the Mothman sightings.
Yeah, the author, what was his name?
Eel.
I have it right on Kia. Yeah, he had that. We're being restreamed tonight by Roger Hansen and also The Great Conspiracy, just to let you know. And we're getting ready to come back here in a little over 30 seconds. Miss Trashes and Great Conspiracy and all the wonderful people over in the Kick Chat. Appreciate each and every one of you. Also on all the other platforms too. We got Sonia and YouTube listening to us. We've got DK listening to us over on D Live. And get ready for your countdown because it's coming up and like right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and back on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, your tour guide to the Twilight Zone, and tonight we were discussing some paranormal news and mainly some cyber prophecy. We're sort of going back over some topics that we've covered over the past few weeks because this is a perfect really time during the summer to do that and to sort of take stock of where we're at in the cyber prophecies, kind of reiterate some things that would be wise to do, given that, there's been some highly accurate predictions in the past put out by the WebBot algorithms. And so instead of, sort of fearing the future, I advise surfing the waves as they come. And some of those things that will help you to do that, for instance, it has mentioned time and again that we're going to have an economic turmoil period that's going to be truly altering to our society. And at the same time, it's been saying that this time period would see a temporal marker. A temporal marker is an event that occurs that lets you know when a bigger event is about to take place. And one of those temporal markers to this economic upheaval that's said to sweep through across the planet really is that the dark globalist cabal of banking power on this planet is losing its grip over the control of silver. I know that sounds strange because what does silver have to do with paranormal prophecies? But to make a long story short, these guys that have been in this pursuit of a global power structure for eons and have worked to those ends and have done really nefarious things are the same people that have control of the back engineered alien technology, and they're the same people that control the banking industry. And we're approaching a point when they're going to lose control completely of all of that. And one of the crazy things is that this group of powerful people have been able to manipulate silver prices in the silver market going on 7 decades, 8 decades, maybe longer than that. Cliff High would argue it goes all the way back to the silver wars in China. Between Britain and China, and that was a period of time when China literally controlled all of the goods going, or Britain controlled all of the goods going into China and forced all of the Chinese people to pay for them in silver. And by doing so, extracted the wealth of the country, out of China. And it was this ill-gained silver that became the backing for a lot of banking industries, a lot of big banks and central banks eventually, etc., and a lot of powerful, wealthy, elite European families that are associated with the banking industries learned that they could readily manipulate the price of silver, and by doing so, they could leverage it many hundreds and hundreds of times by writing what are called derivative contracts. This allows them unbelievable amounts of leverage in the many trillions of dollars to be able to do all of the stuff that they do. Well, a temporal marker has been coming in from the WebBot that says they lose control over the silver manipulation. It looks like that temporal marker has been tripped. We say that because the price of silver went through it's like 7 or 8 decade resistance line just a week or two ago, and it went through that resistance line literally like it wasn't even there. Now you're having all kinds of people on financial channels, etc., talking about how silver is invaluable to all of the high technology that is going to be necessary for artificial intelligence. And you're seeing really these guys get pressure from all ends. And at some point, that spring pops and the price of silver goes sky high. It is predicted to become unobtainium. If you've ever heard that word, that means so rare, so valuable that you can't even obtain it anymore. So as part of a survival kit, it would be my recommendation to obtain some actual physical silver in your possession. Not a bad idea if you like to pay attention to cyber prophecies, because that could be the counterweight, the counterbalance that sort of sees you through what could otherwise be an extremely traumatic period of time. And that's how silver relates to the paranormal world. It's because the people that control a lot of this technology have been able to manipulate it for all of this time period. And by doing that, they've gotten away with a lot of other stuff. All about to come to a bitter end for them, I'm afraid. It looks like the universe has a big shock in coming for these people as well. So yeah, not a bad idea to sort of take stock of where we are in the cyber prophecies, to sort of brace ourselves for what's coming, and and to mentally, physically, spiritually prepare yourself. Like I say, this is a bug in kind of a situation, not a bug out. It's not like you're going to be packing the truck and heading for the hills with your shotgun, which, by the way, is a really bad idea in any situation. Trust me, everybody that thinks about bugging out has that exact same plan in mind. They're all going to wind up in the same place shooting each other. It's amazing. So bugging out is probably never a good idea unless you suspect that the place you're bugging in at is going to be destroyed in some fashion. Let's just face it. But moving on to tonight's Cryptid Corner, very interesting report I got. I've been perusing it. It's unusual in that it kind of combines a scientific mechanism with four various cryptids that we never would suspect would share this relationship, but it turns out that a report has been compiled by some very smart people who discovered that there's four areas around the world that have like major aqueducts, these just gigantic underground rivers, right? And at the same time, they have vast cavernous cave systems. And it turns out that all four of these locations around the world are famous cryptid hotspots. All four locations, because of the unusual underground makeup of the topography in these areas, they're all highly electric, and they all exude electromagnetic frequencies, and they do so in a weird sort of grid pattern in all four locations. And those locations are interesting because one is the Pine Barrens of New Jersey, and it's in the Pine Barrens, of course, that we have the Jersey Devil. The Jersey Devil's one of those cryptid animals that I have often wondered would fit better into the category of a interdimensional cryptid, or is it a one-off cryptid animal that lived and will or has died at some point? And your only other option is a breeding species, but since nobody's ever seen more than one of them, it sort of fits into this paranormal realm of one of those two. It either came about through some paranormal occurrence, lived its life and died, or this is an interdimensional being of some kind that's seen from time to time. But what's interesting is that it's in this area that in the Pine Barrens is where this cryptid is seen, and you have three other locations that are famous for cryptids that have the exact same underground thing taking place. Another location would be in West Virginia with the Flatwoods Monster, and the Flatwoods Monster is very interesting because What the eyewitnesses who saw the creature described it as being part animal and part mechanical, and that it had this weird mechanical odor about it, which is very strange. In an area where there were reported UFO flaps taking place. And when you plot the sightings of the monster, it turns out that the sightings fall directly upon this electromagnetic grid that is naturally produced by the underground aquifers and tunnels that are there. The same thing, if you plot sightings of the Jersey Devil, the same thing is discovered. Then you can go all the way across the ocean to Congo, the Republic of Congo, and you have a cryptid animal named Mokele Mbembe, which I highly suspect is still alive and still roaming the jungles of the Congo. There are indications, like modern day sightings of this creature, and there are sightings going way back into the 1960s from I would call that modern day sightings of a creature that Mokele Mbembe. The name means he who stops the flow of rivers. And by all visual descriptions that have been given to us by witnesses, it looks like this thing is a surviving brontosaurus of some kind or plesiosaur of some kind. As described as having a small head, a very long neck that goes to a very large body with huge 3-foot wide tracks. And it's said that when it crosses a river or a stream in the Congo, it's so wide that it stops the flow of the river. That's how it got its name. Well, it turns out that in the Congo, you have the exact same thing taking place. An extremely rare underground aquifer system tied to a extensive cave system that runs throughout, and very strange electromagnetic qualities taking place. And again, when you plot the sightings of Mokele Mbembe, strangely enough, it turns out that it shows up on this grid pattern. Then take into account eastern Oklahoma, my native Oklahoma, which would be the 4th location. And here you have, again, vast underground aquifers that are tied to vast cave systems. And there you have the Oklahoma Bigfoot, or the Adair monster, sometimes they like to refer to it as. It's interesting because you have normal sighting reports of Bigfoot in Oklahoma, but then you also have sightings of the so-called Adair monster, which is described like a Bigfoot, but with an elongated dog-like snout. People in that area, I suppose, don't know what a dogman is or have never called it a dogman, but it's known as the Adair monster. And here again, when you plot the sightings, it shows up on this electromagnetic grid pattern. What are the odds that 4 separate cryptid animals with no other known connections all are located in areas that have this extremely rare natural makeup? And when the sightings are plotted, they all seem to be following grid lines that are naturally produced by that underground topography. Very, very strange. And, that brings me to the difference between a dogman, a werewolf, a skinwalker witch, and a shapeshifter. Something which is not discussed a lot, but I can tell you that, first of all, the one that is not like the other three is the Skinwalker, because a Skinwalker is a witch from the Navajo nation, and they practice a form of black witchcraft, really the blackest of the black. It's known that to be admitted into a coven of Skinwalker witches, one has to do something like murder a family member in order to gain entry, and then they hold that crime over your head so that you never leave the group or betray the secrets of how they do what they do. And it's an ancient lineage of extremely powerful witches who, it appears, have gained by paranormal means, through the practice of magic, the ability to actually take the form of other animals, among other powers. Very strange and incredibly powerful powers. So, and that differs from a dogman, because it's believed by researchers, and you can consult my book, Dogman Legend Meets Science, that's available on Amazon. But most researchers and eyewitnesses, when they see a dogman, believe that this is a creature that stays in that form all the time. It's not shifting from form to form. This is some kind of apparently either being produced in a laboratory in numbers, or it's a breeding species of some kind out there in the dark wildernesses of the world. I mean, they are reported as far afield as Australia and places like that, even though, ground zero is North America, and particularly the northern states of North America, like Michigan. So, and there's lots of indications that there's an alien connection to the Dogman mystery. One of those indications comes from a remote viewer that contacted the magnificent Linda Godfrey, who broke the Beast of Bray Road story and really introduced the modern Dogman mystery to America. This remote viewer contacted her once upon a time from the government, claimed that he was in the CIA, still worked for the CIA, was a remote viewer for the CIA, and that he had been given a blind target of dogmen, and that there was some kind of alien connection there, that these things were produced by a non-human intelligence at some point in the distant past for an unknown reason, but that they appeared to be waiting for something. Interesting. He also stated that they possessed a type of alien technology in the form of these little orbs, these little spheres that they carry, and they can activate these spheres and they open up a portal and they can literally jump from location to location. She was able to verify his credentials. I knew Linda Godfrey personally. I know she wouldn't lie about it, and she even wrote about it in one of her books. Fascinating. Then you jump over to the farmer who owns the field adjacent to Bray Road itself, where the Beast of Bray Road has been cited, is probably the most famous dogman there is. And he claims to have sighted the beast a number of times, to the point where he also started having cattle mutilations. He kind of blamed it on the beast. He planted cameras all through the field, and then put out a fresh deer carcass to bait it. And what he got on his camera was amazing. A mist formed in the middle of the field that the cameras were in. It sort of floated over the deer carcass, and when the mist dissipated, the deer carcass was gone. At the same period of time that he had these cameras out in his field, he recorded nonstop UFO activity, and this was at the same period of time that he came across what are believed to be, the absolute original, authentic Dogman prints really ever taken or discovered. The Bray Road footprints, and these are footprints that have 5 toes, but they have 7 pads. A genetic anomaly not found in any canine species. Very, very strange stuff. And then you have the werewolf, and it's believed that the werewolf is actually a genetic anomaly that takes place within certain bloodlines, most of them going back to Northern European bloodlines. And there have been real werewolf cases even tracked into North America from Northern European immigrants that actually came from the old world and were carrying what apparently is some sort of mutation, genetic mutation of some kind, whereby they're able to spontaneously transform into a wolf-like creature. It's said that they're unable to control that, and I think that that's a fascinating part of the werewolf mystery. And then you have the regular, I call them regular, just your average, everyday shapeshifter. I tell people, take a look at a creature in the ocean called the mimic octopus. Here is a creature that is able to mimic other animals perfectly. It takes their shape, it takes their color, it takes their behavior patterns, and it uses all of that in its own survival mode, its hunting patterns and its survival mode. And I would argue that what we have on dry land here, which has been filmed now a few times, is an animal very much like the mimic octopus that is existing in the wilderness areas of North America. I do have a copy of that on my YouTube channel of some people that have filmed one of these that apparently is, cloaked, which is fascinating to me. But what's really fascinating is that Dr. Bruce Maccabee's wife, the famous ufologist, Dr. Bruce Maccabee, who's now passed from us, and it was probably the best photo analyst of UFOs ever back in the day. His wife was hunting on their property, and she looks over and she sees in the tree next to her a shimmering silhouette of a being there that is very much like what was recorded by these other people. And she took a photograph of it, and that photograph is out there online. And it's weird because Bruce Maccabee was an optic engineer, and he examined it, and he said whatever it was had some sort of weird ability to bend light rays around it. So that's the kind of animal I'm talking about when we talk about shapeshifters, and there's every indication that they are there and they are in the wilderness. Do they take people, or are they predators of some kind? That's unknown really at this time. So boy, that hour went fast, and that's the way it goes. And in paranormal land, when you jump down one of these rabbit holes and just see where it leads you. So, but stick with us next hour on Vixen's Vault. I'll be filling in for the talented and amazing Nancy Planeta, and we'll continue the conversation on another weird topic. I'll see you over there.
Awesome job, Jack. Thanks.
Yep, thanks. I'm going to run and grab a cup of water, and I'll be right back.
Yep. I got to wait until we get clear of this one station, and then we'll be good to go.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I'll wait for the other link, and then I'll join you. Okay. See you over there.
Yep. Yeah, folks, we'll be right there with more show, and we got the Vixen's Vault coming up right now. So let me get our Legion of Chaos going here. So hold on. Let me close this one out. There we go. And make sure that we are good on... Yep, there we go. That popped up right away. Good to go. I'm going to wait a minute and then get Vixen's Vault up and running. Because I don't want us going over tonight. Or under. I don't like shorten the show, so we're not going to do that. So I'm going to make this call. All right. Sonia. Roger. David. DK. And Vicky. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, David, how you doing?
Yeah, doing well, Mark.
Hey, it's great to have you back. Been a while.
Yeah, I was on the. You sent the thing on for Jack's show, and then I lost it.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, just like right now.
Uh-oh, I hear someone with a...
Yeah, that was me, just sorting
okay.
it. Just had to plug my headphones into the other computer that's restreaming you.
Yeah. Let me get
All good now.
Jack back in. Jack will be
Sweet.
with us tonight. I think Mark and Sonia. I don't know where Roger's at. I know he's restreaming us. Let's get Jack.
Okay. Mate, he's probably grabbing a cup of coffee again. He seems to do it right before every segment starts or every show starts.
Yeah, me too. But I can do that doing what I do.
Yeah.
I don't know what Vicky's doing. I know Nancy can't make it in tonight.
Oh, Nancy can't?
No.
Okay. I was just about to ask where Nancy was once Jack said he was hosting the show.
She had an infection, and they took her in, and
Was that after her operation? She's got an infection.
just recently.
Ah,
yeah.
shit.
So
Because I think she had,
she went in earlier today.
I think she had the operation like the day before last week's show. So it must have been like, last Tuesday for her or something.
Yeah.
Wow. What was it? The sinus problems?
No,
She had a-
what was it?
No. She had
Her
surgery
back,
on her
wasn't it?
back. We're
Yeah.
getting ready to.
Oh.
We're getting ready to jump into Vixen's Vault here. Trying to call Jack in.
Yeah, I suppose the guy who's hosting should be there, eh?
Well, if not, I got it, but and I got Debbie here
Yeah.
too. So I don't
Oh,
know
that's
how
right,
long
you said
Debbie
she was
can
there
make
for
it in
the-
with us.
Ah, I thought you said
Where's-
she was there for the second hour or something.
Yeah, but I might need to bring her in. I'm going to bring all
Ah,
this.
she's in there. Hi, Debbie. Hello, David.
Hi, Debbie.
Mark,
I know this is
Jack.
early, so I'm trying to get a hold of
Debbie.
Jack. Oh, there's Jack. Okay,
Jack's
3,
in.
2.
Mark, Edward.
Hello and welcome to the Vixen's Vault. Unfortunately, our hostess can't make it in tonight. She's sick, and we all wish her well. It is 2 July 2025, and it's 8 o'clock. And we're going to be talking probably about anything from conspiracy. We got Jack with us tonight. I'm going to turn it over to Jack. I think he's got some more cryptozoology for us as well. All right. And Debbie, I know you're with us too. I appreciate you both for coming in and helping me get a show up for Nancy. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So if you need to bug out right now, Debbie, go ahead and come back on the second hour in the next chat. Otherwise, just hang with us. It's going to be good. Jack, it's all yours.
All right. Go ahead, Debbie.
I'm just gonna hang.
Good deal. We love having you around. So, and Miss Nancy Planetta is out this evening, and in for her, I'm Jack Carey, and we've got a roundtable of great people with us. We've got David Campione, we've got Deborah Chaney Perkins, we got the across the pond there, Mark Edworthy, he's the classy one around. He brings the class to the show. He's always got a suit on and look at suave. You got to class up the joint there, Mark. You know, you got to class it up. We have Vicky Vass. Hello, Vicky.
Hello.
He's here.
And we've got Dark and DK Spiracy. What's up, DK?
Hey, man, how goes it?
Good. How's everything going out there?
Yeah, good, except for the weather. It's crappy today.
Are you guys having summer or winter there?
We got winter. But it's only been starting to get cold and frosty for about the last week or so. And we should be like in the middle of winter.
Wow. Huh. Interesting. So much for my coming ice age theory.
I've got a different I've got a different theory on the fact that the number of days in the year are wrong, and that we've been losing like a day each year, and that's why the seasons aren't where they used to be. There's no climate change. It's the calendar that's messing with the seasons.
Oh, well, I see.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I like that idea.
Because I honestly, I think it's out by about 40 days since I was a kid, and I'm 47. So that's just a personal theory I've had. Used to be at the beach on Christmas. Now it doesn't get sunny for another month or so.
Isn't that the point of a leap year?
It's supposed to be.
Yeah.
But that would only be 10 days. I reckon it's out by about a month and a half. And that's in my lifetime.
Yeah.
It's a crazy wee theory for everyone. I've had that thought for a while.
Yeah, that might kind of tie in with a topic I thought might be interesting. I've been researching a lot on Göbekli Tepe lately. What do you guys know about Göbekli Tepe and the Göbekli Tepe conspiracy of 2027, basically? Anybody?
The only thing I've heard is they recently discovered something else there. But I don't think I read the whole article. I think I just caught the headline. I don't think I saw it all.
Oh yeah, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger out there. But I'm referring to what they've already discovered there, which is mainly, for people that are unfamiliar, Göbekli Tepe is an archaeological site in Turkey, and it predates like what we thought was the earliest civilization in Samaria by many thousands of years. And it's weird because the people that built it intentionally buried it back in, covered it up to preserve it, which is just, bizarre. They wanted to preserve what they left. And it appears as though it was a message. They left us a message, and it's a scary message. And there's a number of pillars there that are T-shaped, and each pillar has an animal inscribed on it. And some of them are like chimera animals, like half human, half animal type beings. Some of them are just normal animals, but they're animals from all over the place. Like you wouldn't expect a lot of these animals carved into the pillars to have been seen by the same people in the same location, on the same continent even. And there's one particular pillar there known as Pillar 43, or the Vulture Pillar. And Pillar 43, it turns out, is the one that we have to look out for, because when they sort of deciphered what it was that the people were saying, and there's only one word ever discovered at Göbekli Tepe, and it's the word God. And it's the pillar, it's actually Pillar 18, and Pillar 18 depicts a time when there's an asteroid about to hit the earth. So it's like these people carved into the pillar, oh God, please save us from what's about to happen, right? But Pillar 43 tells us the time when it occurred, and apparently it happened during the Younger Dryas period about 13,000 years ago. And what's more interesting than that is that it kind of indicates that every so often the Earth goes through a period, goes through a meteor shower known as the Torrid meteor shower, which we do every year. But there are periods when the Torrid meteor shower actually unleashes holy hell upon the planet. And they were warning that another period of that was coming for us all. And is it possible that the powers that be knew or know that that is going to happen, and that's why they're building all their underground bunkers all around the world? What do you guys think?
Yeah, but I hadn't worked out the timeline. I was thinking it was the 2,600 years is when they generally have a reset. But then there's a lot of history that gets carried over and distorted.
Right.
Like they don't want to tell us the truth that the current lifespan of our civilization is only this long. You just need to get rich enough to build yourself a bunker.
Right, exactly, you know. And it's interesting because the construction at Göbekli Tepe is extremely advanced. Like extremely advanced. Nobody, and these archaeologists are just beside themselves.
Is that the one where it's like actually
one
down
theory
into
that
the rock?
Hold on, DK. One theory that I heard too was that I'm getting feedback from someone. Was that
Vicky, I think
that Noah's Ark wasn't too far away from there, and his family built that. And that's why you see all the animals and stuff like that around there being presented on the on those ruins. That's what I last time I heard.
Yeah, well, that's interesting for sure.
But yeah, is that the one that's directly carved into the rock, Göbekli Tepe? Like the whole place is made out of solid rock, and it's actually carved from solid rock. It's not actually built.
I'm not sure if the pillars were built or if they're carved off from one piece of rock or not, but I know that.
Okay, I know there's one like ancient civilization where it's like that. I'm thinking it's Göbekli Tepe, but I could be wrong.
There's a place like that in India. I think you're thinking of that. And later on, they changed it and built a cathedral there. And I even think Templars used it for a while.
Interesting.
I don't know. The one I'm thinking of is definitely like roped off sort of thing, and it's a tourist attraction-y type thing, and there's heaps of documentaries about it. So I'm thinking it could be Göbekli Tepe, but I'm not sure. There are a few strange places out there.
Well, there's every indication coming from these archaeologists that when they built this and they basically wrote this story in stone about this cometary impact taking place during the Younger Dryas, they did it after the impact had taken place. In other words, it wasn't. They had already survived this impact, and they're beginning to suspect that there were survivors from a ancient, very advanced culture that taught the local hunter-gatherer tribes around Göbekli Tepe the knowledge that they had to build this place. And that, these were the survivors of that impact writing a story to the future humans saying, look out, this is a reoccurring mechanism on this planet. Every so often, we go through a period where we get smacked with a gigantic asteroid and it wipes out most of humanity, and then we have to start again.
Yeah, see, that's interesting because I thought there was a few different things, but I guess they could all be triggered from an asteroid impact.
Right. And, you know, you look at the Book of Enoch, for example, and in the Book of Enoch, you have Enoch describing that period. It's very weird. He describes seeing 3, what he calls volcanoes headed for the Earth. And then he goes on to describe their impacts around the world in 7 different oceans, and that caused the worldwide global flood, right? Well, there's a part of the Book of Enoch that was apparently written by Noah himself, which is fascinating because you literally get to hear or read Noah's own words when he sees the first wave come up over the mountain ridge, and how the horrifying, you know, scene that was when it occurred. It's truly something that sent chills down my spine when I read it.
Wow. So it's basically like a tsunami from the asteroid impacts.
Right. Apparently, they fragmented into 7 different fragments. Those impacted various oceans around the world, and that combined impact just caused not only a rapid melting of the global, you know, ice caps, but at the same time, it, you know, caused massive tsunamis. And most of the world's civilizations at that period of time, you're talking antediluvian civilizations, were all built along coastlines, because that's where a dual food source could be had. You could feed from the sea and you could feed from the land, right?
Yeah.
And today, you can count on one hand the number of underwater archaeologists around the world. And yet, our entire history is lying beneath those waves.
Really? One hand? I thought there was heaps of people out there looking into it, because most of it gets shut down.
There's 5 main underwater archaeologists, and they get all the funding, and that's it.
Wow. Yeah, so the rest do get shut down, and they're the ones who just toe the policy line, keep the narrative and things.
Or is it just a commercial thing? It could be just a commercial thing. The person that can advertise most and get the revenue in.
Yeah. What would you say, Vicky? Because I know you have a biblical point of view for the flood.
I was just looking up I was trying to find where in Enoch this book was. I know I would find that very interesting. So, this is all pretty new to me. And so there's no Book of Noah, is there? Oh, which is quoted in the Book of Enoch. That's what you were referring to, right? So,
well, mention of Noah, I think he said in the Book of Enoch.
Well,
yeah, which makes perfect sense because Enoch was Noah's great grandfather. Right. So, you know, it makes sense that, you know, and at the time when you read the Book of Enoch, it describes Noah's birth, right? And Lamech, Noah's father, is freaked out by this kid. First of all, he was gone a long time, and his wife Bidnosh, she comes back, and Bidnosh, which means daughter of man in ancient Hebrew, is actually pregnant. She has the baby, and it's described in the Book of Enoch as being able to speak complete sentences, have a full conversation at birth, and when it opens its eyes, light comes out of them. And Lamech freaks out. He's like, "Oh my God, this has to be one of the children of the fallen ones, right? This is one of the children of the Nephilim." When the Book of Genesis says they came unto the daughters of men and found them beautiful and had children by them. That's what he's thinking. He's thinking, "Oh my God, she had sex with one of these guys, one of these, fallen angels."
Aren't the children the ones that are called the Nephilim?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
not the
it's like
fallen
it's
angels.
once they mate with a human, then the offspring is the Nephilim. Yeah.
But,
So
it
he's
says in the
thinking this.
Bible, it
Yeah,
says Noah was pure in his generations, which meant that he was not one of the Nephilim.
yeah. Well, interesting because it has this account, right? And we don't really know what to make of it, but he's suspicious, and he goes to his father and Methuselah. And Methuselah goes to Enoch, and he's like, "What are we going to do with this? This kid is like really freaky." And Enoch kind of brushes all of that aside, and he says, "Don't worry about that. This child will be unto you a savior." Right? So it's very interesting then that we also have the account in the book of Enoch of when those, him seeing those waves coming over the mountains and how horrifying that must have been. But fascinating that all of that kind of coincides.
Yeah, maybe Noah was, it just says in the Bible that he was pure in all his generations, not Noah's wife, and not his children or his children's wives, because they would have had, compromised DNA or some sort of infiltration from the Nephilim.
Jack, you said Enoch was Noah's great grandfather.
Grandfather, I think. Grandfather, I think she said.
Maybe it was just the grandfather. Yeah.
Okay, I was just checking how long Noah and Enoch were meant to be alive for. Enoch was meant to live for 365 years, and Noah was meant to live for 150 years.
Yeah, it goes back further, and then some of them were supposed to have lived for 600 years, and apparently life expectancy just decreased down to what we have now.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
and the
Right.
reason why you don't find all this in the Bible was because of the Nicene Council took out a bunch of the books and didn't allow the Book of Enoch in, along with Book of Giants, Book of Jubilee,
Book of the
and a
Watchers.
bunch of and a whole bunch of other books known as Dead Sea Scrolls and also the Apocrypha.
Yeah.
Or the
Yeah,
gospel. Yeah.
Because they weren't part of
No, that was
Scripture.
That was just by the Pope demanded that they have a council and go through the book. I guess to make it smaller. I guess maybe it was too big for them to carry around all the time, because they all had to carry it around too.
Hey,
Since they were supposedly priests and monks, and to that order.
I've got another theory on why they used to live longer. Because in those books that have been removed, it mentions how the Nephilim basically turned cannibal and wanted to break through the firmament and make it to heaven. And the trees back in that time almost reached the firmament. So one of the archangels got sent down to cut down all of these giant trees, which is why there's so many mountains that are completely flat on the top. Those are supposed to be the tree stump of those original giant trees. So there used to be giant trees producing a lot more oxygen. But once the Nephilim tried to climb them to break the firmament, they got cut down. And now we're left with what, I guess to them back then would basically look like grass and shrubs. And that's what's producing our environment now, due to those ones being cut down. Which also explains the disappearance of a lot of larger creatures and things, because if there's not enough oxygen to support them, not everything adapts as quickly.
You need more carbon in order to have more oxygen, because carbon is what feeds the plants. So in our atmosphere, we had a heavy carbon atmosphere at one time.
Yeah, which produced lots of CO2, lots of bigger plants, produces a lot more oxygen. Yeah. And CO2 is produced majoritively. I don't think that's quite the right
major
word.
amount.
Yeah, it's from algae in the sea. Strangely enough, it isn't actually from plants on the land. Most of the CO2 is produced by, most of the oxygen is produced by like those organisms in the ocean.
And Jack
you got to
knows
remember
about,
how much water there is compared to land.
Jack also knows about a chemical way that the Earth has spheres in the oceans too that create oxygen too.
Yeah, that's a big conspiracy going on. The CIA discovered that there were these spheres. They seem to be ancient, billions of years old. It's a natural part of our planet, but they produce electric currents strong enough between them that they're able to actually strip away the H molecule and release oxygen. And they're thinking that this could have been a primal way for planets to produce oxygen prior to plant life, taking place. And now there's a number of underwater mining companies that are mining these, what should be, hands off. They're mining these stones for their rare earth minerals.
Hell. Do you know if they line up along the ley lines?
I don't, but I know there's a vast field of them off the coast of Australia.
Wow.
Yeah, a vast, vast field of them.
Do you know which coast? I'm wondering if they're anywhere near New Zealand or if it's the other way.
I think it was off the northern part of Australia, if I'm right.
Up towards Papua New Guinea sort of thing. Indonesia, out that way. It's up towards the Mariana Trench and everything too. That's a bit further north, but yeah, that's up around that way.
Yeah, so I mean, and because they're calling it dark oxygen, and now they're thinking that all of these planets that are out there that they've discovered that aren't in Goldilocks zones because they're a little too far away from their stars or whatever, can still have life because if they have these stones, they're still producing oxygen. So that's crazy. Which increases the number of possible life forms in the universe by an exponential amount.
Did another possibility a little bit different is that their DNA was perfect. So, and each generation, of course, would be a replication of that. But, was it just that it was perfect, so they were highly resistant to disease and illness, or their telomeres didn't rust? They wouldn't age. I mean, does that ever enter into people's thought process as to why they live so long?
Well, in my circles, the long lifespans are described by the planetary cycles of the Kali Yuga, and the fact that you have a period during our planetary cycle when we sort of pop out of a debris field that's blocking us from the center of the galaxy. And when you do that, the planet gets bombarded with these cosmic rays from cosmic center, from the galactic center. And when you get bombarded with these rays, it increases all kinds of things. It increases human intelligence, it increases lifespan, it increases creativity, it increases the biology of all life on the planet. And we go through these periods of what they call golden ages. That's on the ascending part of the so-called Kali Yuga, which is what we're in right now. So it could be that, back when they were recording these biblical ages, they were at the very pinnacle of that point when they were receiving all of these cosmic rays that end up increasing your lifespan. It's one theory that's out there.
And with that, we're going to go to break, and we'll come right back after this message and more. All right, we're on radio break right now. Great job, Jack.
Yeah.
turning into a really interesting show.
Yeah.
So, how's
Yeah,
everybody?
you know,
You get some interesting
here's
topics
something.
started.
Here's something I want to. I forgot to ask you on your show in between break and that. What do you think about you know, when we're getting beamed with that cosmic energy from the core? All right, that we didn't get that signal that hit Voyager early, that beamed back into, you know, as the virus that you were talking about in that one show that you did.
Yeah. It's a topic that's really sort of.
So do you think those could be related?
Could very well be. It's really interesting because it's almost like we tripped some sort of cosmic tripwire.
Yeah, because
You know
if
what I
we're
mean?
so far out with that, with Voyager 2, or is it was it 1?
No, I think it's Voyager 1, yeah.
Voyager 1, okay. That it got hit with that already, or part of it. Changed it, all right?
Yeah.
And then
then it quantumly entangled with chips here. And caused that
Yeah, what do you think about that?
Yeah, quite possible. And that
Did
created evolutionary change.
Did you read through what one of the things Roger posted a few days ago? He posted two. I read through the first one. It was actually really interesting. It was about how universes can theoretically be created if the creator is close to a black hole because of the time dilation. So they'd be able to live for a lot longer and have more control over everything else that's happening in a universe.
But if you're a type 5 or 6 civilization, you wouldn't need any of that.
I was going into like actual universe creation though.
Yeah, but I mean,
it was creating. Sorry, I didn't quite phrase it right. They were getting as close as they could to a black hole, and then creating a universe on the other side of it. So they're basically creating a whole new universe wherever the black hole comes out, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And because of their proximity to the black hole, they've got like a lot of time to, you know, control and have a look at and experiment with how all these different universes are going.
Yeah,
because I don't know if it's just one at a time. I don't know how many.
When you look at it that way,
create.
When you look at it that way, what is time to a creator of something so immense?
Yeah, exactly.
So, you know,
time lived in eons or seconds.
Yeah, that's great. That that matches with some recent scientific findings from the the Webb telescope. They took a picture of like all of the visible galaxies that are out there, billions and billions of them, and they determined that they were all rotating in the same direction, which shouldn't be happening. And the only way that should happen is if you were inside of a black hole. So it means our entire universe is literally like we're sucked into a black hole somewhere.
Yep.
All right.
Or on the other side of it.
We're getting about 40 seconds out. Let's not get too deep or entangled in a deep conversation so that we can bring that back onto air.
By the way, Rogers seems to be floating around on D-Live now.
Yeah.
If you want to try and get a hold of him again.
Yep. Okay. We got 30 seconds or less. Actually less. Now I'm going to bring us in, and I'm going to turn it over to Jack again. Thanks, Jack. I really appreciate you coming in and helping out once again.
Anytime. So.
All right. We'll be coming back any second now. Hello and welcome back to the VIXEN'S Vault. It is 8:30 Central Time, 9:30 Eastern Time, January 2nd, 2025. This is the VIXEN'S Vault, and we're filling in for Nancy Planetta, the Wiccan Vixen, and I'm turning it over to, yes, Jack Carey.
Hello, everybody. I am tonight's Vixen in the vault. I even have one of Nancy's dresses on, so I'm looking legit. And
he's not lying either.
Hopefully she's out there listening and laughing to tonight's conversation. But we were discussing a plethora of topics, just seeing where the rabbit holes take us this evening. And, you know, we've been talking about this whole idea of biblical lifespans, how that ties into what might be, you know, planetary cycles. It might be because maybe they're just eating good stuff. Maybe they were eating healthier, more nutritious food. Who knows?
Well, that's definitely the case.
So, and we've been discussing, what appears to have been a planetary cosmic apocalypse of celestial bodies hitting the planet during what scientists refer to as the Younger Dryas period, but we would refer to it as the period of time when Noah's flood occurred. And this was a time that wiped out the ancient antediluvian civilizations that were out there. And some of those people survived with their knowledge. There was a diaspora around the world, and they shared some of that knowledge. And all of a sudden, you have stuff like pyramids being built on every continent simultaneously. Things like that. So we're kind of jumping down that rabbit hole tonight and maybe throwing in the conspiracy theory that there are some powerful, wealthy elites out there in the world that have been given direct knowledge that another planetary catastrophe may be about to take place.
Have you heard the theory about the fact that the pyramids themselves were basically bunkers? Apparently they have stones that, if pressure came from the outside, these pyramidal shaped blocks would get pushed in and we'd shut everything from the outside. So that to actually be like pulled back out again when there was no pressure. So theoretically, they could end up being watertight and people could survive underneath them because no one's allowed to know what's underneath them. You're only allowed like the basic tour thing that you get to see online and stuff. But there's a lot more underneath that. There could be a whole city underneath the pyramids.
Oh, yeah, well, those archaeologists are reporting that that's exactly what they just discovered using that new type of radar, is a vast underground city beneath the pyramids.
That one that they discovered, it looks more like basically a big generator. But if there's a big generator, there has to be something to generate that much energy for.
Yeah, that kind of matches there's some ancient writings by a Greek historian named Berosus who claims that he had gone to ancient Egypt and had made friends with the priesthood. There was a period of time when like the educated elites of Greece would travel to Egypt and mix with their priesthood and they'd share knowledge and stuff like that. And this was one of those sabbaticals. And while he's there, they're like, hey, let us show you something. And he describes them taking him down underneath Giza and walking him through an underground city that he describes as being vast. He said there was colonnade after colonnade after courtyard after courtyard. And he says, I kind of quote him, when he says, these are structures the likes of which the Greeks could never even build. And the Greeks were building like amazing structures at that period. And he asked them who had built these structures, and their reply to him was they were built by the crocodile kings. I always found that an interesting passage in his writings.
The crocodile kings.
Lizard people?
Yeah, I was about to say reptilians, but I mean, you look at the gods that the Egyptians worshipped.
Yeah.
One of them is a crocodile-headed creature.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. So that's interesting stuff, given the fact
I
that
think that one symbolized death or something, didn't it? The crocodile-headed creature.
yeah,
Or at least that's what we're supposed to think it means now. See, maybe it meant salvation from death, and that's why the crocodile people built a civilization.
yeah, it
But
could
wouldn't
very
that
well,
mean that we're their pets?
could very well be. You know, there was this amazing like multi-series documentary put out called Magical Egypt. You probably saw it advertised at one point in the past, and I highly recommend watching it. It's fascinating. But the
Is it still on
producers,
YouTube or anything? Where's the easiest place to find that?
I don't know if it's on YouTube, but if you just do a Google search or Magical Egypt documentary, it's probably on lots of platforms.
Okay, oh, that's cool. It's probably even still on Rumble. Someone will have uploaded it somewhere.
Yeah, it's really cool because, you know, they talk to this ancient Bedouin guy, this super old guy that was like they had like oral history keepers. And he was like the last of this line of ancient oral history keepers. And they find this guy and they're talking to him, and he starts talking about the Causeway of Peace, which is an area of the Nile. And along the Causeway of Peace, there are 22 pyramids. They never even talk about them, but they're there. They're just smaller pyramids, but they're there. 22 of them.
Pyramids or obelisks?
No, they're actual pyramids. And he said that in ancient times, each pyramid vibrated to a different frequency, and that you would go to like the priest and they would diagnose you with an illness, whatever was afflicting you at that time, and you would get prescribed a particular pyramid to go to for that healing frequency.
Yeah. I have heard, well, I hadn't heard of all the different ones, but I had heard that was one of the functions of the pyramids. There's like a healing chamber in most of them.
Yeah, crazy.
Is that the same for the Stonehenge? Is that same kind of properties that it had healing? You know, it could put out frequencies or...
I actually always thought Stonehenge was more of like a clock. As in a way of keeping track of the seasons.
Yeah. I was thinking of timepiece as well.
Yeah, there's an amazing...
I think Stonehenge is a lot like Adam's calendar, just a newer update of it in a different location. That's all I think.
Because they do actually have pyramids over in the UK.
Yeah, well, you know, Stonehenge kind of ties into all of this perfectly. I'm glad you brought it up because there is an amazing book out there that was written by two really high-ranking Freemasons in the UK, and it's called Uriel's Machine. And they describe a very interesting theory with a lot of evidence to back it up that Stonehenge was actually had a hinge around it. In other words, a hinge was like a ditch that was filled with water all the way around the actual structure. And at nighttime, it would reflect the stars' lights into this, you know, into this ditch of water, this ring of water all the way around. And they could actually project and see the movement of stars better in miniature, like in this water, and that they were using Stonehenge as a way to predict when this cometary impact was actually going to take place.
Oh, wow. It's the first looking glass. Project Looking Glass.
Right. So the same cometary impact we're talking about that Enoch talked about that happened in the Younger Dryas that appears to be part of Göbekli Tepe's warning that will occur again. All of that is tied together.
And getting back to the Göbekli Tepe, what is supposed to happen soon?
Well, it basically says there are periods of time that we have, you know, these planetary cycles, and every so often when the Earth goes through the Tauride meteor shower, it meets up with another cycle of bigger meteors. and it directs them towards the Earth. So
Yeah,
that's in a nutshell.
You mentioned 13,000 years ago when the last disaster happened. I would hope that we were just coming out of the Ice Age at the time. Ice
Right.
Age ended around
Well,
11,000.
Yeah. Well, that's what he said. He said when they hit, the heat and the impact did melt the ice and did cause tidal waves and cause the sea levels to rise. So that would have ended an ice age.
Right, yeah.
Just with the extra heat and the impact, it would have triggered off volcanoes, earthquakes, everything. So yeah, just with all that, it would have like basically reshaped the planet in one go.
Would that tie into Edward Casey's predictions of what the U.S. is supposed to look like?
Could, yeah,
This-
very well. Very well. The Edgar Casey maps are very interesting, and it's one of the reasons I'm glad I live where I live is because of those maps.
Is that the one where all of California basically falls into the sea, even though California never used to be attached, which is why I think it's Nevada or something, or Iowa, can't remember, Nebraska, somewhere inland anyway. There used to actually be water in between California, and California itself was a separate island. So the fact that they're saying that this could happen again means that at some point it actually did happen, and then at some point it got pushed closer to the land. So why would you think it couldn't get pushed back away from it?
Sure. So yeah, that seems like it all ties together into one big whole, which is very, very interesting stuff.
Oh yeah, all the history we've been lied to about. I love conspiracy stuff, man. That's awesome.
Yes. So I mean,
well, the thing is that the more you find out about different things, the more everything actually pieces together.
It does.
So you realize all the different things that you find out from every different person who just is an expert on one thing or another. All those things all end up piecing together. We're still trying to put this massive jigsaw puzzle together, and we've got no picture to look at. It's just about trying to find the pieces and putting as many together as we can.
Right. Yeah, as what is his name? The guy who wrote Fingerprints of Graham Hancock always says that the human species is a species with amnesia. And I think that's a good way to put it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's so much amnesia as in the people who have the knowledge are keeping it from the rest of us.
True, yes.
I mean, it still makes the majority docile and ignorant, but it means that there are people who still have all that knowledge and are just withholding it from us so they can keep control.
Oh yeah, and that battle is the ultimate conspiracy because this control mechanism that's been in place, and with it the control of information that kind of keeps everybody from knowing the bigger piece of the puzzle, the bigger picture of what's happening.
Oh, close! I saw a meme the other day. At one point, everyone said people were only stupid due to lack of access to information. Well, now there's the internet, so we know they were wrong about that, because there's still stupid people out there, even with access to information.
Problem is that you're bombarded with too much information these days, or you've got access to too much information. Yeah. Again, not all of it's correct, and all of it's true information. Some of it's conspiracy, I should say.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's about learning to be discerning. You go watch everything you can, you start working out what just comes across as complete crap and what stuff is worth taking on. I mean, you can go watch someone who you don't even like, and they might actually say one or two things that were worth hearing. In like an hour or two, you get like one or two interesting bits of information from them. They're all controlled opposition gatekeepers, but every once in a while they slip up and something gets through. That's what you've got to look out for. So most of it is just distraction from any main thing that's going on. It is all just the circus. It is all just political politics. And that's to distract us from the fact that they're basically trying to completely enslave us.
Absolutely. Well, last week I talked about, the Earth being owned by a Type 3 civilization. We're just one big herd.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what we're seeing is the human control mechanism of, that's the herd's control mechanism taking place.
Yeah, it could be, but there's one movie that does that better than any I've seen. It comes across, when you first start watching it, it sort of comes across as a silly sci-fi movie, but it explains this whole thing better than basically anything else. It's called Jupiter Ascending.
Oh, yes. I love that movie.
Yeah. Does that not show these higher level civilizations basically owning and controlling different planets? And while they're having infighting, because someone dies, over who gets to inherit these other planets, it comes close to intergalactic war and things over who gets to own Earth, because apparently we have lots, well, in the movie anyway, we've got heaps of resources that they're after.
Right. Yeah, it's an interesting movie. The kind of shows you the internal family drama of what if a family was in control of a Type 3 civilization and they owned the Earth, and the Earth was kind of like a crown jewel to them.
Yeah, it was like the best of the planets they owned, and they were the highest level family or something. So I don't know if they owned everything, but they owned more than the others. And Earth was the prize jewel that they were all fighting over when their mother or whatever passed away. I won't wreck too much of the movie for anyone. It's actually worth watching. It really is. It's quite good. Is standard Hollywood bullshit by the end, but the storyline is actually really good. If you just pay attention to the storyline, it's actually worth watching. I mean, special effects are cool too, but
and how many sci-fi movies that were produced in the past ended up being highly accurate? Many.
Yep, way too many. Most of them, actually. It started with sci-fi novels way back.
Yeah.
See, people were writing stuff, and then people started making movies about it, and then people were making it. See, where did the idea come from first? Was the stuff already there? Like, did people actually know about it? Did some people remember it? Get told it by family members? Like, granddad or something told you a story about things he saw? So someone writes a book about it because it's not around anymore. So someone writes a book about it that makes it out to be science fiction so that it actually still gets published rather than trying to say it's fact. And go, well, if I say it's fact, everyone's going to ridicule me. If I write a sci-fi book about all the things that I've been told used to be around, maybe I can just publish it as fiction. There's more truth in fiction than most of the things we're told.
Oh, yeah. I mean, who was it? Wells, who wrote, 40,000 Leagues Under the Sea or whatever? There's something like
that was Jules Verne.
Or Verne, yeah. So there's like 30 inventions in that book that didn't exist at the time that all now exist.
Journey to the center of the Earth, Journey to the Moon. There's a whole sect of people called Vernians who believe everything that he wrote in his books is the truth.
Right.
But I can see Mark Edworthy laughing. That's actually true, man. There's actually a whole sect of people who are basically damn near cult worshippers of Jules Verne.
Yeah, I bet Jules was actually from Tartaria, too.
It could be. He's a Tartarian prince.
Well, see, that's it. How many people could actually be remnants from Tartaria? See, maybe they are all the elites and they do actually know better, and we're just arguing with them. Who knows? Have you ever thought of that? Every once in a while I think of that and it scares me. Like we're fighting against the people who may actually know better.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That is a scary thought.
The guy who wrote "Behold a Pale Horse," Bill Cooper, often made that point in his lectures. He often said, they're doing all of this because of planetary overpopulation and yada yada yada, and this and that and the other thing. And at the end, he would say, "And you know what? They're right."
Yeah, they're not. The idea of planetary overpopulation is a myth. If people were, and I'm not saying this is a great way to live, but if people lived as tightly together as they do in Indonesia, which is the most populous per area, like per square mile or whatever, of any population, the whole world's 8 billion would fit into like New York State. You want to tell me there's overpopulation now? That's just land we're not allowed to live on.
True. It would take an immense amount of infrastructure to get people to live on that land. But, every time you introduce a population, people want convenience stores and Walmarts and grocery stores and gas stations.
Here's an idea. All the people that came over, all the illegal immigrants, why don't you send them to the desert and get them to start growing shit there? They're used to the desert.
Well, a lot of them are, I guess.
They'd probably want to go back to the desert they knew than the desert they don't.
Yeah, well, they're not supposed to come and bring Africa here, but there's already a desert, so
Yeah, well, that'd be like that'd be like trying to send all your criminals over the ice wall to let those folks over on the other side deal with them instead of us.
Because you got to remember the only reason they were leaving their country was because of war. They're refugees. It isn't because they didn't like the desert. It's because they said they were being persecuted. So if they're not being persecuted, here's a desert.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I think we're interested. We're headed for some very interesting times in very short order. So, a lot of different things are kind of cross currents, if you will, are all kind of converging and at the same period of time, and that's going to make for some really interesting stuff in the near future.
Yeah, well, the point was 2012 for Looking Glass, wasn't it? No matter what, they tried to change and they'd look through to the future to see what happened. After 2012, nothing they tried to change worked. This all does head towards a singularity. Apparently, it scared the people in charge of the project. I don't know if that means it's good for us or bad for us. But apparently, it scared the people in charge of the project. The fact that there was only one timeline left from here.
Well, and with that, it is that time for our midway break. So, I'm going to take us out to break. We'll be back, and we're going to have more conversations, and we'll probably have Deb Perkins in with us, too, on the second hour of the VIXEN'S Vault. All right, we're on radio break now.
Go.
Thank you again, Jack. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure talking to everybody.
Yeah, and if you can come in on second hour with her, that's fine too. I don't know. I think she wants to talk a little bit about spirit photography and that kind of stuff.
Okay. Has she tried the water? The water, like to put a picture under the water and you freeze it thing, and it comes up, like the ice comes up with the pictures.
I don't know. Deb's done a lot of different things over the years, and that's how she started out in paranormal. Is she started out taking pictures, and But she does it just like David. She was doing it professionally, but not as big time as Dave. All right, hold on here.
She didn't put her film
Yeah,
through
where
the
is that Dave
washer, did she?
Campione, anyways?
I'm right here.
Yeah,
I was on.
all
I was on
quiet
mute.
and stuff. Oh my God.
Yeah, we got a lot of storms in the area here. I know it's
Yeah.
just been crazy. It's been
I thought
crazy.
you were. For a minute there, I thought Goliath got a hold of your leg and was chomping down the rest of you.
Oh my God, Goliath! Oh my God, he's so big.
Well, when this
he's
chat
definitely
ends, when this chat ends, I'm going to start up the next one to make sure we have enough time to get out. Okay.
Yeah, it says it's going to go right now. Or
yeah.
Are you
Like
getting
to have a big
storms,
shout out to
David?
all those folks in the chats. Appreciate each and every one of you. All you great folks, whether you're in Kick, D Live, Facebook, whatever, you know, we love and thank each and every one of you all for joining us tonight and during the stream. If you've been here from the very beginning, that's like icing on the cake to me. But you know, I appreciate you, even if you can come in for a few minutes to, you know, join us with your time. And sounds like we're getting ready to break off that other one. It didn't. Looks like. But you know, I'm gonna start up this next call here in just about 30 seconds or so.
All right.
All right.
Cool.
So.
Good, everybody.
All right.
Good night, Jack.
Good night,
Yeah.
guys.
See you on the next one.
Yeah. Well, we're not done here, but you know, Jack may be done. There you. And with that, here comes the next round of the VIXEN'S Vault. Get ready, because I'm starting it up right now. Do. Get our people in here, our folks in. One. Uh-oh. What's going on? Hello? Uh-oh. Got a problem. All right. Let me check and see what's going on over here in the oh, that's why. Close teams, bring it back up. Right. Nope. Sorry folks, just give me a minute. It's not letting me. Hello? Anybody there?
Just me, I think. I don't see anybody else.
Hold on here, Deb. Oh. Close that out. Let me restart Teams.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
All right. Let me quit Teams. Task manager. Oh boy. Yeah. We got plenty of time, folks. Sorry, this happens sometimes. We get things going and it locked it up. Yep, there we go. Let me try to get Teams back up and running. Good thing we are on the there we go. Do. And we'll get this going again. Sorry, folks. This does happen from time to time. I will get us up and going.
We are back.
Someone was trying to make a call earlier, and it's like, hey, David, let me add the rest of the folks in here. Someone was trying to make a call earlier. Hey, David, let me add the rest of the folks in here. I have a player open. Someone has a player open over there.
Yeah, that was me. Sorry. Yeah, I was just wondering what was happening, so I just looked on to D live just to see what was happening with your issue.
Sorry, folks.
That's all right. Yeah. I was getting the echo also. But I had an extra window in there.
That was me.
Yeah. That's okay, Mark. I thought it was mine. I had two windows open. One on top of.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Nah, man, nothing. Nah, the only people whose screens were highlighting were Mark
and we are
Vicky's.
back. Hello and welcome back, folks. This is VIXEN'S Vault, Hour 2. Sorry, we ran over a little bit on our break because we had some difficulties with our chat program. So please come on back. We got everything going again. Appreciate each and every one of you out there. Debbie, you in? Come on, Deb. I'm turning once you come in, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Here she
I'm
goes.
here, but what do you
There
mean?
you go.
Don't turn it over to me.
Yeah, it's
These
all
guys are
your
deep.
show now. You got the...
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in control.
Oh, these guys are deep.
So, Deb, what do you want to talk to us about tonight?
Me?
Yeah.
I didn't even know I had to talk at all. I was just listening to everybody.
Oh,
I was enjoying, it, man. Like,
Okay, I'll get you started then. See, in
Oh,
the
get me
break,
started.
Mark
Oh,
was,
boy.
in the break, Mark was talking about how you did spirit photography.
Yep.
And I asked him if you ever did, like, put a petri dish of water over, like, words or anything like that, and then froze it to see if the words come through or things like that, pictures and stuff.
I've never done anything like that. But that's a unique way of doing something, I suppose. Now, is that something people do for a spiritual connection?
It's showing that water has
It does.
some sort of memory and things. Yeah.
I think it has a connectivity to spiritual energy and poltergeists or ghosts or entities, whatever we want to call them. I do think that there's a water base. Always have. Because a lot of paranormalists that are serious, when they do their research, it's always best to do it in a more moist climate or a more moist area. There's more hauntings. You don't hear about too many ghosts in the desert, right? So I'm just thinking that water has a huge element to evolvement.
You might actually like the show I did on Rumble on, well, my Sunday, your Saturday. So I had a paranormal investigator on as a guest. He stopped doing it because something latched onto him after one of the investigations. Dude named Lou Rock. Because he used to do explorations with some group called The Fam. He reckons they've got millions of followers. He's got about 25k himself. But they got millions or something, eh?
That's interesting. I don't know of them, even though I've been researching since 1999. But I don't know everybody anymore. Like so, like
I don't know many names either. Don't worry. I've watched lots, but I couldn't remember half the people's names. It's just because I actually know him. He turned up on my D-Live channel a while ago when he was in a real down state about everything he'd been through and how it had just about wrecked his life because this thing had latched onto him and just destroyed all his relationships and wrecked everything for him. And yeah, so he turned up feeling real down and stuff. He said he'd been on my channel for a while, but that was the first time he chatted. And so, yeah, and here we are, like, I don't know, maybe a year later or whatever.
You're talking about attachments there, DK.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He said he doesn't know what it was, but there was some entity latched onto him. We even went through the fact that it could have just been some frequency, because it was a lot of what he was saying was basically similar to voice-to-skull technology type thing. And he was saying he's even gone through that thought process himself, going, was it just that? Was I just getting messed with? Did someone drug me? Did I drink something there? He's going through everything he could think of. But apparently, well, he said like some 15-year-old kid told him what he saw happen. And said there was like a big black cloud came out behind him and things like this, and his eyes went black. And then he passed out or something. Yeah, there's like, yeah, real crazy stuff, eh?
How long was the attachment for, DK? Do you know?
He said it was roughly 8 months, but it screwed up his life for several years.
Wow, that's a lot.
But it screwed up. Yeah, but it screwed up his life for several years.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah.
You got to be careful doing any things like that. That's what people don't understand. That they just go out and do things and they don't know how to protect themselves. And then he
didn't just. That's the thing. He didn't just go out. He'd been doing it quite a bit. Just one time, something didn't go right and grabbed him. And that was it.
Well, you still got to protect yourself.
Yeah, as in you're supposed. He's fully Christian and everything as well. He even knows you're supposed to bless everything and sign off and everything. Yeah, he knows it all still. Yeah. I mean, he still plays with a spirit box every now and then, but more at his house. He doesn't go to the haunted places much anymore. I think he said he's got one coming up in several months or something, though. Someone's asked him to go along on one, so he's trying to make himself go and do it again.
That's a good idea.
Oh, sorry. I said I also believe that a lot of people can manifest what they want. So when they try to put that out there, something might attach to them because their manifestations might be extremely high.
Yeah, you've probably seen a lot of that, Debbie, because you've done a lot of paranormal research, even with some pretty big name folks at times. So yeah, why don't you a lot of people know you as Debbie Perkins from the Debbie Perkins Hollywood Red Carpet show, but there's more to Debbie Perkins than that. She's done USA Paranormal too. She's done a lot.
Oh.
Yeah, I interviewed everybody that was in anything to do with paranormal, from UFOs to Bigfoot to cryptozoology, you name it, crystal skulls. Mark turned me on to a lot of people, but I actually did get to know a lot of people. And everybody's got a great story, And it's hard not to believe people because they witness these things.
Yeah. I've only seen UFOs, ghosts. I don't even know what else at this point. Lots of things. Saw ghosts saw UFOs 25 years ago, 24 years ago. It was just before 9/11. How's that for crazy? Within a month or two before 9/11 was when I saw UFOs.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Is that right? Before 9/11, huh? Wow.
Yeah, out camping with a girl. I walk out. Yeah, apparently I've got missing time. I didn't notice it. But I walk outside because we were in a wee cabin thing that was only 3-sided. It was open on one side, like a hunting cabin thing. And I just walk outside to go for a piss, and I see these 3 lights in the sky, 3 orbs, perfect triangle, equilateral triangle formation, flat side on the bottom. 3 light green pale orbs flying along faster than jets, and New Zealand doesn't have jets anyway, so I couldn't mistake it for a jet in my country. So flying along in the distance above the trees, like, yeah, faster than jets. One stops dead, the other 2 keep going. They instantly just stop dead. The other 2 carry on at the same speed. I'm just standing there looking at it going, what the fuck?
Oops.
Then, oh, my bad. Then,
okay,
the
you're
third
done
one,
for the night.
Did you communicate with it, DK?
I don't know. It shot instantly back into formation at instantly the same speed as the other 2, even though they had still carried on and not slowed down, and this one stopped dead, then instantly shot back into formation with them. The girl I was staying with walks out of the cabins, like, what's taking so long? Looks up, sees them, screams, and goes, not again, and runs back into the cabin.
Well, if you communicated with them through telepathic means, you could have taken a ride.
I could have done. Especially seeing as I honestly thought it was like 5 seconds. And for her to walk out and go, what's taking so long? It's like, I'm wondering if there is actually missing time thing, because I honestly thought it was like 5 seconds that I was standing there. Or, go up for a piss and then stand there and stare at that for 5 seconds. And then she's like, what's taking so long? Like,
yeah,
I didn't actually think to ask, how long do you think I was out there? Yeah. I never actually thought to ask that. I never got an answer for that. But apparently it's like it was a long time because she actually came out looking for me.
Seconds is nothing for somebody to come out unless she was scared,
Yeah, and she wasn't scared until she came out and saw what I was staring at. And she's like, oh no, not again. I'm like, what? And I turned my head when she said this, by the way. They're flying along in the sky, I'm staring at them. She walks out, and is like, what's taking so long? I'm like, and then she's like, oh no, not again. I turn around and go, what? As she walks back in, turn back, and they're all completely gone.
Yeah, but how come she said, oh no, not again? Because you've seen them together before, or she's seen them before?
I think she was getting at that she had, and that she'd been abducted.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Oh, so they were checking you out to see that you were all clean for her then, huh? I hope you were wearing protection that night, possibly. But anyways... I
mean, I'm not kidding you. I have no idea.
I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something, and David will probably let you know, too. They never use gloves.
All right. They were probably wondering what you were probing.
But yeah, they were annoyed I was probing them back.
Oh, God.
We don't want this guy. Nah.
Well, that's pretty cool that person she's seen him before or had missing time or something. Yeah, that's amazing. Wow.
That girl though was quite crazy. Said she was a white witch, been involved with satanic rituals, all sort of things. And this was my girlfriend for only 3 to 6 months.
How many?
Yeah, I'm not kidding you. That was enough. 3 to 6 months was crazy enough.
Yeah. You could have been cursed by that one.
Yeah, but Debbie has her own UFO experiences too.
When I was a little kid, I was a teenager. I saw a triangular one in the middle of the night, hovering over like a garden, but I didn't hear it. I couldn't hear it. I thought And then I was like, why would a helicopter land there? That's a stupid place for a helicopter. You know, like, come on.
How big was it?
What's the government doing to us? But what'd you say?
How big was it?
I don't know. It was quite a distance away from me, but it was big enough to, and it was triangular. And there was only like 3 lights on the whole thing, but it was hovering and never landed. But it was gone in a second. And I thought I was having like a dream. I thought I was seeing things or dreaming, but I never forgot it because it was forever in my brain. But you know, people believe that they keep an eye on their seeds. Because some of the human beings are part of that DNA.
Yeah.
I was go back into the blood types, you know, and the negatives. And
it's also like it's also the connections and things that people have, the frequencies people operate on, I guess. Some are more in tune with some of these things, whether it be the paranormal or whether it be the UFO side. There definitely seems to be some people who are more in tune.
I think that's why they get abducted. Maybe. I've been to the big conventions that they have for the UFO experience to speak that they have here, and I listen. I sit down and listen to what they talk about being abducted, and I just wonder what would make, you know, how do they get chosen? Because I want to say it would be on a chosen level to be picked, and then they do all that stuff to them, and then they put them back in their beds like nothing ever happened.
Yep. And then most wake up not recollecting anything.
Have you found that these people, it tends to happen within families or like related people tend to have that experience, the same experience with, you know, UFOs? You know, when they're grabbed, abducted.
I only know of the Hewan sisters, but they're Starborn support. They're the ones who actually had the big convention up here. But I just know of the twins, the Hewan sisters, Debbie and oh my gosh, sorry, I just lost my brain. I worked this morning. My brain's a little tired. But I just know of those 2 girls. They've done a few TV programs about their experiences, but they believe they were completely abducted and they had things happen to them that probably are quite private, but they remembered.
Mm-hmm. Well,
yeah, lots of crazy stories out there from people who start acting strangely and then go through that, get hypnotized or whatever, and suddenly recollect everything.
Well, I was on a radio program or small group out of Western North Carolina some years ago. The friend of mine, he hooked me in to talk to some of the people and about what they were abducted. And the one lady, she said she was abducted. Oh God, I don't know, like 7 or 8 times ever since she was a little kid, and she's in her 70s now. At the time, she was in her 70s and mid 70s, well, 74, 75, and I said, well, was it the same people? She said, yeah, it was the same people, and I said, well, why do they keep abducting you, and what do you have to offer them? And she couldn't answer the question, and which I find bizarre that see, I don't believe in abductions. I don't believe it actually goes on. I think it's done by, well, I believe it goes on, but it's done by the U.S. government. That's my opinion of it.
Yeah.
And
I was watching X-Files last night, and it just happened to be an episode that was going on about how the abductions were actually carried out by the government using stolen alien technology to pretend that they were aliens. That was actually the episode I watched last night.
Huh. Yeah, well, anyway, the lady, I mean, I met a guy at a radio station in South Florida who was, I don't know, just came out and I was going in and they said, oh, yeah, he was abducted. And I looked at him and I said, and for what? Why did they abduct you? And then what did they do? And he said, well, I don't have time right now to talk about it. And I said, well, I don't believe you were actually abducted. I think he was, I felt he was a charlatan and just feeding off that because that's when all this stuff really started happening, was in the late 80s in South Florida anyway. And when I was living down there was a lot of people coming through and they were giving lectures and doing radio programs and saying that, oh, they were abducted and they did this to me and they did that, and I'm thinking, I just can't imagine. I never that was the first person I ever met who said they were abducted. And I was around this thing like 40 years and never met a person until this guy in South Florida in the late 80s.
You know, as I said, I met a chick in when I was 23 back in 2001.
But why do you think that they took you?
I don't understand the why, because you've got to, if you're going to start assuming, well, if it's the American government, it's obviously because they've got some copy of your blood, DNA or whatever, and they think you're a good specimen for something. If it's an alien intelligence, I have no idea what they base their selection criteria on. So how would an abductee know why they were abducted unless they were specifically told?
Well, because I mean, I look at the only one that I actually believe actually happened was the Betty and Barney Hill thing in Exeter, New Hampshire in the early 60s. Yeah. But if you, DK, if you got regressed or hypnotized, I'm sure you would come up with something. And that's what they do. They hypnotize and then they plant the stuff in your brain.
I've heard that. If I was getting hypnotized, there would definitely have to be someone who I trusted sitting there watching it. I would never get hypnotized by myself for any of that.
Oh no! You can't trust them.
No. Like, I know I'm not getting like implanted memories from some hypnotist. But no thanks. I've seen what Derek Brown can do to people. No thanks.
Also, there's the question of if some of these individuals are publicity seekers, or if some of these people are, let's say, mentally all there.
Ill. Yeah.
Unbalanced.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you just start with trying to debunk things, and the things you can't, you have to consider.
Yeah.
That's the way it works. The way, like being a conspiracy investigator, you start with trying to debunk everything. The things you can't is what you are left with. So, okay, I guess I have to put more time and effort into that one. Damn.
What was the famous Sherlock Holmes quote? If you rule out all possibilities, then only the improbable is possibility, or something on the line.
In an infinite universe, not only is anything possible, it is probable and occurring somewhere right now.
There you go. Basil
like
Rathbone said that.
That's a crazy quote. Hey, that's a crazy quote because people have crazy thoughts. And it means if you can even think of it, it means it's happening somewhere.
Hey, Mark,
this is why people need to watch their thoughts.
That's right, and it's time for a break, and we'll be right back after this, folks. Hold on. There you go. Now we're on radio break.
Hey Debbie, I didn't know you were.
Sorry
I
about
don't
No,
recall you talking about
no, we've
spirit
talked about
photography.
this. Sorry, you
I'm
know.
sorry, I didn't hear you, David. Trying to hear you,
Come
but
on. We've
No, I didn't
talked.
know you
Yeah,
talked about
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was quoting myself in the moment.
No.
Yeah, my
This
bad.
is how many shows now, DK? We've been through this.
Yeah.
I can accept your apology, you know, but it's, you know, if I get knocked off stations because of you, I can't have you on anymore.
Yeah,
You
I get that.
understand?
Yeah, I do. I
Okay.
do, man. I do. As I
Put
said,
that
I am
beer
sorry.
down. Put that beer down.
I'll
and
send.
no-
I'll send over the $1,500 if I can.
To which station?
Yeah,
Hey,
that's the
I'll
problem.
take it.
Because the stations don't work like that with me. They'll just cut me off.
Ah,
All right. And they don't even need to tell me they're cutting off. They just do it. If something comes up, you know, they just click, it's done, and then they never come back. All right.
yeah.
I'm not here for money. I'm not here for anything but, you know, getting my hosts out.
Yeah. I get that.
All
I said
right.
I'm sorry, man. I fully apologize. I'm sorry. As I said, that was just me quoting my story, and that's why I didn't even catch myself this time. That was just dumb. Because that is exactly what I said at the time. That's all.
Well, we just
So,
got,
yeah, apologies.
you know, I like having you on. You have a lot to contribute, you know, but
I know. I just got to watch my language.
Yes.
I know. Maybe we need to do more practice shows, not on air, so that I can get used to not swearing.
Yeah. Svetlana in the D-Live chat, and all you other great folks out there, whether you're in D-Live, Kick, D-Live, YouTube, Rumble. Appreciate everybody over there. BitChute as well. Facebook, all our fans over there.
Yeah, but see, you do realize, here's me actually apologizing, and everyone on all those panels, platforms is hearing it. It's just the radio stations that aren't.
Right now.
Yeah, I know, but you know what I mean.
But
I am
still,
actually apologizing and stuff.
But still, they're not going to care.
Yeah, I know, because they still get the fine. Yeah, I get it.
All right.
Hey Debbie, why
Deb,
don't you
are you
talk
back?
about how you did spirit photography when you come back here? What you experienced?
Let's talk about pictures, because we got two great photographers in the chat. All right, and I'm going to bring us back. Deb, you there?
Still on the mute. She probably didn't hear us.
I hope she didn't go to sleep. I know she's really tired. She worked
I'm
today
not
too.
sleeping yet.
Okay, I'm bringing us
Wake
back
up.
right now. Here we go. Welcome
Wake up.
back to the VIXEN'S Vault. This is the last quarter of the show on the second hour. All right, and we have with us Dave Campione. We have Debbie Perkins from the Debbie Perkins podcast. Used to be radio show. Mark Edworthy, DK Spiracy, Dave Campione, and last but not least, Vicky Vass. And I'm turning it back over to, that's right, Debbie Perkins.
You need to cut that out, Mark. Put me on the hot seat. That's so funny. But anyways, what did you say, David?
Well, you should talk about what you did with spirit photography on, and then what process and what kind of results you came up with.
All kinds of different stuff, David. Like, it was really originally, I think the very first photograph I caught was, not that we all like care about anomalies, because most investigators don't, but my very first one that I actually caught that looked like a weird anomaly was huge. It was in a graveyard, and I took a picture of it, and I didn't even know I was catching it. It just came up in the picture. But a lot of the spirit photography that I do, catching some apparitions. And a lot of them are surrounding the graveyard areas, but historic locations also have a vast amount. But you just gotta, I look at my images like an ultrasound, like a photograph. And I don't know how it happens. I don't know why I'm able to do that. I mean, I think there's a lot of people because I've reviewed other people's work, but I think it's weird how that happens, but it's like they're watching.
What kind of camera do you use?
Oh my gosh. Oh, I was using a Canon.
With black and white film or color film?
It was color. Well, it was a digital. I think it's 10 megapixels, but at the time that was like an $800 camera. And I think anybody can capture things with any type of camera. I think even the phone.
Yeah.
Is
I've only seen one picture in real life, like an actual picture that someone showed me that I had no explanation for. It was an ex-girlfriend, and she was taking a photo of her brother from behind. He was standing in front of a fireplace. The fire was going. There's a mirror above the fireplace. So she must have been just off center because you could see his face in the mirror. But he was holding a plaster skull. And the wee strip along the top of the fireplace, like round the mantle, the wee strip on the edge was obviously reflective or something. So in that strip along the edge, the eyes from the skull were glowing, and all the flames from the fire were actually coming out of the fireplace and were around him. And she was saying that the fire was only like small. It was an open fire in a house. The fire was just small. And in the photo, all the flames are like halfway around him, up to like head height, coming out of the fire. And this was an actual photo. She showed me the photo that she took of her brother.
The location that they were at.
Wow.
The location that they were at. What was the history behind it? Was there any like?
I don't know enough, but I don't know enough, but their mum ended up going into a mental home. Like, this is while they were still teenagers, like when the photo was taken.
Sounds like an entity,
I've known this family since, because I was friends with her older brother. I didn't end up, like, I've been friends with her brothers because one brother's a year older than me, one brother's a year younger than me, and she's like about 3 years younger than me. And so I was friends with her two brothers, like, from the age of about 13, all through teenage years. And she came and stalked me when I was like 22, 21. But that's how I ended up meeting her properly. And when she showed me the photo, it's like I'd known them back when this would have been taken, but I didn't see the photo till I was actually with her and she showed me the photo. Then no one spoke about it.
And it makes you wonder if they had other things that happened, you know.
Well, as I said, like, their mum ended up getting, like, hospitalized and shit for a while. So, I don't know, maybe that house really did, like, that property, that house really did have bad vibes like that.
It could very well could be the property, but it also could be an attachment to an item or a person. And
this is true. Yeah.
Maybe one of the kids, you know, kind of dragged one home because they're innocent, you know, and a lot of negative will attach to anything they can suck dry for positive energy. That's why people end up in depression, go mental.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking it was her. I find out later she's a black witch, has the satanic Bible, and cast a love spell to try and get me.
Well, that's your terrible luck. I'm telling you right now. Stop messing with them women. That's what happens when you mess with them crazy women. Soon as you see a woman doing that witchcraft, get the heck away.
I never saw
you're
it.
gonna be
No,
the next
no, I never
person
saw it.
who
She
know
told
it.
me later that she'd cast a spell, like a love spell to try and get me.
Oh, okay.
And all
Did
that,
it work?
and all that did was mess with my head. Am I here because I want to be, or is it because she cast a spell for me to
Oh, there
want
you
to
go.
be here? Yeah, it didn't actually make things better. It made things worse. Things ended not long after that,
Well, because the spell ended.
and that was like, because she told me that broke the spell. That was the first girl I was in love with who cast a love spell on me. How messed
Wow.
up is that?
That's crazy. Yeah, I hope you ran. I mean, run real fast. That's what you got to do.
I left
that's
town
kind of
actually.
scary, 'cause that does lead to paranoia. Like, oh my god.
Actually, it's real strange. I bounced from that chick to the other chick who was a white witch, who was the one that I saw the UFOs with. So I went from a black witch to a white witch, and then I left town.
You were attracting the wrong kind of girls.
Obviously, I left town.
I'd leave the country. The heck with the girls. Oh my god, Frank. Sounds like you got involved in some real negative. You're lucky you didn't get like a curse or attached to something. Like that girl forever. She could have been married now.
I did, but I couldn't. Because I kept finding out, even after we broke up, she was just like, keep hooking up with guy after guy after guy. And it's like, I can't go back to that. I can't go back. Yeah. Yeah. The worst thing is,
having all kinds of fun.
when a guy who's young, the first person they fall in love with is a nympho, you kind of do get a bit attached.
Yeah, but
Well, David,
spell.
can
What
you
the
expel
spell,
on that?
Yeah,
You're all quiet and stuff.
Come on into this one, David.
Yeah, and Vicky, come on. I think we need the cleansing now or something.
I reckon. I think my
I'm
soul
bringing
needs
up the
cleansed.
fire extinguisher right now.
Our Father who art in heaven.
Oh my god!
Actually, that's something that Lou pointed out. Like the dude who I did the paranormal investigator interview with on Sunday. That's something he pointed out. He said, if you have been possessed, if you know the gods, but like the Lord's Prayer or whatever, if you have actually had an attachment, you're possessed, you cannot say it. I personally only know about half of it, and I can say that. But if you're religious and you can't say the Lord's Prayer, it means something's attached itself to you.
Well, that's what they made the people, during the Salem witch trial. One of them,
Yeah, I was just thinking
got through. Yeah.
I was just thinking the 1970s film The Exorcist, when you mentioned that. I think there's a line in there in relation to not being able to say the Lord's Prayer.
Okay,
Yeah.
so in
If I
today's
remember
age, we don't burn people. We just soak their heads in the toilet now, right? So
we just get them cancelled online. Didn't you know that?
That too.
Just get them cancelled. Cancel culture so they can never speak to anyone again.
Just send them to Salem, Massachusetts.
Hey, that's right up near you, though. It's like, yeah, I guess if you're going there, you could visit.
I enjoy Salem. It's actually quite a quaint little town. And they do focus on the witch trials and all that. They do reenactments.
Is that right?
They do reenactments in the street. Absolutely. Yeah, and I've investigated in Salem. There's a few. Well, a lot of the buildings are all connected by underground tunnels because back in the ship days, way back, 100, 200 years, whatever it is.
1600.
Yeah. They actually would bring the cargo up through those tunnels, and it would start out like one tunnel or maybe a few on the beach, whatever. But they would have one that would divide up and they would go to different areas. It looked like a little city underneath there.
And that's when George Washington sent ice up there to raid.
Yeah.
Presumably, a lot of these tunnels became sewers, or became the infrastructure, or became the start of Massachusetts sewer system.
Oh, great.
They filled in a lot of the they filled in a lot of those tunnels and blocked them all off so that people would not get hurt because they were so old.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know in
But
Savannah.
But I didn't know that even existed in I've heard of such things, but I just didn't know that it existed just in Massachusetts. You know? So I thought that was kind of cool to be able to be in one of those. Because I got to go in, the store owners allowed us to come into the basement and check out that tunnel, and we didn't get very far in it. But it still was, it was weird, but it was so true.
Were they made of brick?
Yes. I'm pretty sure.
A lot of work, yeah.
A lot of work, but for a very important necessity, too, because cargo was easily stolen. You know, going from the ships to land, there's always been thieves. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't know that. They had thieves in those days? I find that amazing.
Thieves every day.
Oh, come on, David. You and I are probably some of the oldest folks here, all right? We remember back in the old days when, pirates sailed the seas.
Pirates, yeah, the pirates, yeah. What was it? What was the one we had? We had one in Florida named Bonnie, Pirate Bonnie, and she dressed as a man, and she was ruthless. She always dressed as a man, and she had her own ship and all these guys with on, but they never knew she was a female. And there were two of them. There was another one. I can't remember the name of the other one, but they were pretty ruthless. Yeah. Yeah, so that's probably why they built all those tunnels. Well, Debbie, could you walk through them, or did you have to bend over, or what?
No, they were tall. I would say they were probably 6 feet. I wouldn't say they were much taller than 6 feet, but they were oval. They were very oval shaped, and we couldn't get very far because it was all blocked off. But they did that because each company was connected to the next company through that tunnel, and God forbid, somebody get in there, because they can get into the buildings because they come right up through their basements.
Oh my God, Debbie, that sounds like you actually was in Europe, over in Paris, France, going through the catacombs over there underneath Paris and the Vatican and all that. But Mark, chime in here. Come on, buddy.
I was also thinking, where I am in the southwest of UK, there's a lot of old Roman tunnels in one of the major cities, not that far away where I was born. There is still a tour guide, tourist thing with Roman tunnels.
Yeah, and I bet they were afraid of thieves too. That's why they built them for the ships, to come in and use those tunnels to hide from, the thieves up on the up in the little villages and places like that, right?
Yeah, but just realize we've already been lied to about everything. How long do you think those tunnels were really there? Do you think they just built them for smuggling?
Well, that's a good question, really, if you think about it, because they could have been there for, well, you're talking about England. they could have been there for a very long time.
Yeah, well, like
Like I
there's,
said,
there's,
Roman
there's
tunnels,
tunnels, there's tunnels all over the world that could have been there for thousands of years, and
Right.
just people just keep refurbishing them and expanding them. It's like they're already there, just we're not allowed to know about it. I mean, America has spent trillions of dollars on deep underground military bases.
Well, we're
It was like
not the only
144
ones.
or something.
We're not
Yeah, there's
the
like
only ones there,
144.
DK. You know, they got, you know, they got them over in Russia too, big enough to support the
I
whole
know. I'm just
Russian population. They
Oh,
have
yeah, I've seen that.
cave system
Yeah.
over there and
Yeah.
dug all out, and I'm sure the Chinese do as well. You know.
But what I was getting at though is like we know about the American ones, and we know how much money has been getting poured into them from black budgets and things.
Oh yeah.
So that's
Wow.
what I'm talking about. It's the fact we actually know something about this. Phil Schneider was speaking about it decades ago. So we actually know that decades ago there was this many, and he was one of the workers who was expanding them and things till they broke through some wall they shouldn't have.
Well, we all know that we don't just build our
Was it
own.
connected to a bank?
We built for
I'm just
everybody
wondering,
else,
was that
just
wall
like
connected to a bank? I watch too much TV. Was that wall connected to a bank?
the bank. Yeah, that's
No,
right.
it was it was actually he broke through a wall and there was aliens on the other side and they started shooting and killed everyone except him.
That's a
He
good
got
story. I
shot
wanna-
too.
He
got
got shot. One of the soldiers dragged him onto the elevator, hit the up button. No other soldier made it out.
Yeah, I
He's
think
the only person who made it. He lost fingers. He got fingers shot off his hand. He got half his chest burnt to crap
Oh, my
by
God.
whatever
Is that
plasma
Dulcie?
laser weapon they used.
Phil Schneider. Yeah,
In Dulce?
yeah,
Yeah,
at
Dulce
Dulce.
base. Yeah. Yeah, he broke through a wall when they were boring a new tunnel. Some wall collapsed because they got too close, must have got too thin, collapsed. And it was just like a group of these aliens standing there. I think he said they were large greys.
Or were they the tall whites? Do we really know? It was kind of
might have been
dark.
sorry.
Yeah, you
Sorry,
know,
my
come
bad.
on,
It was
come
the
on.
tall whites,
You know,
yeah.
if they were in a tunnel, it could be dark. So they
Yeah,
could
so
be-
they might have looked
they
grey.
could be pink. They could be pink. All right, or rainbow colored. We don't know. They were in a tunnel, right?
Yeah, they would have had lights and stuff though.
Oh, you sure about that? You know,
Yeah, they've got a
now,
tunnel
come on
boring
now.
machine. They
Now, David will
definitely
tell
want to
you when
see-
the UFO flies over. All right,
Yeah.
it'll knock your car lights out and all the power goes out. Same with
Yep.
your house and all that other stuff.
Yep.
You know, if they're down there and that really happened, there was no lights.
They went in a spaceship. He just broke through a wall and there was a whole group of them standing there.
They'll just phase right through. Come on now. They're aliens, for crying out loud, right, David?
Yeah, they just beamed right in there, right into that
Right.
chamber. That's all.
Yeah.
They were
In
beamed
and out.
in, then they beamed out, like the Star
Very
Trek
soft.
stuff.
Thought projection, you know?
Yeah.
No. He
We're
came up
not
with
the
real
aliens that you were looking for, so it's going to cost you all these people and some fingers off your hand and feet and this, that, and the other. You know, go your own way.
He lost like 2 or 3 fingers off his left hand. And I don't know, he must have had his hand up. It burnt through his fingers, burned his fingers off, and hit him in the chest. Like he was fully hospitalized. He was almost killed by it.
Yeah, but the strangest
Especially
part
by the
about
time the elevator got him back up to ground level.
yeah, but that wasn't the strangest thing that ever happened to Phil Schneider either. The strangest thing that happened to Phil Schneider was he died of a suicide from a gunshot wound from the back of his head that came from a shotgun, which has a
Did
really
they call
long
it
barrel
a suicide?
or something like that, from what I heard.
I didn't think they called it a suicide. I thought this one was actually an unsolved murder. Otherwise, And one of his
with his hands tied behind his back. Oh yeah, it was suicide. He might have.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I mean.
You
yeah,
know, he could have known the Clintons.
Right, in one of his public talks, he says he's had like, I think it's 10 or 11 assassination attempts, and it was about a week or two before they finally got him.
Yeah.
He actually said in a talk how many times they had tried to take him out. It was a week or two later they got him.
That's just because, they didn't beam him out quick enough, or their timing was off.
That happens.
Yeah, it happens.
It happens.
Yeah, it happens.
Ask Channel Vince Foster. He'll tell you.
Yeah, there you go.
See, he also somehow got a hold of some, like, I know, artifacts that he was showing. I think that's when they started getting to be more annoyed. If you go look at Phil Schneider's very last public speaking event, at the end he goes on about, like, well, I don't even know if it's just at the end, he might mention a few of them all the way through, but he's got, like, these artifacts and stuff on a table and things.
Yeah. When you talk about artifacts and things like that, I hope Nancy starts getting back into doing stuff about Klaus Donna. He used to talk a lot about forbidden technology and out of place artifacts.
Yeah, I love that
Donna,
stuff.
Yeah, that's some really great stuff. Yeah, it's super interesting. I don't even know if Klaus is still alive. He was quite old the last time I seen him on. I think he was even old. He's even older than Michael Cremo. Who'd be another great person that Nancy could get in here. I hope one day before he passes away.
Where's Klaus from, Mark?
Austria, I believe.
Oh wow.
Yeah, or someplace like that. He's from like Central Europe, somewhere in there.
Okay.
Austria, Romania, somewhere in there.
Yeah. Central or Western Europe sort of thing is what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe like Denmark
he
or
was
something.
Quite
even,
knowledgeable.
Yeah.
He used to go around doing tours, showing his artifacts off. He'd go all the way down to Peru and get stuff from there. From like around Nazca and other places like that. Oh, all over the world. Yeah. And even David Childress picked up a lot of stuff that he was doing and was doing some stuff with that. David Hatcher Childress. Yep. Got it. But we're about to end the show, guys. It's been a quick 2 hours. And let's get out our information. I know you can get a hold of Jack through me or on his Facebook page, Jack Carey, or ParanormalIntelligenceAgency.com. Debbie, how do we get a hold of you? And then you go around the table, since I'm picking on you, like I always do. And you get the rest of the folks' information out.
Okay. You can get me on Facebook just as well. I have Instagram, but you can go through Mark too if you really need to get in touch with me. That's probably the easiest way. Who wants to go next, David?
Yeah, all right. Yeah, you can. I'm on Facebook under David Champ. I got a little. You don't have my photograph, but I got a bobolink bird sitting there. And you can also find my UFO spacecraft identification manual on Amazon under David Campione. Vicky.
Yes, you can find me on Telegram at For Such a Time as This, and X at Booklander62. Next.
Mark Edward.
Okay. Mainly on minds.com. Yeah, all my content's on minds.com. So minds.com/Medworthy.
DK, let's go, buddy.
DK Spiracy on Rumble is the best place for my good videos. There is DB123, lowercase DB123. Look for this icon though. When I first started that channel, if you like search my name, I came up. Now when I search my name, I have to scroll down, and it actually only comes up with one of my videos, but the icon's there, so I know it's my channel. So look for the icon. Yeah, that's how shadow banned I am on YouTube. And then there's just DLive, Telegram. DLive's DKspiracy123. Telegram is But What If Chat. And Discord is Much Love No Fear. Find me somewhere.
Vicky, did we get you in already?
Yes.
All right then. Since everybody's got in, I'm going to take us out. And if you're on the radio side and you're listening in, yeah, go try to find that icon. All right. So an avatar. We're out of here, but hopefully Nancy will be back next week and we'll have more for you. Thank you. All right. We're about to end this and go over to the after show. Debbie, thank you for coming in. I know I was like last minute stuff with you. Appreciate everything.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and if you can stick around in the after show, that's fine. If you can't, I understand, you know.
Yeah, I'm going to sleep. This girl needs her
Yeah.
I gotta.
You have a good night. Rest well, and I'll catch up with you on Facebook later on. Appreciate each and everybody out there. Stick around, folks that are still listening, because we have an after show, and maybe we'll even have Roger Hansen come into the after show.
Good to see you, Debbie.
Yep.
Bye,
Good to
guys.
see you.
Have a great night.
You too.
Bye, guys.
I'm gonna
Bye,
let
Vicky.
this go until we get knocked off the call, and then I'll make a new call on the after show.
That last one was funny.
What?
But I was saying, so
Yeah.
it's just about to end,
Look
and
for
you're
the
like,
icon. Yeah.
we're not done here, but
And we're on rate. Yeah, but folks, yeah. How are folks going to take and see that icon on if they're listening to the radio?
It looks like a brain explosion, a brain on fire sort of thing. Brain made of lava, I know, but yeah, it looks like a brain that's on fire.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. You sure about that?
That's what it's supposed to be. It looks like it when you zoom in. It doesn't from a distance.
Is that the
When
one?
you
Yeah,
zoom in, that's what it is. It's a brain explosion.
Yeah,
That's the
I can
picture,
picture the brain exploding there. Mine exploded.
Yeah, I know.
earlier.
Yeah, I know exactly
DK.
when.
I know you used to being on video streams, but radio streams are a lot different.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said we need to do some more practice streams so like I can get that out of my system. It's just a stupid bad habit.
Yep. That's why even when I'm on just a regular stream like we are right now when we're off the air and that.
I keep trying to practice that as well. Honestly, I practice that till I get drunk later on, and then I'm just a dick again.
DK,
But I'm trying to keep it straight during the day, especially when I'm on other shows and things. But
yeah, I was about ready to reach through, stick your head in the toilet and flush it a few times. You're like, oh, come on! Why?
DK,
You're killing
how many
me!
lemons have I got?
try
I
to
know.
train yourself using a
I
different
tell you what I'll
word.
do. I'll sub to you on DLive. There you go.
Oh,
I'll sub to you on DLive.
all right.
That's not like 2 ice creams.
Well, you're up to 4. What are you talking about?
I gave you a diamond last time.
Yeah, well, okay, that carried over.
And now I've just subscribed. Jeez. We've got to get you to 20 subscribers so you can go to VP and... Oh, no. Oh, no, you can apply for, shit, what is it? Associate or whatever now.
I already got that, I think, because I can.
Oh, you got that?
post
Oh, now,
over,
okay,
yeah.
now you need to get...
Yeah,
now you got to
that.
get 1,000 followers and 20 subscriptions.
Oh,
Subscribers.
I don't have that one yet. Nope,
I
because
don't either.
Get,
I've got over 1,000 people. I don't have the subs.
Yeah, Miss Trash is over in Kick Chat. Much appreciated. You've been with us a long time today. Appreciate you for coming into the Kick Chat and hanging out with us. I'll be over to go into your channel and help you out and keep you that too. Yeah, everybody that's out there, my kids get so upset with me. Dad, you have 60 million tabs up. Why? Because I'm trying to keep up with my friends. You can't do that. We don't have any bandwidth here, Dad. And that was the beginning of the after show, and here we go with the rest of it. Get those people in here. DK, Roger, Mark Edworthy. Anyways, I'm trying to get everybody back in here, folks. Give me a few more seconds. I know everybody's here. What? No, I guess David ducked out. Come on, Edworthy. Roger, come on. I gotta hang up over here on the other side, so. Get us back up and running once again. Anybody there? Hello, hello, hello. Trying to call the group again for our after show. Zavis, thanks for coming into the Kick Chat. Appreciate you. Appreciate all you folks over in D Live as well. Let me go over here and see who we got. I know we had Svetlana over there. We had Les Welch. We got DK in Kick Chat. Not Kick Chat, D Live. Davey Z. Roger Hansen, and Dark Latin Master in D Live. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. And over on Rumble, appreciate all your all the folks over there. I did get a raid over here earlier. I missed it. Polar Plays 95 was in the chat, brought his folks in, or their folks in. Appreciate you. Amos 47's in there. Thank you so much for coming in. I'm still working on getting us up and rolling on DK. Are you here with me?
Yeah, man.
All right.
Amos 777. Oh, quadruple 7.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, that's my mate.
There.
Yeah, that's my mate Alan from Aussie who came over to visit for 6 weeks.
Cool. And we had lots of folks. Connie Cryptic was in and she's still in there over in D Live, not D Live, but Kick Chat. We have Big Cat Gaming and Twitch. Who'd we have over here on Facebook? Got a lot of had a lot of folks tonight. I'm glad. Let me try getting our folks back in here. Medworthy. Vicky still hasn't hung up over there, so I can't get her in. I don't know what's going on. Gotta hang up.
Can you send her a chat on the other one?
I don't know.
Or do I have to, or do we have to hang up to do it?
Maybe she stepped away. I'm not sure if Roger's coming in or not. Let me see if I can get Sonia in.
I'll see if I can get a hold of Vicky.
Yeah, see if you can get a hold of Vicky to come in for after show. Yeah, and just add her into the group. We had a fairly good show tonight. Great stream from beginning until the end. Thank you, everybody. Smoke in peace. Love you, buddy. Appreciate you. When I'm done, man, I'll be over for sure. I'm over there already in your stream, but I do have to limit how many tabs I have up when I'm streaming with all the platforms I'm out on. I am a huge multi-streamer.
It must be more incredible than mine.
Yeah.
I've got things open, like 2 windows open full of tabs on both computers.
My kids want to come in and kick Dad's ass every time. They're like, "Oh man, Dad, you got 60 million tabs up. Where's our bandwidth, Dad?" Right, Mark?
I know,
you would be like that if you
you
were my kid. You'd be like, "Dad, take the
I know you use a multi-monitor. I can see you using a multi-monitor setup there. But I've got 4 monitors on the go at the moment. So I've got at the moment I've got Teams straight in front of me, and I've got Teams with just the chat messages here, and I've got D Live on this screen, and I've got Rumble, Rumble on this screen.
Rumble,
so I can,
yeah.
I've got the chat and my D Live on here, and the Rumble and DREAGUS' D Live. I just keep switching between those two on the other one.
Yeah, but
and that one's streaming whichever one I'm looking at.
I'm one computer, one phone guy with 2 monitors. Where is David Campione? I've been trying to get him in.
Was that one phone with 2 monitors?
Yeah, no, yeah, 1 phone, and I have. Looks like Vicky's still busy or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I messaged her. She said she's trying. I mean,
tell her she has to quit again. For some reason over there.
I said you need to hang up on the old one, or leave the old one, so you can join the next one. Like, I actually messaged her.
I can't even find David Campione in here, and I know I've added him.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how to add people. I haven't worked out Teams properly yet.
You just go up to where it says people and add them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yep, that's all you have to do. And Mark, what do we got for the terms of service today?
Apparently don't know many people.
Huh?
All terms and services apply.
Yes, they do apply. And tell DK what he doesn't get to do.
Indeed.
Hey, it's Roger. Appreciate you coming in, Roger. Hey, Roger, how you doing tonight?
It's all right. I know what I'm not allowed to do.
Sent it.
Let me turn the audio off on this stream.
Speak up, Si.
Yeah, your mic is really low, buddy.
Others
Can we tune them up? I don't know how. Does Teams work like that?
You
we
can't
tune
do
them up?
that. You know, you have to just. Yeah.
I figured out where it was.
Yeah, for some reason your mic is super low, buddy.
Well, it's probably because I wasn't really intending on saying anything tonight. Is that better?
Yeah, that's a little better. Yeah.
I'm about there.
Why not?
Yeah, that's.
You always have lots to say.
Yeah. I thought you were still having your energy problems. I thought you were dealing with the engineers today or something.
Technicians. Yeah, they call them electrical technicians now.
Technicians, engineers, ain't difference.
They're supposed to be out tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. So I'm getting everything ready. Had to move the washer and dryer so I can get to the breakers box. So it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow.
So as far as tomorrow evening's concerned, or this evening as far as I'm concerned, probably a no-go.
Well, it depends on how lazy they are. Because it's just all they got to do is switch out a breaker box, and that shouldn't be no more than maybe a 4 or 5 hour job. If they know what they're doing.
We are the nation.
That's all the right.
That's a good question. If they know what they're doing.
I think David's on the wrong one. He just messaged on one of the other channels saying unable to connect. He's on VIXEN'S Vault 2 or Legions of Chaos 2 or something.
We're in after show, tell him. And I've been trying to get a hold of him and add him into here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Has he not hung up places either?
I swear.
Both of them finally left number 1. That's a good start.
Okay, according to this, Dave's not in this chat. He's got to be added.
I've tried to add him.
Hang on. No, he isn't.
Yes, I've been trying to add him in. I don't know why or what's happening that I can't do that.
Dave, get in here, man. Dave Campione, get in here, dude.
For some reason, Vicky's just left.
What did Vicky do?
Vicky ran
She left
away.
the other one and then got here and then left.
Well, she said, I'm sick of dealing with you guys' shit.
Yeah. By the way, Mark, the Telegram channel that you sent me was Vicky's one, not Nancy's. So I'm actually on Vicky's Telegram channel. I was talking with her the other night.
No, you're in Nancy's too.
What's Nancy's called?
Game Theory.
I don't know if I am. I might be. Not sure.
Game Theory is the one. Okay, I invited him in again. I don't know. Maybe he left the group before. I'm not sure.
Maybe just accident or something.
I'm sending him a phone call. Now he's got his old account from Skype, and now he's got a new one too that doesn't have the avatar.
Yeah, and I added him into the group chat, but it's not showing up as a participant over here for some. There it is. There we go.
That's what happens when you get a technician in here who knows what he's doing.
Are you sure about that?
I need one of them. Can someone show me what I'm supposed to be
doing? I'm trying to antagonize Mark. He gets fired up.
I can do it quite easily. It's quite easy to antagonize
the other Mark.
Technically, we are both technicians.
He's going to hang up over there because he's still.
He just unmuted. He's there.
Yeah, I just got in. Mark Everworthy signed me in. Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate
well
it.
done.
Welcome.
I couldn't get.
cheers, welcome to the party, something like that
Yeah.
or the other, right? Isn't that how it goes?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yes.
we're talking about cigars, wild women, and
better.
we're
You know
and ropes, and thank God Vicky and Sonia
Handcuffs.
and Nancy are not here right now. Otherwise, I would be getting a lashing. But anyways, yeah. Anyway,
With a whip.
Well,
I've just
Sonia
invited Becky, actually. I noticed that she left, so I just re-invited her just in case there's an accident.
yes.
On her.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and Sonia would
I
have
was
been
thinking it
here
was an
lickety
I was
split.
thinking it was an accident as well that she left.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're talking about with Sonia being upset. If she found out we were talking like that, she'd have been in here in a heartbeat.
No, she wouldn't.
Oh yeah, she
In
would.
your dreams, Roger.
I'm telling you, dude, Sonia's a wild child.
Oh yeah.
She can't
Maybe
be.
she
can't
may
be.
be wild child,
Sonia,
but that
Sonia loves me still. Gotta
Yeah.
be careful.
we discussed that. We discussed that Sunday night on Censorship's show, and we already come to the conclusion it's too hard to get an RV to go across the Pacific Ocean. She has to learn how to transverse the deserts and mountains in our country first. So yeah.
She just needs to put
Censorship.
her on a rubber
John over
raft.
there had he explained to her that you can't take and go put the flotation devices on the RV just yet. You have to make sure everything checks out.
I was
I
thinking to the
I
James
disagreed.
Bond to the Soul Hovercraft.
No, you just want to see her sink. That's all.
Yeah, I don't want to see her sing.
Iconic.
Hey,
Yeah, you-
every girl from America who flirts with me, I tell them to start swimming. I have one girl say, nah, I'm going to build a boat and I'll pick up the stragglers. I'm like, awesome, you're bringing me a harem. and now I've got Sonia saying she wants to make her house truck float.
No, that's what we.
There must
That's
be
what.
something.
That's
There
what
must
me
be
and
something
John.
about me.
That's what me and John came up with. But you can spin that any way you want when you're on air with her later on. But
I just
you
find,
know,
I just find
if
it
she
funny
can
that
get
you're
to
talking
you,
about me when I'm not there.
no, hold on. If she can get to you by doing that, you better send a warning to Jaffe because she'll be
No.
on his way next.
No, I don't. Well, actually, yeah, she probably will. She probably will. If she can make that RV float all the way to freaking New Zealand, bam, dude, she's there.
To be honest, she even said if she had enough money, she would fly over. And yeah, if she got this far, why wouldn't she fly over and go see Jaffe? Yeah. But Jaffe's married, remember, so he's kind of a bit safer.
Well,
Yeah.
he got the okay from he got the okay from his wife though. His wife said it was okay if he had a groupie. So I'm seeing a menage a trois.
Yeah,
Dude, I would love to be on one of Jaffe's shows and say that.
No, I don't think he'd allow you.
Sonia's
but
coming over to
anyway.
see you and your wife. I think they've been talking behind your back. I
No.
think something's planned.
Well, no, he said it with her right there on the show with us. Like he said that it was okay. She said it was okay for him to have a groupie. And when I hear groupie, I'm kind of thinking, the frisky kind.
Oh no, it's a group photo.
Group
Honest.
photo, yeah,
What
there
is
you
this,
go.
1967?
See, you always
Group
take
photo.
things. You
It's a
always take
groupie.
things to the extreme, Roger. Come on now.
Well, no, you listen
Get
to
your mind
Jaffe.
out of the gutter, would you?
You got to listen
Bloody
to
hell.
Jaffe. You got to listen to him. Like every time Sonia is on with him, he starts getting sexual innuendo going. Like he starts mentioning keywords, and that's why he's big on his keywords. He'll start throwing them into his conversation.
Yeah. Well, I ended up getting shitty with him a couple of times.
A couple times, shit.
Oh yeah.
I
mean, no, it was a couple of times really good.
DK, do you know why Roger didn't come on the air tonight with us earlier?
I was here?
Because we were on the air, and you know, he knows that if he's all excited and tore up and all that, he'll say the F-bomb on the air. So you know,
so I've got to learn when not to. As I said, I wasn't expecting to tonight. Everything was going really well. I said, I just
last week we weren't expecting it either, but I'm just
saying. I know.
Somebody said the F-bomb.
Just train yourself to use a different word, like, I don't know, crud or something.
Yeah, vert.
I'm going
to try and find a word that works, or something that's okay and radio allowed.
Yeah, you know, innuendo
is
innuendo is
the word fun works. I'm gonna say, what the fun?
God.
There you go. That works.
And you know,
I was using that years ago when my kid was real young. I need to go back to that.
Yeah. You know, if you want to talk about intimacy and that, kiss. All right, kiss is an intimate word. All right, yeah, they were kissing. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I just couldn't bring myself to be such a loser like that and say like sissy words.
Sissy words. Oh,
sissy words.
It's so fun. And
what's a sissy word?
Now I'm getting crap on my D-Live channel. You speak as the unlearned.
The unlearned.
And then I can't read the next line.
You are the unlearned. You unlearned. That sounds like something Mark Edward would say.
I'm sure that's in the terms of service. Now, Mark,
I'm still trying to work out if 666 Mafia actually likes me or if he's trolling me. Still trying to work that one out.
Now, Mark.
But I don't ban trolls. I generally play with them.
Now, Mark, all right. You have to send him the written terms of services for being on, terrestrial type radio, whether it's UK, and make sure it's all the international lingo.
Yeah, actually, and please do. I have no idea what the regulations
and once
are.
Once we have his bank account and his his credit card numbers. Sent and returned to us.
It's alright, I'm safe. I've got almost nothing.
Yeah. The mortgage for his house and car and.
I rent. My car's paid for and I rent. Nah.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
Extra's good.
I'm
Extra's
just saying.
Good. Don't think small, think big.
That's
it's good
right.
to have two cars rather than one.
Right. and just because you put it in your sister's name
houses
and you use it every day, or even though you don't have a sister, all right, or may not have one.
No, I don't.
But you can't be doing that. That's fraud. All right.
You want my sister?
No.
He doesn't have a sister.
No, we're not selling relatives.
I haven't yet.
You guys hear?
I'm serious. I'm pretty sure I've already given the government enough to come at me, and they haven't yet. So I don't know what I have to do before they come at me.
Why do you?
When they get me, I'm thinking they're looking at like, dude, this guy's going away forever when we get him. We'll let him away with all these little things. When we get him, it's going to be big.
David, tell him how that he can escape that. All he has to do is follow the instructions in the book that you've written, and they'll beam him up and take him away. And I don't know. the Galactic Federation may have other rules and things,
I'm sure they do.
about that.
They might be more lax. They might be able to get away with more.
I don't know. GDK, I don't know. We've heard about so many people getting probed and taking and getting, implants in there. You get a certain implant and you start to say that word and you might get zapped or beamed someplace else.
Not the dog electric zap collar, eh?
Yeah.
But actually implanted.
You guys know that. You guys know that.
I'm going to tell you, they'll probably implant it in your nutsack if you keep it up.
I did an anal probing of mine.
Yeah,
I don't want to know about what you do in your spare time, Roger.
I anally probed mine candy, dude. I got.
I think I'm striking out that clause.
I got a stream.
And taking it to a lawyer.
Hold on, before we get any further, I gotta take and switch out a bunch of platforms before we go too far gone.
You can't go much further than your